Welcome, 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 welcome one, welcome all. This channel, I call it Safe Space, and this is the funniest thing. See, I didn't go to university, so when I created this channel, and I don't hang around university kids because they're kids. I just, you know what I mean. And I was like, hey, this is a great name for channel, Safe Space, because I've been having issues with local people. I was like, Safe Space sounds all right, and I knew it was kind of being done in the schools, but I didn't know the full entrapments of it. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, I see it now. I agree that I think that this, I meant this actually literally, and kind of a grift to take it away from the universities, and it worked. Culture War One. This place is a place I believe I'm centrist, so anyone right of me and anyone left of me, they're all good. They're all within my arm's reach. So left and right. However, in the climate we've in, it's the right that is just the left just did all these crazy policies and let people like this Randy Boissonnault guy. I'm not going to. This Randy Boissonnault guy. He pretended he was a native. He got all these contracts, and then he was calling up or whatever Randy was calling up individual government, bureaucrats. Just some guy's just girl going to work gets a call and they're like, "Hey, why isn't Randy getting? This is Randy. Where's the money? Why aren't you paying?" Literally, that's how they were like acting like freaking mafia on like government agencies after he lied about it. So this guy did a tweet. I'm looking for it right now. The Randy Boissonnault tweets. It was beautiful. Um, so he's like, trying to I don't know what do you even call that? Trying to trash Pierre. There he is. Yeah. All right. I'll put it even up here. I got a copy. It was just beautiful. And they're like, the people are texting. They're like, which Randy is this? They texted back yesterday. He was like sending out all these emails to people or tweets to people. All right, I gotta find it. I guess it's the latest. 34 minutes ago, November. Or this is. I'm gonna put this up here. All the times have changed. Sorry, typos, man. Hey, bud. What's this? Highway BO. I think your border job may come back. That sounds great. Still, man. You're gonna get a chainsaw. Is this a threat? I know. I don't even know what the. Well, it didn't work, did it? I think people are completely unaware. All right, we got Randy Boissonnault. This is a fantastic. This guy's from Sean Newman podcasts. November 2024, Randy Boissonnault resigns from cabinet. His cabinet claiming indigenous ownership bid on federal contracts. Truth came out. Claims were inaccurate. Another ethics scandal. Another resignation. Okay, so Sheila Gunn Reid. I guess she got married. CPC's Garnet Genius. How ridiculous Randy Boissonnault's tales are. I guess we are to believe that Mr. Anderson sat down with the Liberal Party of Canada and they both decided to falsely claim you were Indigenous without ever consulting you. Yeah, this guy is unbelievable. Okay, these are all really, this is very, okay, we got to go to the latest. Yesterday, I see that it was the best tweet of the day. I really missed it. I should have saved it. Replying, which Randy is this? Oh, yeah. So here it is. It's not showing the whole tweet. Some people got to have it here. So look at this. Which Randy are you? So Randy sent out all of these things trying to bash, whatever, and everyone sends them back. Sends it back. Which Randy is this? Ah, oh, damn it! Of course one day a lot of tweets happened 3 hours ago. A cabinet minister's firm shared mailing address with person named in cocaine busts. Look at it. This. Welcome to the Liberal Party of Canada. This is who they let, and then the guy is still emailing people. And look, this is like, okay, November 18th. Cabinet minister's firm shared mailing address with. So they're like sharing the mailing address with cocaine crack dealers. This is your welcome to the Liberal Party. Hey, There's always going to be criminals. That's fine. But well, that's not fine. But there's nothing you can. There's only so much you can do. You'll have to go to the levels of containment that they do in PRC China, which I'm not willing to do. Cameras everywhere. Everyone's automatically watched and monitored. Huge police force, huge heavy-handed police force. These are pretty heavy stuff. But we don't need to do that to every person. But it should be done to every person who's a politician, all from the councils in little towns to the mayors to your premiers and all of their MPs to the prime minister and all the MPs. They should not be allowed to be like this level of disgusting. They have to be made examples of, at least that would, just to get them out, so they realize, hey, criminals should stay doing criminal things, not trying to rule your town. This is what happened over the last while. I think it's happened. It's not just here. It's everywhere. It's basically as one, we're not saying who, which country, as one country rised in power, they have this really big hang up about this thing they call the 100 years of humiliation, the century of humiliation, whatever you want to call it, it's translation. And they're doing it to us. They're trying to do it to us. The fentanyl crisis, I believe, is exactly that. And that's why Trump is going after it. It's because it's just giving us back to what they think was done to them by us. Here we go. Randy, just wondering what the other Randy thinks about this. Sit down, fool. Nothing but a fool. How are you not in jail? So these are all replying because Randy was emailing all these people. And they're all replies. Look at all of these replies. Just reading through the comments in this post, the other Randy is not getting much support. And literally, why? Yeah, Randy right here. We got Randy Glazer. Oh, the ice Randy. Jeepa. He's a Jeepa. Yeah. This is basically, over. He texted all these people. Damn it. And I wish I had them both. Someone did a photo of it. I'll have to go all the way back up. This is 10 hours. Oh, 10 hours. Here we go. Here's the other Randy. Oh. Get my camera up in a second. Other Randy. But literally, why is this person individual emailing people? Why is he emailing people? Like, if I was in the Liberal Party, I would have this individual not emailing people, not have anything. You have to kick him out of the party. The guy was caught red-handed, lying that he's a Native American to get millions in contracts. Then he pulls a strong arm move on the government, and poor government employees are like, hey, why aren't you paying us? Give us the money. This is Randy. And what do? Nothing. This is like, hey, if I ever were to think, I'm like, hey, maybe I'll vote Liberal. Maybe. No. It's not going to happen when they let this. And not one of their leaders. And the only one, honestly, right now, I think that has a chance is this Bayless individual. Unless they start speaking the truth to people, they're like, hey, we need to be a little bit of law and order. They need to clean up their party. Everyone's fully aware. There's scandal after scandal after scandal, and and no resignations. And there's the one individual, they just kicked him out of the party, doing the money shot. This guy, Randy, is literally was fraud. He was doing fraud, and then he strong arms the government employees. This is like, and then he's still, you still have this emailing people, 20,000 followers. Look at this, Randy. Okay, he just posted it. Look at 23 hours ago. There we go. It's an awful thing that this nation is it. Problem with Westminster system, nothing will happen to these people. The Westminster system is a great system. I believe it's the best system because it gives. See, the problem I find with the American system, when they've come to an answer, but the problem is the pillar is gone in America. I'm going to use America first. Why? here in Canada, here in Canada, we have a. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna just put on a little bit of a quick video while I up my camera so you can see my ugly mugga. You can make fun of me to my face. All right. I had to use a paint can. Oh, well, I got a paint can. All right. I don't know if this will even work. We'll see. Property of me. Oh, no. Sorry, there's about to be a beep. Quebec civil law is the rest of Canada. Common law. No. They have it different. Quebec has their own law system. It's a little bit different than ours. It's just true. Why are these criminals not in jail? Who? Which one? Well, politicians, as a rule, I don't want to call it a rule, but basically politicians and they don't go to jail. The only time you really treason, and it just doesn't happen. Not in Canada. Not in Canada. Not basically anywhere. So basically what I'm going to say is like the system as I'm getting this up. The system. Oh, why isn't it? There we go. Okay. Ugly mug. I got a paint can. I'm going to make it small. You can make fun of me later. All right. So in the Canadian system with Westminster, let's just start with that, I guess. In the Canadian system, oh, I don't want to have that up. Window capture, nope. Let's see, I put up a new image here as a background. There we go, this one. That's a good one. Okay, so in the Westminster system, the government, the Westminster, whoever gets voted in gets a say, right? So it depends on the voter makeup, how it went, on how much say the opposition gets. Right now, which they call as a minority government. So, it's 50-50. It's like, this is the conservative. Well, actually, the right. This is the conservative, and this is like the NDP Liberal Green coalition. It's pretty close, right? It's like that close. So the opposition has a lot of time to throw stuff at the government and ask questions and grill them on the tough things that they don't want to see. If there was a majority, like say if the Liberals, the left, the Liberals were way up here and the Conservatives had very little, they wouldn't have much time in Parliament and much power to demand certain things get put forward because the people voted that way. They don't want to hear the opposition, right? If that were the case, it's most likely going to be like this in the next election, conservative, and there's not going to be many questions against them at first, most likely. So the problem is with the states, the American system is, it's like this, right? They're competing on the election, and as soon as one wins all. It's this. One hand's gone, right? So they have no voice to spout out against the power that's in. But in America, what happened because of that huge imbalance, those people don't really go away, but they don't have a government law structure to look at, right? A government. So that government is very powerful. If that government wants to be, very tyrannical, they can go after their enemies, right? Cancel them and all this stuff, because that's the amount of power they get in America. That makes them be able to move and be more agile of a country. But it also makes very huge swings and attacks against certain individuals once they go away. Well, how the Americans solved it in the days past was they had a pillar of media, right? Now the Republicans, they own business and industry and stuff like that, but they also had their media, radio. They had their media, and the left had a lot of media. So they had the media as a pillar to balance that superpower of whoever wins, right? So the pillar was and we're all fully aware that that pillar is kind of crumbling right now. It's being rebuilt online. So it's working. How's my voice? Is it good? Good afternoon, Jose de Milo. Mello. No, Fang, you're fine. Anyone is welcome. This is the thing I don't personally, someone saying you're in the wrong place is, you know what I mean? That's not cool. I would like to see, I don't want to have like a echo chamber. There's other echo chambers. Most channels are echo chambers. I don't believe in being a team sport. It's not team sport in politics. I follow, I'm slightly like the conservative way of doing things, how they're like harsh and no. But I think they can go too far. Excuse me, hair on my face. And but the liberal way is nice and this and that. So both kind of have a good say, right? I believe that that's how we should be more, instead of echo chambers, and that's how things get better. Policies make things better, and a pragmatic kind of way. Sorry, I got to slow down. Pragmatic way is, I think, is the way that we should be leading the country. Personally, it's my opinion. It doesn't mean anything. It's just nothing, right? There's only a few of us here. Okay. That's fine. Golden Phoenix is fine. I'm not shitting you. I'm just telling you what I feel. Okay, so what did you say? Fang, you're on the wrong page. Oh, okay, I hit. No. You're right. I did misquote you. He's got to go to see, there's top chat and live chat, and someone was complaining. They're like, "You're deleting my comments." Well, what the YouTube algorithm? There's like AI. Must be AI behind it. It's getting smarter, because I'm being able to see the people who troll my channel. They change their names all the time, and they're doing the same thing. They're like, just whatever, people. There's nothing better to do in life, right? I deal drugs all day so I can go attack other people's channel and feel good about myself. I don't know what it is. I don't care. I enjoy that they have the comments. But the AI is making me aware of these type of people. They have to use different devices. They have to go way farther than they had to before. And you're right. Respectfully. Yes, cool, Golden. So what happened was this guy's like, "You're deleting my comments." Well, so AI is recognizing that the guy's just blasting comment. He's copying and pasting the same comment and just trolling me, right? And in my comment section, and it wasn't live. It wasn't like this live. It was, you know what I mean? I'm not checking the comments every 5 freaking minutes. Come on, right? They're down big time because there was a campaign against me. Still is, but whatever, right? So he's like, you're deleting my comment. And other people said this. It's like, no, your comments go from top, which you're you're automatically put in top comments, to like all comments, or whatever actually the name is. You have to click it and go to the other one, because your comments are so nefarious, according to the AI, that you just get put in the back. So people did, basically what AI is saying, not everyone wants to read your comments. We think that they're off-putting. Not me. It's the algorithm. I have no choice on it. It's being done, right? And so you have to click on there. If you want to have your comments be a little bit more racy and see more racy, and bots and stuff like that, they're almost automatically put in there. And you can tell a bot when you there's ways of finding out who a bot is. But AI, or I don't even know what it is, but it's the algorithm, YouTube algorithm is being able to detect them way better. It's not, I don't think they're deleting them yet, because I don't think it has the proof on it or whatever, but it's definitely flagging bots, troll bots. There's huge troll farms. Yeah, it was a good movie, eh? Yeah. What happened to that in that end of that movie? Yeah. What happened? Going the way of the Diddy. Diddy is not having a good day. Diddy is really having a bad week. I'm not going to get into that here. Tracy Slemman, censorship due to his own stupidity. Okay. IMO respectfully. Yeah, it's not censorship. It's actually it's automatic. I have no control over it. Some people get put in YouTube jail, and my jail, and this is automatic stuff. It hasn't happened as much. I looked the other day, and it was really really low on really low amount. I'm gonna close this here. Hey, sure. Let's scroll a little bit. Let's see what else here, Daryl. There we go. Cabinet minister's firm shade mailing address with named like this. This is the kind of thing is, you don't need to get elected to be a criminal. You just do it. You just wake up one day and you're like, I'm gonna be on this side of it. I'm going on that team. Can't stop it without going disgusting. So who cares? But what needs to, personally, I think, is they need to get out of the police force. If you want to go that way, you stay on one. Like, let's have two teams. It's fine. It's better that way. But having a blend in between teams, and we're about to be hitting a real fan hitting right now. Trump did his WEF speech. I was praying he would give us a couple of like red meat, just throw red meat, whether he meant it or not, but throw some red meat at us and then just give WEF a talking to. But no, he was nice to them. He was nice. I was not happy with that. But anyway, so he addressed them. He said basically oil is coming up. He's like, he did say it, but very, very nicely. The cartels, the oil is going to be an announcement. The WEF. There was a whole whack of announcements that he's put forward, but nothing concrete. It was more of a talk. I can put it up later. But today, I shouldn't. No, I'll wait a second here to put this up. There's news of the day. Okay. Yeah. $600 billion coming from Prince Mohammed bin Salman. There's $600 billion of investment in America. He redesignated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization again. He granted clemency of Terrence Sutton. It was something to do with police thing. Designation of Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization. This is just yesterday. Protects the states and the American people by closing the border to illegals. There's actually apparently there were flights that were like there was people that were going to be illegals on these flights. Their flight was canceled apparently. Emergency price relief for American families to defeat the cost of living crisis. Now let's read this one. Okay, this is just straight from the horse. Delivering emergency price relief. Today, President Trump signed a presidential memorandum to deliver emergency price relief for American families to defeat the cost of living crisis. It recognizes a critical component of the crushing cost of every day. So he's recognizing it, and it's a burden, and it's really expensive. So how is he going to do it? The action includes to drastically lower the cost of housing and expand the housing supply. Supply and demand. It's a law. The laws of supply and demand. That's the only way to knock it down. You have more houses, the housing prices go down. There are other ways. I think in Canada, one possible way is you have a second tier of a new. You almost create a new housing market for new home builders, and you have a new fund to help that. You know what I mean? Help people build new homes. People that won't want to live in that neighborhood for forever. You know what I mean? It'll be a stepping stone. So then it won't crush the housing prices everywhere. But if you build mass amounts of small homes, it'll do that the same. As larger luxury home market is almost detached from the small one bedroom condos and small like two bedroom homes of a single, a small single family. And so they're almost detached. So if you create incentive to do these small homes, the luxury market, which is like the second or third home people buy if they want to do investment in that case, are not as affected as much. You know what I mean? It will be a little bit, but not as much, right? Eliminate counterproductive requirements, raising the cost of home appliances. So that has to do with efficiencies and all that. The appliance companies have been screaming for a while about that. Create employment opportunities for American workers, including drawing discourage workers into the labor force. And that's a huge thing. See, they say, oh, employment's down. They always do this. But what they do is after like 8 months or something of someone not looking, they say that they're not, they take them out of the thing. They're like, well, they're just not looking. Yeah, they're frustrated from attacks. And see, right now on the social media, you can have a local gang right now, and it's about to be wiped out a lot. But local gangs could like ruin someone's reputation, and if especially in a small town, this happened, of course, small towns. But now the small town these criminal groups got bigger by demonizing someone. You know what I mean? They hire them at one of their shady shit companies, and then they say all this stuff, and then they spread it across online as if it's true. It's just all baloney, right? It's like when someone said, "Oh, there's gonna be protests where you go to this place." I went there; it wasn't a soul. Because it's all online bullshit and lies. And most people can't decipher what's real and what isn't online. And most people are like, especially if you're in a company, you're like, I just got an email about this individual who's doing political things. I'm just not going to hire him. It's safer that way for my company. Understandable. But these groups need to be hit back. And that's about to happen. Because they've basically eliminated a section of society and allowed. This is like lefty stuff. They've eliminated people out of the. It's eugenics, folks. It's those that point the finger are usually it should be at them, right? So when they're calling an end to Trump, it's actually them doing the eugenics. They're like, well, you're not really good enough, and we're gonna have social media pink hairs and crack dealers email crap about you, and you're not gonna be able to get a job because you're a toxic masculine man, right? Eliminate harmful coercive climate policies driving up the cost of food fuel. Ending Biden's war on affordability. The Biden administration's destructive policies inflicted a historic inflation crisis on the American people. Hardworking families are overwhelmed today by the cost of fuel, food, housing, automobiles, medical care, utilities, and insurance. He said he's going to lower taxes on everybody. He's going to lower business taxes lower than they ever were before. And they're already really low. He basically said, he's like, you can open a company somewhere else, but you're going to pay tariffs. Unprecedented regulatory oppression from the Biden administration has imposed almost $50,000 in cost on the average American household, whereas President Trump's first-term agenda reduced the regulatory costs by almost $11,000 per household. So what he said is it's 10 to 1 now. Every regulation that his administration or whatever does, they have to, whatever department, they have to eliminate 10 regulations just to put one in. If they want to do something, they got to eliminate 10 other things. So every time they've done this, it creates a big boom. The first time that I saw it was with Junior Bush. They did this like big thing. They had the scissors out and they cut the red tape. Because what happens? It happened in Rome. Everything becomes illegal. Like Victor Hansen, Davis Hansen, is the one who explained it to me because he explained on YouTube, of course. But basically, everything becomes illegal as civilizations grow and evolve. They say, okay, well, this was a problem once, so we're going to have to make a law to stop this whole thing. And so everything becomes illegal. Everything is difficult to do. It ties the nation. It weakens the nations, and then Rome falls. This is it. Americans are unable to purchase homes at historic rates, in part due to regulatory requirements that alone account for 25% of the cost of constructing a new home. So it's worse, way worse in Canada. 25%, though, of the home cost is going to regulate, to government people that aren't doing anything. They're like, approved, pay me,
Biden's assault on plentiful and reliable American energy through the impossible, unnecessary, and illegal regulatory demands have driven up the cost of transportation and manufacturing. He opened up ANWR, ANWR. It's up in Alaska. Apparently, I looked up. ANWR is like there is so much oil there. It's like dripping out of the ground. It's like Saudi Arabia on steroids. And it's on the coast of Alaska. They weren't allowed to drill there. Now he's opened it up. America is about to have light, and it's good oil up there. So I can Google it and give you guys a bit more. I should. But ANWR opening up alone will give a glut of oil to it. Now there's countries I just heard about, like the Philippines. In Asia right now, they're starving for energy. They don't have energy resources right there right now. Australia to a certain level, but not really. So all of Asia, Oceania, Asia over there are hurt. Philippines is one country. They got 114 billion people, million people in that country. Lots of little islands too. A wonderful country. But they're an oil importer. Thailand, Taiwan, of course, China. They need energy on the inside, but you know what I mean. They're buying a lot from Russia, but Vietnam, Bangladesh. There was just this one free trade group, TPCTPP, the Trade Pacific Partnership, Chile, all these countries. They're basically the Pacific countries. CPTPT. Yeah, CPTPP. I'm sorry. I have to get it to give you all the countries, but every single country on this, and I don't think Philippines was on it. Here, just give me one sec. I want to name the countries because it's very important, I think. It's important to Canada because this is the real important that we have. Like, if we have all these oil on grounds like ANWR, like on parks and stuff like that, that can be developed. CPTPP. Oh, I was right. CPTPP. It's the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Now, China tried to get in there in the last minute. Trump pulled out of it in the last minute. But that's cool. But in Canada, it's like a free trade agreement with all these countries. And each country, okay, it's a lot of countries here. Australia, Brunei, Canada, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, UK, and Vietnam. I think the UK must be new. I'm surprised that all these countries need energy. And we have an issue getting our pipelines to Tidewater. ANWR is not, like, the Americans are not in it yet, but all of those countries are basically, if you consider like the West or NATO or whatever, they're more Western countries because of this deal and because of their legal structure and stuff like that. They're not seen as an economic adversary, not real adversary, but an economic one, potential. So they're all starving for energy, maybe not, Peru even, and more. Philippines as well. So this is Philippines and America had a huge lot of ties and stuff like that, and them not being able to sell them oil and give them the energy and stuff like that is basically helping them drift away, right? It's not a good thing. I'm going to look at a couple of your comments and see here. They didn't redefine. Trudeau didn't do the. I could be wrong. I don't think they did any of these policies that were really lefty ludicrous. He toted his line and he talked like this. He did say he admired the basic dictatorship of China, but he didn't do any laws towards it. He didn't do much of the cultural stuff, apparently. I may be wrong, but like the cultural bathroom issues, Trudeau didn't do these things. He toted that line, and he was their spokesman, but the World War was down in the States and the radical lefty stuff. At least, like I said, you quote me if they're seeing any bills he put forward that made that the case, but I don't think he did. He just did these horrible lefty policies of not. I think Trudeau's biggest failure and why he's a big it's okay. First of all, the number one thing to me, but it's not to everybody. It's very small. 15% of the population cares about having our politicians not be criminals. I don't want them to be a criminal. I just don't. You can be past whatever, but I don't want criminal. Randy Boissonnault, the guy was literally lying to get money, and then strong arming like your local gang, strong arming employees of the government, and he's still emailing people. This, you know what I mean? Like, come on. I'm going to put this up here. Okay. Ford, you don't like Ford? Mike Tremblay, Ford is a progressive conservative. I don't know. Progressive conservative and conservative, they're not even the same party, first of all. So they have nothing. Pierre would be prime minister, a federal prime minister. Doesn't deal with health, doesn't deal with education, doesn't deal with a lot of things, right? Homes and stuff like that. They deal with the military and stuff like that. But Ford has a majority government right now. He looks like he's about to pull an election, and he's at a high point right now. He's getting a lot of good media and stuff like that. He's most likely to get another super majority. And how I know this, they did Styles, the NDP, did CTV yesterday. I think it was CBC or CTV, one of the two. And so did Crombie. I think they're both, you know what I mean? They're both pretty decent. But they're both fuming that he's going to pull the election because his numbers are up so high. He's probably going to get another majority, super majority. So Ford is in Canada, Ontario, whether you like it or not. There's no way he's not. He's got a mandate till 2026 as a majority. If he pulls an election right now, well, then it's 4 years from now, so 2029. So he's basically. He's going to be, unless there's like a scandal that comes out that he did something, right? And I don't even think that'll work because look at all the scandals of the Liberals. So the Liberals have, I think, back to my original point, the reason what took them down is the scandals. Randy, the Aga Khans, and then it's just the essence, all these one after another, these scandals. It's like, oh my God. And I can't believe they didn't stick. And I put that on the opposition more than on anything, because that's part of their job. The opposition needed to, and they did a decent job. I don't know why it didn't stick. They needed to do other things to make it have more effect. It didn't have enough effect to take them down, and made them call elections, but it didn't lower them enough in the polls. Pierre's been excellent at his rhetoric. He's got 47%. But the real reason, I believe, that's a bad thing. There's all these other but it didn't irk people enough. But what did irk people, I think, is this housing crisis thing. The housing crisis mixed with these liberal environment policies that have made companies that it's taken 5 years for us to see the data. Then the data of investment in Canada has gone so far down, way down. There's more companies in Canada that are investing in the States than ever before. Because just the climate around here is just like, no, I'm not going to invest in Canada. It's horrible. We got to build a pipeline. It's going to be like these regulations, and we got to hire all these social butterflies. You know what I mean? You got to hire your local cartel just to get who have all these pink hairs that buy their drugs just to get your freaking pipeline through. They're like, no, this is bullshit. Companies are not doing it. And so it's taken years of this data, one year after another, for people to wait. People are like, it's got to go. And then what I believe which was the final one, was like Guilbeault out there toting no new roads and we're all environment. And I don't think he's a very popular MP anywhere, except for those that make all of their money on green stuff. And I like green stuff. I don't see it destroying something to build something. That just makes no sense to me. You make something better, so I buy that product instead of that product. That's the only way. Like it or not, I don't believe in being in real, like these people are fascism. Fascism is like, we're going to hit you until like you know they see in the Middle East, until you do what I want you to do. I don't want you to buy gas, so you're going to pay carbon tax. This is what they're doing. It's stick. And the final straw, which like we realized the emperor had no clothes, was when they did this extra carbon tax on everybody. And then when Atlantic Canada, everyone sees this. This is like you couldn't hide it. The polls are showing Atlantic Canada is going blue for the first time, I think, in my life. I don't think that they ever went blue. Even when there was a progressive conservative party out east, they were pretty popular, but not as what they are now. You look at the map of the polls, and it's blue. So then he said, okay, well, we'll allow heating oil in the Maritimes. And everyone's like, well, what about Manitoba? Northern Manitoba uses heating oil because, you know, it's hard to do pipelines and stuff like that. And what about Northern Ontario? They use heating oil. We're like, and then that woman, MP Hutchison, goes on. This is the most beautiful clip. CTV did it. Vashi Kapelis is interviewing this MP, and she says, well, if they would have voted, and she's like, well, why only there, Atlantic? And she's, well, if they would have voted more liberal. And she's like, are you suggesting if they vote liberal, they would have got this break? And it was like, and she's like, no. She was like, she finally turned, you know what I mean? I get a lot of complaints with the left media, and I think it's because they try to give them more the benefit of the doubt than the average person would, right? But that reporter part, that shark in her, it turned on, and she couldn't turn it off in that interview. She's like, wait a second here, you just said that, you know, and that was the end of it. Inadvertently, that put the exclamation point. They're like, they only help you if you voted for them, and they only care about it if it's for the votes. And they didn't do a mea culpa. A mea culpa is you get on your knees and you say, I've seen Jesus. I've seen the light. The ways I did were wrong. They didn't do this. They're just like, well, the people are doing it. Guy Beau just said, well, Pierre did a really good job of making lies up. Yes, he did. Of course he did. He's a politician. Of course he did exasperate the everything he could and exaggerate everything he could to make them look in a different light. But you called it a tax. This is the first thing. Okay, like look at Brian. What the hell was his name? Brian is always, I call him. Whoops. He used to. Sorry, I'm just looking up something else. Okay, so he was 18th Prime Minister, 1984 to 1993. He brought in GST. He brought in the Free Trade Agreement, and the Free Trade Agreement was like, a lot of people were really much against it, but it created a large boom. And now look at us, we have the USMCA Act. But Brian Mulroney brought in the GST, okay, which was called the most modern tax of all, because it's like everyone pays it. You buy something, you pay it. Right? That's it. It's not. I think if they have to tax, and they had to, right? They had to make a new tax, like it or not, because the government is spending so much money. But what did he call it? It was like towing the line GST. Why did he call it GST? Because it's what the hell is the real name of it? Government sales tax? I don't even know. I know harmonized sales, and then HST, you know, which is basically amalgamating the province's taxes with the GST system, so it's like cheaper for them to collect it from you. Look at GST. It's not even under government. The acronym is not even AFA, another fucking acronym. Beautiful. Why was it an acronym? Because you can't put the word tax on anything. If I want to make the electorate mad at something, I say there's a tax. That's it. You know, you put tax on it. Well, wonder how Trudeau begs to be prime minister. Trudeau is not prime minister unless you're calling me Trudeau's. I don't know where this comes from. Like I've been hearing this. You call me prime minister Trudeau. Okay. You know, welcome to this is from your local drug dealer, right? Yolanda, he built nothing and takes everything. War? Blocking, bootlicking. Who should try getting it back on me? GST. Oh, goods and thank you. Goods and service tax. They never. I know. Sorry, it took a while here for me for that. And it's the Riverstone. Saxon of Riverstone. Hey, maybe he doesn't like me behind the scenes, but on here the comments from him I've watched and they're good. They're helpful. Thank you. And so the GST, they called it Prime Minister Mulroney called it the GST. Why? Because if you called it a tax, he could have never sold it, and it was hard enough to get it through. So what does these liberals people do? They're like, I'm a university-educated idiot, and I think the environment is the biggest problem of the day because I have such a large money, and I'm going to call it a tax, and everyone's going to cheer. Like, I'm going to buy some fucking drug dealer's cheese. Come on. You can't sell it. You can't. It's just like this is like something like, come on, every politician. This is something that every politician should know. Never sell something when calling it a tax. I don't care if I hate it. You know, wait. It's like let's call it a prison tax. So prisoners have to pay a tax. I don't like it. I'm not a prisoner. Never have been a prisoner. But I'm gonna have to pay it. There's gonna be a tax. I don't like it. That's exactly the way. It doesn't matter how much you're on the side of it. You're against it. It's inherent in us, right? Tax is the bad word. Fangui. No, it isn't. What did Fangui say? What is this going on with Fangui? You guys are fighting up there. Oh yeah, I remember Fangui. Fangui it's very, very trolly. When Prime Minister Trudeau built the pipeline, some people blamed him and said the pipeline is no use. He did actually. There were a lot of people. That was actually. I'm not going to name him because he's out of politics now. But the former, you guys can in the comments. The former the former finance minister, I believe, was part of that. What happened is we had the Guilbeault, Wilson-y, whatever. I don't know Wilson, but we'll just say Guilbeault because he's like the pinnacle of the environmental. They were saying we got to put these regulations, and they had a lot of say in what was happening. Well, really, Trudeau got in because he made pot legal. That was like the big thing, and people were tired of Harper being mean to the. We wanted to see interviews. We wanted to see our prime minister, and that was it. It's very simple. They wanted to see him, wanted him to do interviews, just like Trump versus Biden on the thing. We just wanted to see our guy tell us. Lie to us to our face. And then the cannabis legalized, right? It was like, yeah, this is like this feels new, right? And he mistaken that youth, because remember what happened was when you went to school, your teacher has been beating on the green things on your head for a generation, right? You must be green, you must do this, you must not drive your car, you must, you know what I mean, for this, while the teacher's making 3 months every year and going on vacation, you know what I mean? Come on. Not much. Some of them are really great, but I think that they're fighting the curve, right? The poor teachers, for a small percentage of teachers. So that's why he got in, but he mistook the prime minister office, because we all know Trudeau's just a ceremony guy. He even said that. I'm here for ceremonies, here for that stuff. He wasn't doing the policies. So they mistook that and thought, hey, because there's a lot of money behind this green push, there's a lot of big money that's going into politics, whereas the oil people at first weren't putting huge money into federal politics, worldwide politics. They weren't fighting back with money in politics. They are now. But like in places like Alberta, they were, right? Klein and all that stuff. But they didn't have an international organization for their energy systems and their companies, right? Because they didn't need it. But once this WEF groups started creating all this stuff, there was money behind them. So they had all kinds of individuals talking to the prime minister, one meeting after another meeting after another meeting after another meeting, telling him to work on the environment. So they mistook that for actual fact. And so these Guilbeault types started making these regulations that basically were not helping the country in any shape, way, or form. Blue-collar people are getting hurt and hurt and hurt. And that's what they mistook. They mistook why they got voted in. And then then the pinnacle of stupidity, then they reached it when they were like, oh, we'll finally get our people to like us. We're going to create a carbon tax. we're going to create a carbon tax. Like, that's what they did. That was their solution. Their final, yeah. I can't finish that word because of the I don't want, part Jewish, right? That was their solution to get the people back. We're going to get a carbon tax for the environment. And like, come on. They didn't understand why they got elected, and they didn't understand the electorate. The electorate does not want taxes. A very small percentage of people, and no one's convinced. But what they were doing is force speech on people, and when you force speech on people, that's not their true heart. You don't get their true heart. You just get them to spout, because most people are scared and weak, right? Because they want to keep what they have. I got nothing. I'll speak all I want. They just took it away. Took it away when I was a kid. Never going to stop. So why would I? But there's very few people like that. Most people are trying to hold everything they got, right? Hold it close, and they're like, well, I'll say what you tell me to say because I'm scared you're going to do something to me. To me, it's like, come on, please. But they won't. They won't. They hate. I don't hate God. What do you mean? Who hates God? Who hates God? Not a good thing. In the end, the government has invested in the pipeline. Okay, so back to the pipeline. This Feng Gui, who has done some horrible trolling on this channel before, by the way. This today hasn't been bad. So they their finance minister realized that these stupid policies, so they get in power, Guibault's Greenpeace people, and I'm not even totally against them. I think they just they lost their way, right? And they made these policies so the pipeline couldn't be built. 2 pipelines were going to go to the west coast because the Philippines, Chile, Malaysia, Indonesia all need China, Vietnam all need energy from us, right, or from somewhere. And these companies were seeing the money. And so what did they do? They made it so tough, and it became so bad that the company walked away. I'm not going to mention the companies and stuff, but they walked away from billions of dollars. They're like, this is not going to go through. These regulations are going to take too long, and it's just not going to be feasible for us to make money. They literally left it. They're like, you know what? What? Bye. This happened to the Ring of Fire as well. Under another liberal government, that they made it so difficult, the company just left billions of dollars. They're like, you know what, they had people out there in the forest checking out what was under the ground. They found all kinds of goodies, but it needed a road, and the road was taking so long. They're like, you know what, we're walking away from billions of dollars. This is how you get a government that is like a useless government, that ideologues, right? You're like, wait a second, when a company's walking away from billions of dollars, I think we've created a really bad policy. So I think, I gotta name him, Morneau. I think Morneau was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because he was a business insurance guy, right? His family, his money. Like, what is wrong with you? So he, I think, I don't have the proof on this, made them buy it. They're like, because if this goes down, the government does. As soon as I seen, I was watching policy, I'm like, that's it. The government's done. The company has voted, we're leaving the country, and we're leaving billions behind. It's safer that way for us than going through this hell. And Morneau, I think, saved the Liberal Party at that point. I think it was his decision, and they bought it. And they bought it for way too much. The company was like, oh, yeah? You're going to buy it from us, eh? So they ripped off the government. Of course, the government bought it and got ripped off, but they had to. Politically, the Liberals had to, or they would have never been elected again. Companies walking away, and like it was like tens of billions now because of inflation, right? So walking away from billions of dollars because of the new regulations you did is just that's all National Post would have to do is that line. Company walks away from billions, new regulations to blame. They could have done that every day, and that they never would have let. There's no way they would have been unelectable, right? No matter what we think, I want to have green waters, clean waters. I really do. I think there's only one way out of it, and that's technology and scientists, the evil, dark scientists, and hydro. We know hydro. I think hydro is what we should be doing because it's highly available. In Niagara Falls here, we have a lot of power we get from hydro. And we have a lot of rivers up there that, like, there's no humans or anything. So it'll, we could dam it up and stuff like that. So there's no cities and stuff that'll be, horrible trees will get drowned. But we can get a lot of power that way. The problem with the hydro is it's because the costs are so high most of the time. They're so high. It's such a large project, and it's a long time to getting the money back. A lot of companies are like, well, I don't really want to invest. It's 20 years to get my money back, and it's a big cost up front. If the government changes regulations or something happens along the way, it's shady. So the government really has to be involved with most hydro projects. Not all, but most, unless they're really beautiful, unless it's like perfect. So that's what I think. I think we should be pushing, especially Ontario. We need, and the reason I say this is that we need to at least triple our energy supply for AI that's coming online. Triple. AI uses way more power, right? And it'll come down, but we need it. And it's not just AI; it's the robots that we're going to be built to help Grandma. Okay, what does this say? It's unbelievable what the straight into your coalition plus. Oh, you blocked them. It's fun, Mike. It's fun. Fangwei, you mean lower the middle class into poverty? Sounds more real, yeah. Trump is saying he was going to build the homes. Welcome, 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 welcome. One lithium pits. Oh, Yolanda, this lithium actually, Chile has lithium. There's like a dry plain, and there's these huge pools, and it's highly environmentalist. That's cool, but what needs to be done? I think what needs to be done is we need to do it in Canada. Charge these other, give them time, but charge them an environmental tax when it's done outside of our country, because when it's done lithium mining in our country, we do it a hell of a lot cleaner. We have more regulations and stuff like that. Yeah, the horse ride. So more regulations and stuff like that. So it's basically, it's cleaner, it's better, and we benefit as a populace, first by jobs and then by the income that the government gets off of, like, scabbing off of the company's income, which is fantastical. But that's what I think should be pushed forward more. And there are a couple lithium mines that are coming online in Canada, but it's just happened. There's like a something I read. It was a report, and it's 20 years to open a mine in Canada because these regulations. We just need to, like, I think there's a critical mineral plan, 51 or 57 critical minerals in this plan. What needs to be put in that plan? I don't think the Liberals will do it. I don't know. I don't think so. It'll have to be conservative. But in that plan, it has to be automatic approval for certain mines. They're automatically approved, and we're going to make sure that as you're going, you're doing the best for the environment. As you're building, we're going to be watching your plans. We're going to listen to, instead of this pre-approval 20 years, which is ridiculous, because we are already losing. And if China turns off the tap, which they own most of the critical minerals and rare earth metals and stuff like that. If they turn it off, say if they invade Taiwan and we have a economic, well, I don't see a kinetic war with them at all. But if we could have an economic spat with them, say another thing comes out of, it doesn't come out of the wet market, it comes out of another lab, and the world gets shut down, and they use that to shut it off. We're in trouble. We can't build anything of the new products. All these new products need these rare earths. They need all these stuff. So I think it's just like stop the regulation on it, let them do it, and we're going to make sick the green people on what you're doing. You know what I mean? Have them a part of the build, right? That's the way I see it. Absolute protection of our waters, land, and animals. Who let the dogs out? Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. We have to. We should have this stuff, but we can't have the answer to saving our air thing that have 20 years for approval. You can't have. That's not the answer. The answer is saving our water, oil, and gas, but it doesn't need to take 20 years. It's basic. See, there's this idea that the West is the only way. We're not the only way. There's BRICS countries, and they're not going to follow our stupidity. The world isn't following our stupidity anymore, and they're going to win. Where they're basically like, oh yeah, look at these idiots. They can't build a mine. We'll just do it the dirty old way. We don't care. As disgusting as they want. They're dictatorships or autocrats and stuff like that. They don't have a populace that even has a voice. So what the hell? It's not like It's not like if we make Canada the cleanest country. If we have zero emissions and we never spout out a fart, not one Canadian farts in Canada. If that were to happen, it matters not, because the country right across the Pacific is building what, two or three coal plants a day, super coal plants, bigger than ones we even had in Canada ever, a day. So it's like, this makes no sense. The only way out of it is we have a technological advantage over them, which is cleaner. That's my thinking. And we outcompete them with robots and stuff like that, and cleaner systems, more efficiency. Part of it is being more efficient. So like there was furnaces. And in my time, and like, so they were talking 20 years ago, people were putting in 60% efficiency furnaces. Now that was extreme case, but they were still installing them 20 years ago, 10 years ago. Now you're at 80, 90% is like, that's standard. And that's 30% waste that is cleaned up the environment, but also that person pays less for gas because they're using less. And wasting 30% less. That's huge. 30, 25% less waste. So a part of it is about being more efficient, being the efficiencies. It's not always about just doing it a different way and shutting things down. I didn't receive carbon rebate bribes. Oh yeah, this is the beautiful thing. Cookie? You didn't receive any. Okay, the carbon rebates came apparently, and they made zero effect. The Liberals were like, well, they're coming. The bribes are coming. Exactly how he calls them. He's like, yeah, they're coming. And they came, apparently, and no one cared. It didn't help. Everyone's like, yeah, whatever. We don't care. We don't like it. Why? It's called a tax. Tax. You can't call it that. Saint Fu says, no who. Call it that if you want to help destroy someone, right? It's, like my family. Nobody implemented the GST tax break. Yeah, I bet you that wouldn't have. They probably said they did, but like, come on. Edmund Tunda. If we try to strong arm the states, all they have to do is shut. No, that this trade war stuff is negotiations to USMC, and Trump said, "Hey, listen, Canada and the United States are almost so amalgamated." What he's using, we're so tight. And the world knows this, right? Australians know Canada is almost the United States. Germans and Frenchmen know, from France, they know Canada and the United States are the greatest partnership of all partnerships in the world. We have the longest undefended border, right? And now it's hopefully going to be at least monitored, right? We need to monitor it. But we have it. And we're not putting up our people at the border because we're fearful of the United States. No, we're putting up people on the border to protect both of our nations in unison. This is the greatest partnership of any two countries in the world. And you know what? We're like the biggest, okay? So Trump's not an idiot, okay? And maybe he is, but his people around him aren't. If you want to go there, if there's anyone that actually likes the left on this, right? If there's anyone who's left who likes the left, if he plays tough with us, they're going to look at that and go like, he was just really hard on Canada. And Canada, when he told us to jump, we said, how high, sir? How high? And that's what Trudeau did. He bent the knee, and then he came back and he quit because he's so left. That basically was all because of Trump and the tariffs. That's what he did. He says, we're going to do all these things because you said so. America, this is the greatest partnership. And, of course, we're the junior partner. So France, Germany, and Australia, these are all the close tied nations to us. How about the other ones like, PRC or, the iffy nations with us? And I can't think of too many right now, but the BRICS nations right now are kind of, they're waffling on us. What do they think? They think if they're doing that to their brothers and their friends, what are they going to do to us? They're brutal. That's what he's doing. This is like, I do not want to see. You know what I mean? You have to fight back for tariffs, and you have to do something. Most likely, that there's going to be something, you know what I mean? Because I'm a Canadian first. I'm not a Trumpian first, right? I'm a Canadian. So at first is I'm Canadian, and so there has to be a tit for tat. But him being harsh on us is sending the signal, and Mexico as well. Mexico's doing a lot of bad things, and we are not doing a lot of great things to America either, according to some people in the administration. We're not, the immigration, a lot of the wealthy immigrants are coming. They fly into Canada and then they cross the border into the States. That's what happens. Most of them don't come to us. Let's tag, man. Most of those, they don't come. So the wealthy immigrants that are sneaking into the country, that's how they do. They just cross the border. They cross the border in a rent-a-car. It's not, and it's known. It's like and that needs to be addressed. And it has already started to be addressed. And that's what he's saying. He says, okay, you've done some pretty good things, but that's another thing that needs to be done. Mexico is like that. Those flight people are coming in, and the rental car people. Yeah. But then there's also the millions that are just like, they don't even own cars. They're walking through. It's a, real. And of course, the human smuggling part of it and the evil empire part of it is just needs to end. So when he does that to us, this is signal one. We're in day 3 now, right? Day 3 of the Trump campaign, and Canada has been jumping and dancing, and you watch any Canadian political pundit right now. They're scared. They're like, oh my God, $500 billion, $500 billion, saying all these things like that, right? What will he do to someone who isn't as friendly as the biggest and the baddest partnership in the world history of two countries, of nationalist history? That's what he's doing. That's the signal. Mexico is also has very, very close and great ties with, but being a Canadian, I'm very biased. But they also have a very good partnership with even though there's a lot of bad rhetoric, but that's political rhetoric. It's just to get elected rhetoric. Remember, there's 2 parts of a politician. The first part is getting elected, and that's mostly all lies and bullshit and culture war stuff that actually means nothing, but gets people energizes people, right? That's the fun part. That's the part that I like to comment on, as long as it doesn't get too harsh. And then there's the real part, which is the policies and the bills and the borders and the committees that most people can't handle watching because they say, because they're talking about regulations. And then they start talking in monotone because they're trying to be clear and concise. So they get rid of the rhetorical speaking and Mr. Speaker. All that stuff goes away. And it become monotone speech, and people just drown out. Now they're coming in closer because after governments around the world told you to stay home like a grounded child, people are paying attention to the monotone speech more, which is a good thing. That's what I believe. I believe it's rhetorical for that, but I think what he's saying is what's happening is he's doing the deals, and maybe there are some things that we have to clean up that are for America. He's an American first. He's not a Canadian. He's not here to help our country. Where a lot of politicians over the last 60 years, especially in America and Canada, we're the same, except it's not with Americans, with other nations. They just do a deal to help themselves and help the thing, and they're, it doesn't matter. It's only a small thing that we're helping that nation. We got to help these other nations, and they've done this year after year, politician after politician after politician, and it's eroded our lead. It's eroded the American lead, and I mean America as North America, central to North America, from Mexico to Canada. It's eroded that we are not crushing it. And I'm telling you guys, go look at the pictures of these Chinese. I know this guy's they're empty cities. Yeah, they have empty cities. They built cities to nowhere, but they're populated cities. In the last 30 years, they're modern. They very modern. It's actually too many lights for my thinking. It's like a awful utopia. But I'm more into the stone, and then the light on the stone, light you can't see coming from somewhere. But it's beautiful things. They built these modern cities. We can't even build a building. It takes 7 years in Vancouver right now to build to get a permit to build a 4-story condo in downtown Toronto. Man, what? The building is a warehouse there right now, and it's only got Your local crack dealer going in there to go feed the people that are in there. That's all. Why are we saving this? No warehouse is going to go there again. Yeah, Trump spoke to. Oh, that's a bit loud. I've been yelling. Sorry, I've been redlining, eh? Alrighty then. Biden's assault on plentiful and reliable American energy through impossible, unnecessary, and illegal regulatory demands have driven up the cost of transportation and manufacturing. Biden's war on energy has been a war. I wish it. Don't be the Jacobins, please. I'm saying this if there's anyone from the administration who's writing this stuff. Jacobins, Robespierre, when they won the French Revolution, they wouldn't stop attacking everybody. And they didn't realize they won. And they were going after anyone who was slightly aristocratic of a leader of the old ways and hanging and all these things. And to the point, it ended up taking off themselves because they didn't stop. Like the leader of the Jacobins, Robespierre, ended up being assassinated. Well, not assassinated. Well, I guess whatever. They ended up, finishing the guy. It's like, what? First of all, it's Antoinette for let them eat cake. And then it's the person who got Antoinette on it. That is a lesson in history. Once you win, pull a Buddha, I don't really know everything about Buddhists. Pull a Jesus, and give peace. You won, and he won resoundingly. You don't. His voice he can whisper it, and it's pounding, loud, resounding voice because he had all 7 swing states, which are actually the states that matter. Almost every other state. I'm not saying this, but it doesn't really matter because the 7 swing states have decided that every election since time memorial. So all 7 of these they stumped for Trump. So it's like you don't need to trash Biden anymore. We know, we get it. The left is done. I'm just saying, and especially picking on one individual person is a focal point because especially that he's out of politics. He's moved to California. You have to find the enemy, not the last enemy. There's going to be a new one who's attacking. I know that the Trump administration and everyone in the Trump administration should still be very angry about all these legal attacks and the smear jobs by the media and of this and of that. I get it. I bet you they're just so they're brimming with brimstone, and fire and brimstone on their enemies, and they're empowered. But you need to find the one that's talking now against you, not the one that was talking yesterday that's given up and said thank you and have a good day. That's my opinion. This is just my opinion. If you want to keep your high support up, I think support will go down if you continue to pull the Jacobin. That's an opinion thing. Doesn't matter. That's a really low one, and it's not a big deal. They have to have an enemy. A politician has to have an enemy. I just think it's time to call it not Biden, call it the left, because Biden's gone. You know what I mean? You need to find someone who's still there. Okay, so that's my advice. I'm saying. Biden's war on energy has been a war on America's consumers. American households are paying an average of $1,200 per year in energy costs under Biden's policies. Since he took office, total energy costs rose by 36% in price of cheese, gasoline, 41% of home energy rose 30%. Electricity bills rose 29%. Gas bills rose 30%, 34%. Anwar, opening up Anwar is going to be a big thing. I'm gonna talk about it for a second. Okay. How much oil is estimated in Anwar? Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. It's huge. Like it's bigger than most countries. Okay. Anwar's coastal plain, a 1.57 million acre area in the northern part of the refuge of a thing, has 7.7 billion barrels of oil, technically recoverable on federal lands. 7.7 billion barrels of oil. Saudi Arabia has the world's most. A small number of fields. We got lots of oil. Holy moly. Okay, so countries that have the most oil in the world. Venezuela, 18.2%. Venezuela is, okay, I'm going to talk about that later. Saudi Arabia, 16.2%. Canada with 10%, number 3. We have 10% of the world's oil. Iran at about 9%, so they're a very small country and they have about as much oil as us. Well, I have 8.7. Kuwait was 6.7%. United Arab Emirates with 5.9%. Russia with 4.8%. Libya with 2.9%. Nigeria with 2.2%. United States with 2.1%. Now that's going to go. That's going to be probably about 6% when Trump's done with it, because a lot of development hasn't been researched. And there's new things coming online. There's a place called the Bakken oil field, and the Bakken oil field 20 years ago wasn't even known. This guy had a ranch, and he found oil. This is kind of what happened. He found oil in his ranch. That's how it started. Like, it was a really, really cool one. And they found that there's this oil in this at a certain layer. It's down at a certain level. It's not very wide, but it's huge. It spans from Manitoba. Sorry, not Manitoba. Yeah, Manitoba. Saskatchewan. I think it maybe just hits Alberta, but then it goes to Montana and down in the south. And Montana apparently has huge reserves of it now. And so it's just like the Bakken oil field. It wasn't even known 20 years ago. But because we're like looking for oil and all these things, before we were looking for these deep things, this is a narrow, and it's huge. It's just huge. And so I think that we're going to find more oil here because we're looking harder. But America having only 2.2% of the oil, but this ANWR is going to be 7.7 billion to the 300 billion that's in or 250 billion, which is probably way overestimated. And Saudi Arabia, it's pretty high. So, but most likely what will happen with ANWR is it's good light tide oil. It'll be pumped out. It'll be 5 years. It'll help 5-10 years. It'll help boost American production, and then they can wind down and they can do their beautiful cleanup. Unlawful regulatory mandate on companies to eliminate gas-powered vehicles has resulted in artificial price increases in order to subsidize electric vehicles, largely disfavored by consumers. You know why it's thing. The luxury part, Tesla makes beautiful luxury cars. They're having trouble getting price point down because of the technologies that aren't here, and then production cost, oil cost, energy cost, all these 36% rise in all these costs. That's I think is it. Our manufacturing, aluminum and steel is going to be a big boom. Let's see what Randy Boissonnault. Oops. All right. Golden Phoenix. I don't see anyone emerging, to be honest, and it makes me nervous. What do you mean, anyone emerging? Bayless. Bayless as the Liberals. Honestly, right now, I think Frank Bayless. He's from Montreal, so he's got like the French connection. I didn't know he's French. He hasn't been getting enough media attention, I think. But he is the Liberals. I thought Carney at first because of his resume and stuff, but he's been coming out. He hasn't broken from these horrible policies that no one likes, that no one will even go near him, like voting wise, right? You're getting elected, he'll never get elected, because he's just basically not saying the things that people want to hear. People don't care about the environment right now. If you want to get elected, you don't speak about the environment. And he's speaking about the environment. Speaking about saving the environment. And it's like, hey, these are bad words right now. Next year they won't be a bad word, but you used it on our election. Don't. And remember Trudeau, they had that poor young girl they traunched out there, and the WEF used her to beat us with the environmental stick on that election. This election, no one's having it. We're like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear I want to hear your energy policy. You may have them, but I don't want to hear it. No one wants to hear it. and they haven't got it. They just don't get. They haven't got the fucking phone call that it's over. And and actually what it's done is it's angered toxic masculinity and femininity people. It's angers them. And they're in the room, and before they'd keep their mouth piped because they're like, well, I'm toxic. I don't want to offend the other. People are tired of being silenced, and it's done. People are like in the room with all these other people who may agree with environmental policies, and the loudest person in the room who's yelling at the environmentalist. Which, if you really want your environmental cause, you have to help it, you know? It's my opinion. I know nothing. Politics are like a wavelength. Highs and lows. Try not to look at an overall big picture, but I really like the words they use in Parliament and bills. That's right. I agree. I totally can agree with that. It is. It's like up and down. And right now, it's time. The environmentalists used it in the last election. They beat us. Remember how there was that WEF thing going on, or the environmental globalist meeting in New York in the last election? That's why I called the election at that time, because it was opportunity. He had the international backers in it, and no one was fighting back. There was no, well, there were a few select, very few that were fighting against that, but their voice was not being heard. They were getting canceled, getting shut down. They were getting canceled and then pushed to the corners of these new things. Like now Rumble. Look at Rumble was just new. There was like 3 people on it before. Now there's actually, you go on Rumble and there's people. It's like, oh, look at this. I like YouTube too, and YouTube as well is not hitting the people. I love the environment, but I'm also over the environment. We need to make practical decisions to make comes. Yeah, I think it's time to be pragmatic leadership. I don't want to have someone who's a green priest telling me about my morals. I'm sorry. I don't need you, Randy Boissonnault, telling me what my morals should be and what I should and shouldn't say. The guy, fraud. He literally, and he strong arms the government. This is Randy calling. Where's my money? That's what he did. And he's still in government. He's still tweeting people. Strong armed people. And this is one of the guys that had. What do you think his people? What do you think people below that or that are behind the scenes were doing? People aren't getting jobs. People are getting ostracized from these horrible leftist lunatics. I'm sorry. That's what you call me, a lunatic as well. Of course. Come on. I'm doing a YouTube channel, and you know what I mean, after getting demonetized and fighting back twice and getting back twice. You know, of course I'm a lunatic. And not really. I don't believe this in any shape, way, or form. But you got to have a hard head. You know, you got to have to enjoy the fight to be able to even be in the politics. Now I think they've washed it back. You can't have a government using, and remember, they used contractors. Remember, they had this fact-checked, and the government is hiring contractors. It wasn't just Canadian. It was American companies who, because of the social media climate, there's no borders a lot of times. So I was getting attacks from, like, what is this group? They're American. I'm talking Canadian. And I specifically tried to not talk about American politics. And, well, why am I getting hit by American fact-check companies? And it's just like small, minor details, and in the comments and stuff like that, and then doing horrible videos against me. It's like I should be only fighting that, but the borders were brought down because there was an active thing against anyone on social media. That's awful. And now Trump just made an executive order. He's just like, no, you can't go after your own people for speaking, you know? Like, you have the right to be a prick in this country. You can't incite violence against another group. And this is what's happening. This is what really ticks me off about these damn protests. They're inciting violence against Jewish people on the streets. And what do we got our police doing? What the are they? They're just standing there listening to it. That's against the law. You're inciting violence against it. If I had a Jewish kapar or something on my head, or I was a Knizet or something, worked for Parliament in the Jewish Parliament, I would walk down that street without security. Literally, I would be in fear. Even if I thought, they're probably not going to do anything, I still would have that. That is a law in our country. You can't incite violence upon another person. That is a charge. And they've done nothing. So what happened? It was because, and the police are following the political masters, I believe. I think we need to get rid of that attitude. There's laws that the government people make. They say it's separation. My ass is separation. Why we don't know the 11? Why is CSIS head, one of Trudeau's freaking One of the people that worked in his office is now a head of C. What the fuck? The guy who they were investigating for conspiracy to work with another country, China, who said he admires them, who has his babysitter investigate it, who has billions or millions of dollars invested in it. Both of his daughters are like companies and went to school in China, is investigating the China. And what did he say? It's the media. It's just like Guibo said. Pierre is a liar. Yeah, he's a politician. He exaggerates, right? And sometimes he exaggerates things he doesn't know the truth about. But that's election. It's and like Riverstone said, it's a matter of politics. I'm on a rant. All right, people. I'm going to put. We're going to see here. I really want to find Randy Boissonnault. I really want to hit this guy with politically, not physically at all. I want to see this. The other Randy post where he was message. It's gone. I think maybe because I don't know why, to be honest. But 10 hours. Okay, I'm at 10 hours ago. So it was at least 24 hours ago. All of these ones, I just get the replies. But someone was like, oh, he's pretty good. I don't mind Nahid Nenshi. He's a lefty that doesn't spout out too much of that stuff. Okay, so 16 hours ago. No, I don't care. Don't care. Threats and threats. So this is how they're working the threat. I don't care. You threats. You got nothing to lose. Lost everything already. Thank you kindly and have a good day. I'm coming for you now, you cheese eating motherfuckers. Crack dealing fucking goddamn motherfuckers. MS-13 and Tren. I hope you have a very good day. And I hope you think getting rid of your tattoo is going to make it okay. It's done. You're gone. And anyone who worked with them, I invite it. Haha, fuck you. Stephen Guivo, Minister of Parody account. Which Randy is this? I can't get the damn tweet. I hope I can find it, but I'm like 18 hours. There was like hundreds of them, right? They I love it. It was so funny, but no, I'm not going to get it. I apologize. I'm going to scroll for like till my finger gets tired. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. More bubbles, Randy? Cocaine Randy. Yeah, Cocaine Randy. This is it. We got fucking goddamn cocaine dealers running our country. What the fuck? Hey, nothing wrong with that. Go on the other side of the law. Don't try to make the laws. Get these people out. It's the most disgustingest thing I ever seen, and we've seen it in our time. We had, it's been an evolution. It's been an evolution since like the 60s. We have the left push further and further. Oh, until New York Times said yesterday. This is a New York Times. Okay, so we had the left push the limit so far to they literally had the dealers in government. They pushed their own people to be the drug dealers of their people. I'm not going to specifically name any of them, but we know who some of them are. These people are the ones that are running the country. You've pushed the line so far. So in BC that they have the government handing out little baggies and it has the name of the drug in block letter. What the hell? This is not eugenetic country, and I want to have anything to do with it. And those that call people an N, they are the ones that are it. As eugenics, they're wiping out people. They're saying you're not relevant. We won't give you a proper education. We won't give you a proper way out, but we sure as shit will give you the drugs to make sure that you're a timeout for the rest of your life. That is what we have in power. We've put these type of people in power instead of the tough love cops with a crew cut who are like, you're a problem. Right to their eyeballs, you're a problem, and we're going to help you. You don't like it? Talk to the hand or whatever. Talk to the steel bar. I believe that the only way is you don't give someone a place, a drug den to do drugs, unless you're a drug dealer. Okay? Those people, all the power to you. And then you have cops and robbers, and they do their fight. That's a great thing. They do their fight, and most average people are unaware of it and don't even give a crap. But when we have these people that are drug dealers go into office, what did they do? They did probably what they were doing and making money off of in their private life. This is my opinion. They're like, hey, why don't we make drug debts paid for by the government? That's a good idea. And they did it. And they actually, and the people are not screaming at them. This is the problem. People are not screaming at them. Like, what the is wrong with you? Make believe Indonesia's Randy has a short memory. Oh, maybe me. They're Colombian party power. Yeah, that's it. We support our leader MP, Colombian party power. Disgusting. Disgusts me to no avail. Oops. I don't think I can put that on. Oh, okay. It's not on. So they decided we're going to have all of these drug dens and we're going to make money off of it. We're going to eliminate people. And they didn't have any other policy. There's still no beds to get into rehab. They didn't build any more beds, but they put a lot of money. And then there was an interview Pierre did the other day on CHEK. Thank God he's finally doing interviews again. And it's like, well, the guy who's trying to be, you know what I mean, though, I think he was trying to be the devil's advocate a bit. He's like, well, there's been no overdoses at these places. It's like, yeah, so there's no overdoses. That's what the government is here for, to hand people drugs and make sure they don't overdose. No, that's not an illegal drug that's dangerous, and they're not overdosing. You're making an illegal drug safer. Is that crime prevention? No. That's crime or harm prevention, right? There's less harms on the people. But if you're addled on drugs so much that you don't have a place to do it in, you shouldn't be doing it. You shouldn't be doing it. I'm not saying anyone should do any illegal hard drugs. But if you've come to the point where I'm not have a safe place to do drugs and a safe community to do them, man, what the fuck are you doing? And we have a government that's gonna like, hey, we're gonna. And of course, they you know, everyone knows when the government rents everyone who owns a plaza and the government is about to rent, they're like, oh yeah. First of all, they're the best to have as a client, even when they have like a revolving horrible door, because they can charge the government people more, because the people that work for the government usually don't give a crap about the money, right? Unless they're conservative and that's their reason for in power. And second of all, they can raise the rates. There's less complaints. And third, they usually do a very good renovation and they maintain your property very well. So, government is going to rent my shithole property? They're going to help fix it. This is like, and we're going to have a literal drug den, who maybe that plaza had a drug den in it, you know, in the back of the basement. Like, and then on top of it, we got environmental policies. Don't build anything nowhere bills. Like Danielle Smith said. I love that one. Don't build anything anywhere bill. That's my favorite one she did. Yeah, you had to drop out. Sick people are easier to control. Yeah, that's right. Well, the thing is I don't want what I think the way to control people. And that's okay. If you are in a leadership position, control is a part of what they do, whether you like it or not. That we can't escape this paradigm. Okay, we can't. We have to have leaders because there's people behind the leaders that want it. So there's nothing we can do. So yeah, you create. I believe the best way is you create a business climate that entrepreneurs and create entrepreneur type people who are not, you know what I mean? They're not illegal types. Mostly love the country, right? So you know what I mean? That's one thing that hasn't been happening. It's like anybody who has money come on in our country and screw our people. And it's not been working. They've been doing. And on a macro scale, if you look at it individually, but on a massive scale, if you look at it at like from all three levels of government, which a lot of people, they can't pull back to see the three levels of government to see how bad it is. They've been doing this at three levels, you know, town upon town. But to control people, I think the best way is, like, I've been to boom towns, And boom towns usually have very low crime rate unless you consider the drug rate. Especially construction workers, a lot of times they work hard, they break their finger, and then they go back to work. Well, a lot of times they do drugs to do that. You know what I mean? When they go home, the finger doesn't hurt when you break your fist on someone's fucking Randy's face. No one's face. That's an illegal thing. But you break your fist smashing that. When you're working with the drill and you smash it your finger, okay? And then it doesn't hurt. You work all day, it's fine. When you go home, there's pain. So these people a lot of times, and I'm trying to give them an out. Cannabis is legal, so there's really no excuse. But a lot of times, in a boom town, you have a bit of a drug problem, a bit more of a drug problem. There's a lot of individuals making more money, and the drug problem goes up. That's what I've seen. But every other crime goes down. Every single other metric is lower. There's like less people fighting. Okay, drug when people are on hard drugs and stuff like that. Sometimes, but overall, that goes down. Theft goes down. Usually homelessness, of course, goes down. And so the police can focus on a narrow band of people, because they say that there's a very small percentage of people that continually want to do crime. And, that's where they make their money. They're professionals, right? Professionals. And the police usually can't catch these people because they're professionals. They catch the schmucks. The schmucks who don't know what they're doing, and they're just doing it just for they can only see 5 hours ahead of them. They don't have the long view. Those people are being, well, what happens in a boomtown? Those lower crime people stop doing it because they got a job. They got a life to focus on. They have dreams. They have aspirations. They're learning things at work. They have potential to things, and their bosses and their foremen are keeping them in line. Not heavy-handed, but they're like, hey man, you're late from work. By showing up on time, by doing these things, people start following the laws more. And once you follow one law, which is the law of showing up to work and actually working and not playing tricks on the guy beside you, once these things stop, that person was less likely to be okay with the crime outside. And it's a proven psychological fact. I've seen it. Every time you go, and no boom towns. Crime goes down. Drugs sometimes upticks. The bars usually uptick. And another part of the reason is a lot of times when you get a boom town, you get single individuals who have a family back home, right? And so they let loose a little bit more. But crime overall is down on the street. That stuff, the murder rates go, every other metric of thing goes down. So my opinion is, if you want to be a good leader, all you have to do is you use the foremen and business owners, whatever you want to call them, your bosses, the bosses and business owners, to control the people into keeping them compliant with the laws of the land. Nothing beyond that. Not what the left has done is they thought, hey, we're going to use the government to hire these contractors to shut down ass wipes like me from pissing people off. And that is now a crime. And we're just going to shut them down. We're going to do that. And then we'll stop them from working. So they have nowhere to work. And we'll give them no voice. And we'll put them in a corner somewhere. Well, you take away someone's income. You take away someone's honor. You take away someone's respect of work. Especially men. This is studies. Women are becoming higher on this as become more equality. Their job is how they consider themselves. It's how they get their own self-respect. Is their work. So you lose someone's self-respect. You lose their money. You lose things. You've now created a low-level criminal. But that low-level criminal may not be an idiot. He's not a stupid person. They've just been ostracized by your countrymen, by your own countrymen. And the government has helped it. And there's criminals that have done it for time immemorial. That's my expression of the day. So they've decided that that's how we're going to control people. And it didn't work. January 6th, look at who was there. Was it 99% male? They were like, oh yeah? And if you really want to have chaos, just oppress the male society. That's all you got to do. Take away their job, take away their self-respect, and they will burn the place down. And it's proven. Like Jacobin much. Anyway, the left is just very, 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 very mistaken on how to lead. I think what they had is they had some ideas. They were sitting there with a pipe. I got an idea. And we got the Brillo. Fucking crack dealers literally coming up with ideas on how, hey, we'll just hit them. Well, hit them down. Well, hit them down. Well, no, that doesn't work. Not en masse. Not when the person hasn't put themselves there. If you've put yourself into a sickness of mind sickness under your own actions, yeah, you become weaker. But if other people have done it to you, that person is just kept down artificially. They're not really down. It's just lies and bullshit. And um, no one but a gang leader believes that reputation matters. You know what they say is what they happen in inner cities. Most of the murders, it's about reputation. Reputation. I don't give a fuck about my reputation. And most of no other construction workers. It's my job. My job is what gives me my reputation. I don't care about what this and that. And then when you got companies that are being lifted by our awful government that are just they should never have been lifted anyway because they're drug dealers and they're not getting hit by the government because they're tied with it. What do we have? We have a horrible society where the better people of society are pressed down for the people that are willing to screw over their neighbor. The left has so far lost, and this is all theory. This means actually really nothing. It's theory. It's all in the air. And in Golden Phoenix, small towns in the north are being bled. The drugs and homelessness in a small town problem. It's awful. It's awful. There's like literally, there's not even here. I went down to like Hamilton. There's small towns around Hamilton area, and there's homeless camps. And this is your local government not fixing the problem. That's it. That's all it is. And it's not just the left. It's people that are right-leaning that have also agreed. They've been pushed and bullied into thinking, yeah, there was this guy. He said it in the one thing. He literally said this. He was Commissioner Toronto. He says, homelessness is a thing. Get over it, people. It is going to be thing forward. And to me, as a right-leaning person, is like, no, that's not an answer. The answer is homelessness is a problem, and I will work till my knuckles are bleeding dry to stop it. That's the answer I want to hear. Not, it's just a thing, and going forward, it's going to be that way. So get over yourselves. That's what we have in government? You're going to be, I don't know how they got voted in. The only reason they got voted in is because they suppressed the other. X is really helped. Elon Musk has really helped. If you go on Musk, they're like, oh, it's so toxic. What it is people are angry, and they've been suppressed. And now I'm seeing their tweets, and it's sometimes hard for me. Maybe it's because we've lost community, talking to our neighbors. We don't do no, that's right. And and the part of it is the social media. And it's not the social media, but the social media interactions. You're more likely to interact over anger. They found that one emotion was the easiest one to initiate on someone is anger. It's easy. Love is hard. Think about it. How long did it take for you to find the girl that you liked in college? You know, was it you saw her and it was like that beautiful song? I saw her. Very few people say that. It takes time. But the person who I didn't like, they can say one sentence really loud at a very bad time, and I don't like them. So it's easy to initiate that. But as social media grows and expands, the other emotions that are harder to do, that take, which I call is like a paintbrush. That's how you get love. It's like paintbrush by paintbrush, and every brush can't be like that. They always have to be, and over time, it builds a beautiful picture. That is the difference. But for me to destroy a painting, that's all I got to do. One thing. Social media was the problem, is going to be the solution. That's my opinion. Sounds like nothing and be happy kind of talk. No, I don't think so. Small towns and I don't know. That's WEFy stuff. And nothing. Ooh, I think that was a troll. But there are some things. No. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying. You're saying it's just no. There's not one emotion. There's multiple emotions, and the only thing the social media was the computer algorithm wasn't very bright. Remember, it was just new. It was just birth of it. It was only able to create people online because of the things they hated. It was all it could do. It wasn't anyone's fault. There's no one to blame. It's just that's all the capabilities it had, and it works. We all know it works. See, anger and frustration and these things get people animated. And I don't want to see that eliminated. I'm not saying I want that eliminated. What I want to see is the other things which are coming in. They're coming in naturally. I'm seeing it. Like I said, it's paint brushstrokes. It takes time. The algorithm is getting smarter. It's putting things in front of your eyes that you like all the time. Something. It's not only one emotion. So the growth of through AI and social media is about to give all these other things. This is my point. No. Okay, I'm cool. I'm cool. And I'm not mad with you. Listen, if you don't know me, right? We're not friends. We're online communers. I will attack someone at the same sentence as I would like bend down and shake their hand to tie their shoe, right? Shake their hand and tie their shoe. I'm like not to do anything, but you know what I mean. That's just me. I believe in hard debate, and I'm a harsh person, so don't ever think my emotions go past with the sentences. I just don't believe that. Like you sentence, I give someone a blur, but that's something you know what I mean. Understand? I don't believe. I'm a harsh talker. I'm just very overly passionate, which retractions are required sometimes. Um, and yeah, of course, I'm speech. All right. Yeah, so that's my point. And that's why I want, like I said, when I'm like I want to call it sheltered. I was sheltered from the culture war at first, and I was like, you know what? First of all, I'm going to destroy this idea of what a safe space is because I thought it was awful. Um, this was what they were doing. I believe a safe space is a place where you got guys at the corners, the four corners that would meet, making sure that the laws of the land are followed. I don't want to see race. You'll see me freak out. You start doing racist, I freak out. Why? I don't want to. That's against. First of all, it's against the law. Second of all, I don't agree with it. Not in my country, not in my little tiny corner of the world. My little faith space. um, Picking on someone because the Bible said this on a person that has been voted on, and I don't care what your religion says. The law of the land is above the religion. We've separated religion from state, and I believe that's what we have to do on anything that's an open forum. If you have a group that says religion, if this was called Christ Cafe, it's actually a pretty good name. Yeah, that debate of just because girls liking girls, um, that debate can go on there more. I think that's it. But this is a political channel more, so it's just like, hey, listen, we voted on it. Like Andrew Scheer said, my personal views do not reflect my political admirations. I don't want the world to have to be like me. I can't change everyone's opinion. It's been voted on. It's been decided that you can actually get married. I think. I don't know. These people can get married. That's nothing wrong. So this is my attention of safe spaces, a place where people can politically talk, legally respecting each other. That's it. Now, respect can be like Riverstone said in waves, right? Sometimes we all go off on the handle, just like at a good soccer match where the king's head was rolling. Soccer match at the end of the game, you say good game to your other person. That's it. That's all. That's to me what safe space means. You fight it out. You've been in a controlled situation, legal controlled situation, in the comments, battle it out, and then at the end, it's good game. Good words. I respect you as a human being. That's to me what a safe space is. Not a place where we shut out men because they aren't invited here. Well, what about the gay people that were being picked on? What do you mean? White men can't. This is what was happening in these safe spaces. You can't be in here. You're a man. What the fuck? Government funded area, and they're like, no, you can't go in here because it's a safe space. And then what it did, it created and incentivized people that were wearing like these weird hats and stuff like that to create more. And you know what happens when you gave them more power, and they just like proliferated, and they got even worse. And they started talking about really, really crazy things like changing people's sex against their will, or when they're 5 years old. That's what happens. They were not safe spaces. They were not created to be safe spaces. They were created to destroy us, I believe. Safe space is a place where everyone gets their say and everyone battles it out legally and respectfully in the end, not on the way there. That's my opinion. And I'll tell you, I was getting 1 million views a month, so I think I helped take that one out. I think that was a help, because I remember at first there were people like, this is not a safe space, because this is heavily conservative commenters, and there was a lot of people that like fled because they were like, this is not a safe space. Why aren't you? And I was getting things like saying, why aren't you deleting that guy's comment? Why aren't you? Because it's a safe space. It's a safe space for that guy's opinion. Why is your opinion allowed to be said, whereas this guy's opinion is not allowed to be said? Oh, because his great grandfather, my grandfather, your grandpa was sitting by the fire. Like, come on, no. As long as you're not inciting violence, as long as you're not overly attacking an individual. Now, I've also had this, and I've agreed with the person attacking the other individual, but they were going too far, and it's like, hey, I ask a request, you just back off. That's how I've always done it, and everyone's always seen that. And instead of canceling someone's speech, and another thing I've also said, and I've tried to do to make it a safe space, when I notice something that I've done, especially that I've done, and my comments get like wiped out from YouTube, I let others know. Like Riverstone is one of them for sure. He had much more harsher comments, and I was like, hey, listen, I can't see that comment, or that comment is getting flagged and I have to dig it out. So they're aware of what the limits are. The thing is, what was happening was, and it happened to me. I'm going back onto another accounts to see where, because you know what I mean. I'm an investigator. I was on it, right? I was on the fucking goddamn social media culture war more than anyone else around me. A lot of other people. So I'm going to check it out. I'm like, hey, let's see if my comments. Well, why isn't it there? Well, what was happening was I would go across the line of what YouTube's algorithm was thinking. Now they've opened it up a bit more, but still, it's still there. I would cross the line, and sometimes it would be like, it could be misconstrued this way, it could be misconstrued that way. And that's why my comment was just basically hidden. It was blocked. And because there were so many comments going, the person who was moderating the comments either decided not to allow that comment be seen. It's flagged, or they just didn't get to it. Because that's sometimes what happens with me when it's going really fast in the comments. Not today, obviously, but some of the, when I got really, really busy ones. I can't get to approve them all. I'm going fast. And it's like, holy jeez. And I'm trying to you're trying to do your other work, but the comments, one man show is trying to keep these comments, and they're just all so aggressive. Like when Trudeau is speaking, sometimes the thing is going so fast, and it's like, F you, Trudeau, F you, F you. Everyone's saying the same thing, and everyone's getting flagged. So I believe is what you do is how you make a safe space. You let people know that, and I'm not making the rules, right? I'm, some of them a little bit, but majority of the rules is basically, hey, it's the platform that allows me this wonderful opportunity to yak at a camera, and give your opportunity, and I just need you let people know what the parameters are, and I don't see why would that be a problem. That's how it should be done, instead of that person's comments are really. And I found there's a couple individuals. There's some people who I tell that mention that too, and they just get mad and they do worse. So they're like, there's nothing. There's only so much you can do. I'm like, listen, man, I'm not hitting you or flagging. I'm not doing it. It's the algorithm, and this is what it is. But the people took it as if I was the one. But most of the time, what I found with reasonable people, they just changed what their comment is and changed how they say what they were saying. This is saying the same thing, just in a different way. And that's to me the battle of comments, and that was one of my biggest problems, because there's a small amount of people that do a large amount of commenting, and they don't just comment on my channel. They go on other channels, and so these small amount of people, and they have different names. They have different names, same person. I've found this out through the algorithm gave it to me. And then they go on another channel, this guy canceled me. And sometimes that person is working for the big media. Sometimes. And I've traced one. I'm not going to name the name because I'm actually going to go against that person. They're not going to be. They're going to feel it. They're going to feel it, just as I had to feel it. I had to be making no money and 4 years of work that they try to destroy. They're going to feel it as well. Maybe not as harsh, but these individuals working for another company. Say maybe they like a competitor. Say they like global news, and I'm not saying global, of course, has nothing to do with it, to my knowledge, but I'll use them because they haven't, and they seem more centrist. I don't know. with Mercedes, but they says, okay, I work for Global, and this guy's getting 1 million views. He's getting 1 million views a day. How do we stop this? So some people get these horrible ideas, and they think, hey, if I destroy something, it'll make my grass taller. It doesn't. Your grass is done already, unless you change your ways. Just like this, you can comment all day and night. Your harsh comments, they're all going to be flagged on every fucking channel you go to. That person sometimes can't even pull your comments out. They're just completely gone. And it's happened to me on my own channel. I was upset. I angry typed, and it was like, fuck you, and not to a person on here, but it was like to a politician, which I believe that we should do. We all attack the politicians instead of each other. It's one of the things I kind of, not a rule, but I try to follow, as long as it's not too harsh against each other. It's okay. And I'm like, my comment wasn't even I wasn't even allowed to pull my comment out of the dustbin. It was so bad. It was like probably, touching the line of inciting, right? Maybe. And you just, I had no chance. I was like, this is my channel, and I can't even do it on my own comments. It happens. So it's not like, you know what I mean? You got to give other people grace. Fake bot. It's fake news. So it happens, and it's not just that. Sometimes it's just people who are sitting there, and they're watching a channel. It's a small channel. Now this is what's happening now. Remember, there's like, we all know, if you're a drug dealer and you're in a gang, what do you do? Where are these people? Where do you think they are? They're sitting at home or in a drug den, running their drug den, and they got a lot of free time. Where do you think they are? They're starting up YouTube channels. Like, come on. And we've had a left-wing government that's actually putting them, Randy Boissonnault, in power. Literally. Like, he didn't have any charges against him, but he was handing information about Canadians to this person who was charged with selling drugs. And he had a mailbox, the same mailbox where someone and the same person was in his organization, same company that was charged with having illegal stuff sent in that mailbox. Like, 2 + 2 = 4 people. We all know this. So sometimes we have people that are just here to burn the work, to create the things. And then there's supporters, just a supporter on their own free will, on their own cognitive thing, will do these things, right? Because we've created a social media a ball of anger. And so people, which I will call you a lunatic, if you're doing things for free, and toting for another channel ain't helping you any. Really, it isn't. You get your social pat on the back. Okay. To destroy somebody without getting, you know what I mean? I mean, in a person. Political people is different. Political parties, that's different. It's kind of a sport. But going and destroying another channel to support another yaya who you don't know, it happens. So it's there's a lot of these things that were going on now. That's cool. Whatever. I'm like the flag is up. The AI is starting to pick up on this thing. They're fully aware of it. The left was allowing it and creating the culture for it. And canceling someone was the easiest thing to do. We can cancel somebody, and then we'll have our own channel. That's what they've done. This is what's been done many, many, many times by those that control it. And me even saying it will hurt my views because who is in control? Don't hurt the squirrel. Warehouse fires. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. Jealousy, but it has to do with the same thing. I'm sitting here, and I'm a drug dealer. I'm a crack dealer, and this guy's against crack dealers, which I have very much so. I did something to some guy, and it's just known. Like, it wasn't just a little. It was known, and they called the cops. They fucking called I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And they came to my door. And like, you guys come to my fucking door for what? And I didn't say what the guy did because I ain't a fucking. But if you come to my fucking door for what I did to this guy selling drugs to kids, fuck you. And that's when they gave me a drunk tank thing. It was like, are you fucking? They didn't charge me for the other thing that was supposedly because they didn't want to do a report. Thank God. But this is what we got. This is what we've been fighting. This is what average people have been fighting against. And then these people got into power. They're not just they're your city councilor. They're your city mayor. They're the city next to you's mayor. They're your MP. They're your MPPP. They're in there, and they're not just those people. There's the people who have their ear. Who is the other Randy? Who is this other person? They have the ear of politicians, and if we don't get these people out of politics, we're going communist. Hell or high water, it will be a communist country because democracy does not work under these conditions. You have to have honor and people that you know what I mean. You know, people of Jesus, like they usually are boring people. A lot of not all religious people, but they get boring people. But they control balance and they do the rule of law and not as much believing in they do things like that shady stuff, but less so than the individual who's made all of their money off of selling drugs. And I'm not saying let's go against every dealer. I'm saying we need to get them out of politics because this is our whole nation is going to go down, and I don't want to be communist. I like politics, and I like talking about politics and debating the best way. And I believe one thing that Muhammad said, and it's my community will find the best answer. Now, what's happened under social media, people with money and time have been elevated through politics and social media, and the average Joe and Tom, Dick, and Sally or whatever, they've gotten less say. So the community is one for one. Each person has a voice. That's why I want this. Each person has a voice. But what happened was these certain individuals who are on the wrong side of crime have a huge voice, and then the individual who's getting abused by said person, you know, maybe losing their work and all this stuff and then turning to drugs because that's the only thing they have left. Not that ever, you know, happened to me, and not that that's any excuse. It's no excuse. But that's, and then these larger voices are killing the smaller voices, and it just creates ripe for communism. And that's not good for anybody except a very, very, very small amount of people. And that's my opinion. Ha, 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 ha. You know, get out of politics. That's my opinion. Do cops and robbers and cops. These things are these. This is what democracy was created on, not because once you have Gotham, guys like me do well. I do well in chaos. I do well in chaos. I'm still alive. My God, you know how many times that they entrapments and all. Listen, there's no proof in this pudding, but there's been a lot. It's a lot. You know, you don't get scars on your fucking face because you're nice to the people that are the hard people. I could be mean to the Christian people all they want, and they'll only get me into an entrapment way, you know, later because they're like, he's a bad person. But if you're mean to the hard people with the neck tattoos, you get scars on your face, and scar face. And I'm not that, but yeah, that's right. That's my opinion. And listen, an opinion. And I'm exasperating and exaggerating the truth on it. A very, very small level of it. And it's mostly words. But hey, for effect and for, you know, it's a little bit bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Will the real indigenous Randy please? ST, shut the fuck up. Yeah, that's this guy. We got our leaders have chosen to remain leaders by canceling other voices because they don't like it. This has happened many, many times. When the radio came out, listen, this was the argument. There's a person I listened to this argument. They're like, so anybody, and it wasn't just anybody. You had to have like, a tower, and you had to have money and stuff like that, right? Like you couldn't have just been literally anybody. But this is how it was said. So anybody can just build a radio station and get into their home, anyone's home, and say what they want. Just anybody. And people tried to end radio. They were like, this is the devil. We got to stop it. They tried to end radio. This is what literally happened. Is that the powers that be were like, this cannot happen. We can't allow. And at the time the church was very powerful. And this is part of the reason, and I'm not against the church, obviously, but they were like, we're the only ones who get to speak to these people in mass. Hey, at mass. kind of a funny play on words. Now, this other these Hollywood type, well, they weren't yet. That's the next one. These individuals can say whatever they want, and they can say it privately in anyone's home. This must be stopped. They tried to stop it. They tried to stop the radio, and not just here in Canada and America and England and everyone. The King's speech, we're talking, remember the King's speech that day they did a movie about it. That was like 60 years it took the right to figure out the radio is a tool for both, right? This time the right is, which is very, very cool. The right of social media has been the rise, and it was the left that got so powerful because drug dealers became the richest person in your town. Once towns like in Hamilton, the steel went away, you know, it was left death and despair. And you know what works for death and despair? Alcohol and drugs. And alcohol is charged. You have to pay a lot of money for it because you got to pay a lot of taxes on it. But so that makes drugs cheaper comparatively. So who became the rich guys in your town? The one out of 500. What do they say? Every drug dealer now in a big city kills every professional drug dealer kills 500 people in their life. So that 500 killer is now became powerful, and that's who became in our politics. Trump, the rise of Trump, and I don't know where he is in it, but just the rise of him is rising up to people that are not necessarily that case. AI is helping. It's not 100%, and it's never going to be 100%. But this is what happened. So then TV comes out, and you know what they said? They said that we're in power. So any of these Hollywood types, they were Hollywood types, right? They were like faggots in Hollywood, right? That's what they were called, and they were like, what was it? They called them all kinds of bad names, horrible bad names. And it says, so these horrible bad people in Hollywood can just get and say whatever they want and show whatever they want in people's homes, and we don't have control? This can't happen. And remember, with the radio, they made laws to tamper that down, to tamper down anybody speaking, and then TV also, they made laws so only certain people can speak. Though there was a lot of free radicals that got through, and they got their message through that was harmful to the powers that be, and they're like, we can't have this. We must regulate it. And then what happened? The left, which is like the owners of Gotham, the Penguin's now our prime minister, except he looks prettier. You know, they got it wrong. So the Penguin gets into power, and he decides we can't have just any yah-yah construction worker speaking to whoever they want. We can't have this. We need to regulate it. And they didn't do it because a lot of the left was outside the law thinking people. Not you know, and that's, you got to push the limits. So being outside of thinking outside of the law, hey, because that's how laws can be made. You make new laws that break laws. So not like criminal mentality is like, oh, we must. That's just stupid talk. You know, you have to have free, bold thinking at times, and not actions against breaking the law, but free, bold thinking is required. But they said they were in power, and they said the lefty liberals were like, you know, the states in here, the left and the Biden, we can't have these people speak. We're going to cancel them. And they did things outside of the law. They didn't make laws because, hey, these are harder to do. They're hard because everyone's going to see that we're controlling them, right? That doesn't look good on us. So first what they did is they hired fact checkers. So it's like, oh yeah, we're going to get a fact checker, all right? So they had these fact checkers, basically smear campaign people, you know, fact check. They smear campaign people. Well, that wasn't working enough because people are like, who's this freaking idiot fact checker? They're like, there's a whole storyline. They pick one line and they're like, see, this one word was misspelled. The whole thing is right. That's what they were doing, right? And people are like, yeah, shut up, fact checker. CNN, CBC, MSNBC, flock off because your fact checking is full of holes, right? And basically anyone who's in control is going to, and anyone suppressing another is not going to tell you the whole story. That's the way I believe it. The one who's elevating their enemy's voice is the one who I like to listen to. Who's one who's going to tell you something. Who's going to tell you some truth, at least their truth. Their truth may be wrong, especially in politics. Fuck, left and right and left, you know, up and down. These things are right. So they decided we're going to cancel people. That didn't work. They started making laws. And then the last thing is one last thing that went down. What was the law they tried to do? They're going to make an agency that, first of all, the one thing they're going to make an agency that is a board made of board members. And who are these board members? Appointed by the government. So the government of the day is going to appoint people on a board, and they're going to be able to pull people's whole livelihoods without any recourse or anything because of some person flagged them. Some random drug dealer who's got a hell of a lot of time on his hands is going to flag that person and then get the people who buy off of them because, hey, you're friends. You think you're friends. He's your drug dealer. He's my friend. And not. They don't give a shit about you. Are you in their gang? No, they're not your friend. They ain't your friend if you ain't in their gang. It's how it is. Their war mentality this is why you join against another. And reputation, if someone is using reputation assassination, that's a gang mentality. That to me is this. Once you start doing that to me for too much, I have no use for you anymore. You're like, okay, now Pierre as a politician has to do these things, but only to politicians. Once you expand out to a regular civilian, you're an idiot. You're not a politician. You're not a real leader. You're just stepping on people's necks, just like every other shit politician stepping on a citizen's neck to get up taller. Shit is what you are. Saint Foo. So that's my opinion. And then so this is how politicians have gone. They've decided, hey, we're going to have regulation. And now, once they did it in the open, people were like, no, this is a no-go zone. We don't want this. I don't want to have you having an arbitrary group and cancel me. But they were like, but we were doing it in the background and you didn't say anything. Yeah, because most people are feared. They want to have their home, and especially when your money and your debt gets more precarious, you're less likely. I'm like, well, it's better if I don't speak, because what was happening, people were getting fired for saying very obnoxious things, but they were getting fired from their job. And what do you think? You think hiring is not like that? Of course, these agencies are like checking social media to hire you. And then what did they do? And then they added on top of that layer to help suppress the people that they didn't want to have speak, because how can we allow these people to speak online? They helped companies that investigate social media posts to get hired. And these people got elevated. And so where did you think the criminals went? Criminals were like, well, let's just make shit up. We'll make shit up that this person does so they can't get a job. And we'll get our people a job. And it'll be our people that'll be just a new immigrant. And they, you know what I mean? We got them to the left and to the right. They don't know anybody else. They're ours. Encapsulated people. And it's happened in mass numbers. And it's only created this much closer to communism. Everything has a wave, but this wave of shutting the people's voices down has been bigger than the other two waves. The radio wave, the mail was the first one. Actually, I didn't mention that one. That one's so far in the past that the similarities, there's some great similarities. The circle of history repeating itself, but then the mail, which was a government given, right? They were reading people's mail, right? That's how they started. They just started reading their mail, their private mail, hot letter openers and stuff like that. That's what the government does. This is the people in power. It's not the government. It's what people in power tend to do if they're unchecked. The radio, they did a pretty darn good job at first of cancel. You couldn't get the permits once they made it. You can get permits to even get a radio station if you were flagged by the powers that be. And they slowly crushed that thing, and then the Hollywood types really set it up. Like, go look at The Grand Dictator. It's one of the best, from Charlie Chaplin, or The Great Dictator. He does a speech kind of thing at the end. It's just like, at the time, I'd like to put it up, but I don't. I think it may not be copyright, but I'm going to put it up if I can. But it's I'll check it out for another stream. It's like, what he said then is what's finally, it just makes so much sense now and what they're doing. Of course, media doesn't want to have competition, but media got on board. I think media groups got on board on the cancel culture because it worked. But what they would previously have done, and once that doesn't work and they get exposed for doing that stuff, how you just need to expose them, and then people are like, well, I don't want to deal with a company that shuts other companies down, right? They're going to be exposed. I already know who they are, and not naming them yet because you got to set the trap better, and you got to put their fingers in it. And me too, right? I as well get hit. They're going to be this and that. They make up accusations. So what do? They destroy this and that. But these companies will do it. But what they'll also do is they just buy you out. This is the old way. This is when they can't do it the illegal, shady way, which isn't necessarily illegal to cancel somebody. It's all shading on brushing the law with lies. So if they can't destroy you, a company, what they'll do, they buy you, right? And that's how they have to do it. They have to buy them, not me, but if they have a competition that's beating them, they just buy them. You're like, and you buy them before they get too big, so there's a decent price point. That's what companies have always done, and that's how it should be done. But having the government help already established companies destroy up and coming companies is how it's been doing. And what it's done is it's created the biggest backlash that no one wants to watch the big news anymore. They're like, no one's watching you. You can say what you want now on these MSNBCs, and they say more and more ludicrous things because no one's watching. That's what they're trying to do. Well, what you should have been doing was buying your competition and incorporating that competition lightly, slowly, incorporating it into. But they decided, no, we'll just destroy them and act the same. What's the definition? It's just all right, Thunder. Anyone who hasn't seen it, it's a nice black and white. The Great Dictator. It is one of the best. Actually, I'm gonna check it out right now if I can put it on. I think it's out of copyright. I'm on caps here. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the States. Okay. It depends on your country, but okay, the States it's legal, so most likely it will be in Canada. I'll do it on another stream. I have to just go. They got to go into the weeds for that. But I think it's out of copyright, so if anyone wants to put it up, it's something that the world right now needs. It's what the world needs right now. That great dictator speech, and it's not against Trump. It's against Trump. Is actually, I think Trump watched that a lot because it's a lot of like what's said on that little. There's a speech. There's just a speech. It's like the end of the movie kind of thing, and. We are not the machine men, the machine hearts and machine mind. Yeah, we are not machine men with machine hearts and machine minds. It's so feature. It could have been written like today, literally could have been written today. Um, it fits better today, I think, than it did back then. To be honest, it's like he wrote it for today, not for yesterday. Unbelievably good. 1984. 1984. Someone just like it's just like someone dipped and looked in the future, and yes, they will be in your homes, and this is that. It's where they try to stop and make you say certain things and make up new words. That's where 1984 was scary. It was like, okay, they're making us say certain words, and we can't say this in public, and now social media is now the public space. Basically, what I'm doing, what I consider myself as doing, I'm walked into a public square and I brought a little soapbox and I'm talking, just giving my opinions, and that's all I want to do, and that's all I don't want to create a movement. I don't want to create. I do want to prick your mind with like ideas. That's what I'm really not. I don't want. I really if everyone knows, I've like really been pretty harsh on followers on my other channels and stuff like that. I'm uh, not into making a movement. Making a movement, that's other people's. I just want to give a soapbox for ideas, and that's personally, I think, what's the biggest thing that's missing. And instead of incorporating me, it was like destroy them, and they worked. They worked like destroy me. I got rumors against me that I didn't even. Okay. If anyone read, I think maybe a couple of you guys that comment. Thanks for your comment. Safe Space Cafe. Well, this. Yeah, woman is a hot topic. That's awful, man. And so, if anyone who reads my comment, I read this. I was on this other channel, and they're saying, people don't say things direct anymore. They got no. It's awful. I'm a direct, and that creates backlash. So I understand why people don't. They have to try to protect their own. I got nothing to protect except me. But saying that I don't write my words, I did do Amelia. If everyone looks as Amelia's Ghost, it was an AI. I was just trying out AI to see. I started it, the thing, and then I got AI to write the story, and then I made it me. That was like 2 or 3 years ago to try out AI to see how far it went. And I don't want to knock AI. It didn't do a good story. I did a good enough story, and I did the pictures with it, but it didn't have the like the great dictator speech did, and that's 1940. Okay, so it's like it didn't have that, and that's the only time. Maybe there's like 1 or 2 back 3 years ago. I used it a little bit, but I did that just to try it, and I never did it anymore. I don't do it. I write everything, especially my things, my comment. That's me, 100% me. Who's gonna write that stuff? You can get AI to write that crap. First of all, misspelling mistakes. Sometimes the spelling mistakes are on purpose because it makes I'm saying something else like horos, right? If I said HOROS, I'm saying something else, right? But sometimes it's just spelling mistakes, and I leave them, to make sure it's authentic, and also there's other things like half piped ideas. I got half, you know what I mean? And some of my ideas I'm coming up because I'm just spewing out myself, and it's my sounding board. There's like half baked is the word. Half baked ideas. They're like, I read my own crap. I find myself a good writer. Hey, at least I amuse myself, right? And they're half-baked ideas. I don't agree with it. Sometimes if you see like, well, why did he delete that? Well, there was a paragraph in there that I found it was so abhorrent. Like yesterday I mentioned about fire. I didn't even think about the LA fires. I was like, LA fires. I don't like, I didn't even think about it. But I mentioned about warming and it's like, oh, it's not timing. The timing was not good for that. So I deleted that paragraph, and I thought, well, it doesn't work now. It doesn't, I got to make, the thing doesn't flow right without that paragraph. I had to delete the whole thing. So you know what I mean? But that what was my comments and what I'm writing on YouTube is one of the biggest reasons I get in trouble on YouTube. It's my ideas. They're dangerous to other people, I guess. Though I don't believe in inciting any. You don't incite any V to anybody. You try to make in as inclusive country as possible. Like I don't believe that there's some people that say all kinds of things. I believe that is, in my opinion, I'm a nationalist mentality, which does no affiliation with any other party before. It's about, I believe that once you get into a country, you're in the gang. That's the gang for me. That's as close of a gang as I ever want to be in, or group, or society, or whatever you want to call it, or club. This is all I want to get into. It's closer than that. More to be more tied to a person. No, thank you. No, thank you. Maybe a company. And a company kind of camaraderie, yeah, that as well. But first of all, it's to me, you come to Canada, you're a Canadian citizen. Some bureaucrat has decided that you've checked all the boxes, whatever the hell it is, to become a Canadian citizen. You passed your test. That's it. You're in. You're in my sphere of happiness. That's all you got to do personally to be in my thing. Now, outside of the country, other countries, people, and agencies and stuff like that, not so much. They get a little bit more weight scaled. Like I won't even say the country, but I was having some other countries' people. You can tell by their accents on the way they write, and that isn't flying. You can have those accents being a new Canadian, but they weren't. They were promoting other country over our country, and that to me is it's the battle of our day right now. And because we only have 40 million of us, and social media uses people power, there's countries with 7 billion, 1 billion, 500 million, 108 million. They could just wipe out our whole social media climate if they were to do a concerted attack against us and pay their people what they call them the 10-cent army. They could pay their people and have say they had 100 billion people on our social media. Just say 100 million people. Let's even say 1 million people, which I know is a fact. There's 1 million of one country group that has their people, individuals. Now, they're not totally avid, but if they were to activate 1 million people on our social media, it would wipe out most people's opinion because they read the comments. And you're reading a comment of someone who you really don't know, or you think you know, but you don't know which side they're being paid on. Is the butter on the bottom like Randy Boissonnault, or is the butter on the top where you can see it? Sometimes you don't know. Just because he's your local drug dealer doesn't mean you understand where he's getting his other money from. And we have literally a prime minister that's been fighting he didn't even he said you're racist for calling foreign interference. I'm like, they're attacking my channel. Like, are you kidding? Call the cops. They're like, we're not even going to look at it. The CSIS and RCMP have said that cyber crime is so big they can't even fight it, and they won't. They won't even look at it. They're like, well, first we look at the person, and then we'll see if they're worthy of getting any police action for them. That's how it works right now. So if I was rich, if I had all kinds of money, yes, well, he's a hard taxpayer. Well, how do you become a taxpayer if you're getting destroyed by police stations in your town? If you think they're creating police stations, that's pretty overt. What about the covert? We know this is happening. Nortel. My goodness gracious. Joe Pepito. Who's JB? Joe Biden. Oh. Yeah, see, I'm a firm believer. And this is my opinion, okay? So, I'm not telling people, like, I don't believe in my opinion has to spread everywhere. It's just I want you to hear it. I believe as soon as a politician leaves politics, all sins are washed. Unless they're continuing to be in politics, of course, right? But if there's a politician like Bill Marneau is my example I'm going to use. I don't like to use him much because he's out of politics. But Bill Marneau, when he was in politics, I had so much fun making videos. Pierre was he was just like perfect sugar cake on giving him, and I don't like sugar, but he was the perfect sugar cake of like giving it to Bill Marneau. He did it with such rhetorical fun. It was just I was crying laughing so hard. But the day Bill Marneau took the fall, mea culpa, says, I'm sorry, I did something wrong, he got out. And he was out of politics. I believe all sins are forgiven. You have been healed. You know what I mean? He's walked through the waters of forgetfulness, and now he's reborn. And he left politics, and he actually wrote a book against Trudeau. So it's like, well, he even got a couple points. Because he did come out of politics, and but that is my opinion. Because the thing is like most people serve their country, even as the people I'm talking about that were criminals and got into politics, most of the time they believe that the way that they're putting the policies isn't just helping them. Yes, there's a lot of that, but I think a lot of people, I choose to believe that a lot of people get into politics because they're going to help the country. Now, just like me, are they wrong? Sometimes, half the time, whatever. Yeah, absolutely, it's wrong. But I believe, I have to believe that people get into power, get into politics to help their nation. That's my thinking. Socks. We need Pierre Mound more than ever. My thing is about now this is no conservative will like this. So like get your fingers ready, conservatives. Type wise. I believe that this foreign interference is so big. We don't know the 11. There's 11 people that the RCMP named, and the RCMP have stated they can't deal with cybercrime. So if they're not dealing with cybercrime, that's where the most foreign interference is happening. And it's not just elevating some people's voices, it's de-escalating some people's voices. So there's there's people who started channels that they started and they were destroyed before they started because that they were against some other countries' groups. Right? And our RCMP has flat out stated, which I can't believe they said this. Like they keep tight lid on everything, and then they said this. We can't keep up with cybercrime. Maybe because I think that one individual from RCMP was saying, I think it was Duchesne or the new one, not Lucky, not that other one. Oh my God. Whew, she was basically a liberal. If she wasn't destroyed by Pierre and company, she would be a liberal running for liberal leadership right now. I guarantee it. It was sickening how she was a sycophant for the liberals, and as being an RCMP, it just was way too close. She was calling people racist and stuff like that for saying there's foreign interference and there's no problem here. Oh my God. Well, Duchamp or someone, I think what happened was is they were screaming at him so loud, they finally had to say, like, we can't do it. We need money. We need a budget. It's beyond our scope. They were putting police stations in this country. And Trudeau said, you're racist for saying that, and you're hate-filled and you're destroying. They're putting police stations in our country, in our towns. What do you think that has? That's overt. My God. And we got our RCMP commissioner saying there's nothing to see here. And it took fucking journalists. It took journalists, which, hey, it's a pillar that we still need, folks. It took journalists to expose that they're everywhere. They're in towns. There's one in Niagara Falls. There's one in Niagara Falls. Like, police stations? Well, what are they doing? We're having them police our people? Communists? Misfortunate cookie? I love, Asia, China. Asia itself has a wonderful, vibrant culture. Now, culturally, I invite it. I love it. Like, look, this is the year of the snake. Why do I say that? It's a Chinese thing. It's cultural. Cultural is not government. The government is not culture, right? Does anyone here, most people, or maybe one, maybe fungi does, does anyone believe that Trudeau is in charge and head of our culture in Canada? No. Absolutely not. No one would put him as the head of our culture. No one. Well, maybe someone. But most people would be like, no. You're not our culture. Our culture are usually the artists. And the artists have been taking a kicking of late, right? And our artists, Canadian artists, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there are some, but they're speaking up for Canada and stuff because the world's got so much tighter. It's like America and Canadian culture has been blended very tightly from social media. Hard to decipher. But, we used to have SCTV and all these shows that I watched. They were all Canadian. These are the days I know. These are the days I know. So like it, Dave. That group. I watched CBC and CTV. It was Canadian-made shows. That was like my upbringing. That was like everyone else. Now it's got a closer world. And everyone is got their hands in the air. At least at first they had their hands in the air. They're like, well, our culture is dying. But what happened was, no, we actually have more people in the entertainment industry, but we've blended tighter with the Americans. That was what was problem with the one bill the Liberals put forward. They're like, well, you're not Canadian enough. They were starting to do that. But people are like, yeah, but there's lots of Canadian artists, but they're blending. There's like 3 Canadians and 1 American. Oh, can't get funding, can't be a Canadian, can't be put on YouTube, got to cancel you. You know what I mean? And that was part of what the horrible things they were doing. But we've become blended, whether you like it or not. It's just as we become more connected, easily connected. I can call someone from Florida right now, and it doesn't even charge me anything on my landline. They have a culture department. Yeah, of course we have. It's Heritage. Heritage Canada. Of course, we have a culture. We have parks with statues of people in that town. I know there's one in particular I remember in Halifax. My favorite corner in Halifax. It's like a Spring Garden Road. People call it Skin Garden Road because as soon as spring came around, all the wonderful women would be wearing, you know what I mean, not scanty, of course, but there was a lot of women because there was like shops and stuff like that, window shopping and stuff. It was that road. At the end of the road, there's an individual with his hands behind his back and he's walking like this, and it's a brass statue, and it was a local guy. So that's cultural, heritage and culture. That's to me. Benson and Hedges does those fireworks shows. That's a cultural event in Canada because it's such a big thing. So yeah, I don't see this as an issue. Now, when they expanded into areas that were what is and what isn't culture, when saying what could and couldn't be, that's when they went too far. Only thing that the Culture and Heritage Department should be for is elevating, not depressing what is and what isn't culture. And they've got that individual got into that. They thought that their job was suppressing culture. Well, I'm a Canadian citizen. I serve my country. Why am I not? Like I can know how to have a voice because I'm not good enough. Fuck you. That's the disgustingness of the left. But I think the culture and heritage department, yeah, we need it. Like, and with you know what, the people that should be in there should be, Native American culture has not. I love everyone I know. Everyone I know, and growing up, we all like a little bit of Native American culture in our lives. Like everyone has Dreamcatcher. You say Dreamcatcher, everyone knows what that means, and it has nothing to do with European culture. It has everything to do with our Aboriginal culture. Our first is canoes. I put up the questionnaire all the time. It was like, well, who is the what's awesome about Canada? Like one of the things, canoe won all the time. If I put canoe in there, canoe beat maple syrup quite often. Maple syrup is yet another evidence. I think that we need to elevate that part of our culture because we like it, and they don't have APTN or APTV is the station. It's good. It's a good station. They doing a best job, but all each band and each reserve and all this stuff, they're kind of sliced up so individually. I think that the cultural department should help consolidate into one place to help elevate it. You know what I mean? Hey, powwows. They have all these powwows. I don't even hear about them. They don't have them around here. And maybe they do. I don't know. I don't even hear about them. That's a place for our culture department. You have you film it, you put it on there, you put it in front of my face. Now you have to do it in little doses because we're totally media savvy. We have so much in front of us. You can't put a 3-hour documentary on powwows and expect anyone to watch it, except the very small slice. But a culture should be promoting that stuff and other things that are Native American in our culture that are so blended in we don't even recognize it, like canoes. Yeah, it's Canadian, of course. You talk about a canoe in Europe, and you have to explain what it is. They're like, "What's that?" And they're not dumb people, or not that dumb. They just don't know. Other things, our flag. Our flag being at half mast. Trump is another thing. Our flag being at half mast for years. This is not helping our culture. This is hitting our culture. Gee-wee. But this is our heritage department was doing. We're going to go half-mast for 6 years because of like some horrible thing that some asshole did 60, 100 years ago. That's where we're at with our heritage. They're about destroying our culture, but they should be there to elevate it. Our flag, our local community events that are culturally good, like the Niagara region, Niagara Falls has a really good myth with a canoe and a lady and all this stuff, and the Maid of the Mist. The Maid of the Mist, there's a storyline behind that. And if you're not from Niagara Falls or a traveler to that beautiful pyramid building, that's a really cool building, you don't know about it. You're like, well, that's where the government is for. You don't have a government that should be supporting an individual of how they like to have sex. What the I don't. First of all, the government should be out of my bed. Get out of my bed. Second of all, that's not what you're there for. You're not there to promote someone's sex because that's an international thing, right? To me, that's international. Well, it doesn't matter where, but they should be promoting the Canadian things. Canadian only things, and they need to be able, you need to get the scope. Like everything, sometimes we always go outside. We go outside what the scope is because you're doing this, you're trying new things. You're trying out, and I don't mean like sexual or anything like that. I mean like you're trying new artistic things, and so maybe they need to regroup and be like, no, you got to be like promoting Canada as a heritage group. I'm gonna look up heritage group right now, and we're gonna see what their last things that they're promoting, and I guarantee you, we'll all feel a little bit disgusted. They don't even like it. Well, maple syrup is Canadian culture. Yeah, it is. Canadian in Quebec, they do it with how the Native Americans did it. It is actually. There's tourist destinations that's Canadian culture, and maple syrup is known around the world as Canadian whiskey. Um, this David Menzies, I think, is who it is. Dave Menzies is a troll on my station, So you guys know. Menzies, it was Rebel News, I think, David. So they have like what they did. They would chip out birch trees. I think it was birch trees, but maple trees, we'll say. Anyway, what they would do is they'd carve it out, like a dugout, and then fill it with snow. And then they would put the maple syrup on the snow, and it hardens it, and then they'd kind of eat it. That was part of one of the things that they would do. They tap into the tree and put it on the snow, and it was like one of the things. This is Native American. This is like not. Well, this wasn't done in Europe, right? This is a Canadian, maybe American too, but Canadian bands and reserves and things did here. And you go to Europe and you tell people, they have no idea because they were not doing it. First of all, like in England, you couldn't cut a tree down. If you were to tap a hole into a tree there, oh my God, the king they'd have your head. And I'm not exaggerating. The regular people, why they fled those lands is they couldn't even cut a branch down, a dead branch on a tree. They had to only pick up the branches that were on the ground. Now, if you can go into other metaphorically things, but to keep their fire, they had to only take because the king owned all the forests. The king and the monarchy and your feudal lords owned all of the land. You had to like only get the branches dead on the ground, and you could burn those. Meanwhile, they own castles that are cold as hell, and the fires are just pouring out the smoke like you wouldn't believe. Just imagine in a day with these like 100 fireplace places, how much smoke was going up. Just think about it. Now, luckily, it's not so cold. But I'm going to see something here. I seen something coming up here. We're going to look at it, watch something while I do this. I want to see if I can put that. Welcome to your local drug dealers. Oh, Trudeau. All right. Get your fingers ready. Energy Minister Lecce made Lecce? I know I'm saying his name wrong. I'm sorry. Muslim group responds to SCC appeal on Quebec's Bill 21. I don't want to go too controversial. Energy Minister Stefan Lecce speaks with reporters on January. Okay, I think that's a pretty good. What does he discuss? Of energy and electrification holds a press conference in Mississauga. He is joined in Mississauga, unfertile ground for me. I've had a little bit of slight, I think, what happened in there. And so they promote it on another channel. I'll see what he says. But Trudeau got caught. Hey, Google, turn off, please. Oh, yes, this is the guy of the hour. The man of the hour. Oh, and he's doing a thing. He's flagging out. Oh, David John. This is your leadership is about to hit a regular individual citizen. I got no power. They can just shut me down at any time, and they have. I don't think you two honestly gave a crap about what I was doing until the government made them. And someone even said this. They're like, well, how can we let these people speak? And I'm like, filming it live, and you could see the other politicians like, I think they went too far, and I think we know that David John is watching, and I don't have any following, I don't have any power. I know this is, but at the same sense, I do have one thing: finger fury. So Yaya Boissonnault, they got him, and we got Randy Boissonnault. Why is this guy, personally, he should have resigned as soon as, first of all, as soon as he said he's a Native American and got money. Okay, saying you're a Native American for politics, that personally doesn't bother me in any shape, way, or form. That doesn't really personally bother me. You're just, as they call it, cultural appropriation. Okay, you're doing a little bit of cultural appropriation. It's not that good. It's not good. It's not a positive thing. It's not good. You're not like, yay. But it is saying you're a liar, you're bad, and you're using people's hearts and feelings to keep in power. But so it's that. But when you say you're Native American, to make money, to profit off a system your lefty government made. And the only reason you get these monies is if you check these boxes, so you're willing to lie. So honest people don't even have a chance because the liars and the thieves and the cultural, these people can win because they're like, I don't care, I'll lie. I'll cheat. I don't care. And they make a system that they're in government and they make sure that the people who approve it or disapprove it is aware of who sent that forward because they were calling. This is the Randy. So you think if there was any question, if that individual employee who's making $40,000 a year comes across their desk and they're like, there's something wrong. This guy isn't. I have some proof here. It's not 100% proof. I'll have to look into it and spend maybe a day, and it'll be on my records, on my computer records. So someone in the government who's elected, who has power, will know what I'm doing. Or I just give it an automatic approval. Well, I have kids. I have a home. I have a mortgage. I have this job. Approved. That is what we have in power, and then they're just still promoting him as like some like because he's a gay hair. So he's a yet another politician. Any politician who puts what they are or what they're for first are not for the people. If they don't have a flag, they're telling you they're not for the whole country. They're for that individual people, and that's okay. That's allowed. I'm not against that. That's cool. It's copacetic. But me as a personal voter, I won't vote for anyone like that. I don't even want to see them personally in power. But I won't do anything to thwart their campaign beyond my own personal. Is like I don't really want you in power because you're only there for a group. Well, you can be for a group, but that's not your number one or your number two. Not for a specific lobby. And what that does is we all know that even Joe Biden said. Joe Biden, when they just took the most money, what did he say? He says the lobbyists and these special interest groups are in caps. First of all, they destroyed the whole Democratic Party because they eliminated people's words, and it destroyed their party. Trump won with 7. He had like riots, all these things. He's the biggest asshole known to man. He won all 7 swing states because of special interest groups in the Democratic Party saying really stupid things like Jews are not welcome. Like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Disgusting. Special interest groups. Because who are these special interest groups? Do I have the time to investigate with this special interest? They got another fucking act. Pardon my French. I'm swearing again. No, love God. They have another acronym name I got to research, and then they don't say who it is because it's some private organization. Where are they getting their funding from? I don't know. What's their real purpose? Are they being funded by the CCPRC's police stations? Are they getting funding by the KGB or FSB? Are they getting funding from Hungary, which, Hungary? Are they getting funding by Brazil to promote a Brazilian company or a Canadian company to destroy that Canadian company, which Brazil is not our enemy, but we do things like that to other, well, I've heard we do things like that or did things like that. We're really good. We don't really much. But other countries will do things like that. And shady politicians will do things like that. And they do. Ow, flack ow. The odd case of the two Randys. Mm-hmm. It's not odd at all. It's actually, it's what's happening in our government. We've been in trouble. So look at, he's all about certain individuals in our people and everything, and that's what he is, and that's he's getting his power from. So I was getting all kinds of attacks on my channel when I'm like, says I'm not gay, I'm not against gays or anything. For everyone having, and all of a sudden they're like, you're not this, and I was getting attacks. I would put money. It came from ministers like this who have a special interest group who play with people's opinions and feelings and use it to stamp on what their enemies are. And listen, man. You do that to politicians fight politicians, but what happened is we've had politicians fighting regular civilians. Regular civilians trying to make a buck, trying to say a piece. That's why there's no liberal right now that's electable. Frank Bayless is the closest thing. Now, the only way he'll actually be electable right now in this round, things change 4 years. But right now, the only way he's ever going to get in, there's only one way. is if he has to run from these. Now he isn't attached to the other policies, but he has to run from them because he's attached to this guy who's still there. They didn't even kick him out of the party. He lied and stole, fraud, and then he strong-armed people. And God knows what he did behind the scenes. Cocaine dealers is the same people that are working in the business he's tied with. This unelectable government. And it's not. This doesn't. I'm just saying what I believe is a fact. It's not something I want to be true. It's a fact. We're like, come on. You're gonna elect a party that has this guy, and he's gonna continue to smash people down for his social one little section of society over the rest of Canadians. And I know that the LGBTQ community has been historically destroyed. I think that's when I said the culture wars are over. I don't think anyone gives a crap if you're gay anymore. It's like more so like, I don't care. What the fuck? You know? I don't. That's when someone's like overtly putting it. It's like, fuck off. I don't care. You saying it to me doesn't make me angry or unangry. It's like, is that the topic we were talking about? No? Well then, fuck off. Talk about what we're talking about. But these type of politician, it's not just this. It's the environment issue people, the Green Party people have money that's behind it. They're pushing these weird agendas, and they're dividing us. They're trying to divide us into individual groups, divide and conquer. You know, I don't have anything there's nothing wrong with being any of these people. But when you're pushing another person down and using it as a bludgeon, and then calling this person a this or that or a bigot or whatever because they went to church, you know, I'm like, what the fuck? So I was called this. I'm like, why am I a bigot? Oh, because I was going to a church that some of the leaders say some radical things. Well, oh my God. If you're in any, and this is why I always say being in a group, it's hard nowadays. It's hard to, and I don't tie myself much more than the peaceful parts of it. No one takes in anything full 100%. I don't believe everything that anything in it says. It's the world we live in right now. We have our own individual autonomy. But what they're doing is they're like, well, this guy went to church. He was a this. I'm like, why are you calling me a racist? Why are you becoming? First of all, there's nothing in there's historical bad things in some of the church I was going to. You know, I still, but definitely is a problem by painting people brush and then bludgeoning it to help divide. It's just disgusting people. This is why they're unelectable. And it's not me saying this. I'm only being able to say this because I see that the wave is they're done with it. Everyone is tired of these people casting this person with a brush, and then it's like, what? So you cast that person with a brush, so what? Now I have to vote for you? No, I'm not going to vote for you because you said this person was bad. But that's what they thought would work. It didn't. WEF. Anyway, that's my rant. I'm so sorry. Nat. I grew up in Whitehorse. But please patronize me some more. What's patronizing you? Okay, thanks. Wow, maple syrup is Canadian culture. Shallow man, like this guy, eh? Look at this guy. Are you like we have a culture department in government, yeah. Whatever the hell that means. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. There we one line you said I agree with. I gotta find something, or else I'm just gonna get bitter, and I don't believe in bitters. Let's listen to Randy, the coke dealer motherfucker.
In New York to come and fight a contested nomination, and then ran in a really hard by-election and won. And she's won every election since, and I really think it's important to understand Caucus. And look, in New York to come and fight a contested nomination, and then ran in a really hard by-election and won. And she's won every election since, and I really think it's important to understand Caucus. And look, we need a leader who can hit the ground running on day one, no training wheels required, and that's Christopher Freeland. Mais en ce qui concerne Christopher Freeland, on a besoin de quelqu'un qui, la première journée, peut commencer le travail et donner les résultats. Et avec la menace de Donald Trump, qui est vraiment sévère pour notre économie et notre futur en tant que Canadiens et Canadiennes, c'est très important qu'on a quelqu'un qui sait comment faire face à Donald Trump et gagner le jour, et ça, c'est Christy Freeland.
Why is most of the cabinet not endorsing her? Why is most of cabinet endorsing Mark
Rafi, that's a
Carney?
question you can ask individual cabinet ministers and caucus ministers. I've been very clear. I'm Christia's Alberta chair. She's got Alberta spirit. She's got Canadian values. And when she wins this, it'll be very clear that we've got the best person in the job to defend Canada.
Avez-vous l'impression qu'il y a quand même un vent vers M. Carney?
Okay.
Même 8 minutes.
Okay, so he's saying, okay, I don't know everything, but didn't Chrystia Freeland first of all get caught for speeding and it got blasted everywhere in Alberta, and basically, from what I can tell, I knew a girl. She was fucking pretty good. She didn't get tickets. She sped all the time. Well, Freeland got a ticket, and it got blasted because the cop. You know, I mean, this is a mild thing. He probably shouldn't have blared it, but the cop let it out. That's why the cop gave her a ticket, because she wasn't on his side. Okay, she went, and I don't agree with this, especially female ones without security, yelling at politicians as you cross them by. I'm really not. And this is a big guy too. He must have scared her. She did a big. It almost looked like it could have been staged, because she was like, look tough. She fought back on the elevator. But I honestly, you know what I mean? You have to be mindful of just how others, you know what I mean? Especially politicians. It's my opinion. He didn't say, the individual didn't say anything too far, but just because of the climate we're in, like, look what happened to Trump twice, right? I'm not a big fan, but I think the person did it for, like, the clicks, right? So, like, you give them that, you know, I'm not but if you're going to barrage report someone, it should be coming someone who's a lot smaller, or like someone who doesn't look physically intimidating. And I don't even believe in barrage reporting. I don't think it's a good thing. It's just going to create a harsher and harsher climate, and then it's going to make other people do it that shouldn't be doing it, that really want to do harm to people, and that it's not I don't believe in that. Politics is rhetoric. It's the word. It's all about the word, and anything beyond the word is gone too far, in my opinion. Unless it's a picture, right? Pictures and words. But the protests are fine for others. I'm not a big believer in them, but I'm not at all. I think most of the time protests get encapsulated by people who are trying to make money, or they're trying to get fame, or get into politics, right? Fame, politics, money, you know. It's a lot of times they get co-opted by these type of people, and that's why I'm always very leery of a protest, because there's always something behind it that you don't know about. It's not very rarely do they get to sell them, but I can never come out against a protest that's not harming other people, right? Protest is, if you're so exasperated and you got nothing and you're screaming at whatever the government is doing is so horrible to you, well, in our democracy, the last thing you got is to get out there, get physically out there, your voice. In social media age, we got this. It's just my opinion, right? And as I don't trust when you have leaders that we don't know, or they're unappointed, right? They always get co-opted, and it's easy to co-opt a protest if you have money. So just a place for a lobby they don't necessarily start it. They push it and push it and push it, and then they co-opt it, right? It happens. It's happened pretty much every protest, and a lot of politicians get into power that way. That's actually a way. It's like they teach us in colleges, right? In certain political zones, they teach it that you can get into politics, into power by getting into a protest and being a speaker and being a leader of a protest. So you don't even have to have an opinion, but you find one where they'll let you speak and do a really good speech, and then next thing you know, you're a politician for 20 years. You know? When has protest in Canada worked? I don't know. I really don't know. And like I said, like, people at the time of the pandemic were so exasperated with the government of stay home, by going out, they were speaking their minds. That one was one that was, to me, was the only protest I could actually get behind. And I personally didn't want to go, but I supported the people who went out to go, that were going and saying the government is taking too much control of our lives. They're not going to allow us to drive truck. We're not allowed to do this. We're telling us that companies had to fire their workers if they didn't get the needle. was government overstep that I've never seen in my lifetime. And that was such an extraordinary circumstance that there was a case for it. Because by going outside and gathering in a group, they were breaking the law. Breaking the law by going out in a group. Okay, the honking, I guess apparently there's people had it. That was a complaint that they had. The other side of the argument had. And they used it as a bludgeon, right? I know protests were loud. Oh, the honking. Come on. The city was probably very, very quiet, because no one was driving and nothing was happening. So there was a protest that, hey, come on. It was just by protest you were doing the protest. You were protesting the government. You didn't have to say anything. If they would have got there and stood there and said nothing in silence, they said what they needed to say. They did what they needed to do, like the government. And the government that would have been the most effective way, I think, of that. But that would have been hard. You had to have very dedicated people to go out there and pure science. That's not fun. And one thing I got to say about that, I don't know what the leaders, if they were the case, it was the people that were there more so, because one person can start a riot in the protest mood, and not one person they allowed to. It kept happy and like hot tubs and bouncy castles and singing and dancing. It kept Canadian, and that's why the problem with a protest is that people have gotten out because of anger. And so it's easy to stoke that anger. That's why, you know what I mean, they had people in J6, they had people that were against it, trying to instigate it to get worse. Well, the people were so angry, it's easier to just give them that extra, what they call a nudge. They nudge the people to go too far. Well, the nudgers in the not all of them, there was a secondary thing that happened in that protest that I tell you motherfucker. But the people that really were holding the current, it was about nudging people to sing, nudging people to dance. Children were there until the police came and did their horse thing, which was, oh my God, disgustingly horrible. The cops of Toronto treated the protest like it was another type of protest, but it wasn't. It was a real Canadian protest, singing, dancing, signs and happiness and music and light works and stuff like that. And honking was a form of song, right? It's a form of PSALM, right? Psalm. It was a form of metric music, and so that totally different. Now there was a current. There was something else that was there, and I'm not going to discuss it because that's like illegal. Well, they definitely were. Well, some politicians, they were going to work, and they didn't get blasted. It happened, I think, once or twice to a couple. They were getting yelled at, but there was a distance between them, and you can't do that, But then someone, I don't know who, pulled them back. So there was a couple that got a little bit blasted, but most of that protest was kept on the happy side of life. That PG, it was PG, not even 30, it was PG, and that was what made it the best protest in history, except there was an element that was trying to co-opt it, and they almost did, and they didn't, and but there was an element, and I'm not going to talk it. This guy is literally caught for fraud, and he's about to speak. I had another comment, but I'm gonna let this go.
Qui l'appuie, dont plusieurs Québécois.
Regarde, ce qui arrive ici à Ottawa et dans les nouvelles, c'est pas ce qui arrive sur le terrain avec les libéraux qui vont signer pour les chefs et on va regarder quand les votes sont comptés. Merci tout le monde.
Well, I have a lot of respect for all the candidates in the race, and including the candidates. So, for me, what Christian brings to the race is a number of different things. I've known her personally for a lot of years, and as a new member of Caucus, as somebody that
Here's another liberal interview.
Students who find their way out should have treated me like I was an equal. It didn't matter she was deputy prime minister, she was finance minister, she had senior positions in the government. She always had time for me. So on a personal level, it mattered. But it became clear to me during my the evolution of my relationship with her that somebody that understands Manitoba. She is somebody that has the scars to show what it means to win hard fights.
Okay. Scars that show.
Trenches. She's tough.
Okay.
Someone right now who's gonna have the ability to
You don't have a
negotiate.
good view of this guy, so.
Different
Oh, here we go.
Canada, plusieurs fois, on a besoin.
Miss Freeland is now walking away from backtracking on promises that she stood up and full-throated defended as a minister and had all of you guys defend. I mean, is there not a tension there? Like, how disavowing the things that she stood for 3 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago?
I think there's a recognition on the part of a lot of us that there are some policies that needed improvement, and that there were some policies that, upon the passage of time, Canadians made clear to us were not palatable. I think that the carbon tax is an example of that. I actually don't believe so much that the emission reduction objectives and ambitions, for example, of the carbon tax is something that Canadians are against. I think where we as a government went wrong is that we failed in our communication of it from the start. We weren't very concise in helping Canadians understand why we believed it was an important policy. So to the carbon tax, in large part because of the effectiveness of political opposition in the country, has become a non-starter. So to walk away from the carbon tax does not mean to walk away from important environmental policy. It simply means that there's a recognition that if you do not have the political support necessary from the people, then you aren't able to accomplish the benefits of those policies. Pardon me?
What about capital gains?
What about it?
Yeah, reportedly, Richard Freeland is preparing to say she's going to walk that back and reverse on that policy. That was a pretty big hallmark of the budget last year.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that the capital gains changes were brought in was because we were trying to find a way to finance some of the commitments that we had made. But I think that over time there was a realization that perhaps we need to dial back a little bit on some of that spending. And I think that there's a recognition that if we are in the process of tightening that fiscal belt and constraining things, that means that we don't have a necessity to find that revenue from other areas, which means that perhaps that capital gains tax change is not necessary as we pursue that different option.
Going into these meetings, what are your priorities? What do you want to push on the agenda?
It's always good to be in the room with colleagues, so I'm simply looking forward to hearing what my colleagues are hearing in their ridings, to having a conversation about the leadership race, and I think the primary thing we have to focus on is that we are united. Like I said a moment ago to your colleagues, each candidate in this leadership race brings something important. They have a unique perspective. There are different narratives in their public policy proposals that are going to be beneficial to the dialogue that we're having as a team. But ultimately, at the end of the day, regardless of who emerges as the leader, we're going to have to put all of that energy, all of that hard work, all of those good ideas together and emerge as a united caucus.
So you would run under any of the leadership candidates? You would run as an MP under the leadership of any of these candidates?
I don't think that any of the candidates are necessarily going to emerge as winners. If you're talking about whether it's Mark or Christia or Karina, as an example, absolutely. I am united behind whoever emerges. I've given my reasons for why I'm supporting Christia and why I think she's the best candidate, particularly as a Manitoba MP. But I have a lot of respect for Mark Carney, a lot of respect for Karina Gould. Whoever emerges as the leader will have my full support. Thanks, guys.
So I can't find the Great Dictator speech that's not on YouTube. Even on the Charlie Chaplin site.
Religion et expression. Yes.
Yeah, just can you clarify in English though? When the federal government intervenes, what are the arguments that you want to see it bring there? Is it only on the use of the notwithstanding clause? Or are you going to argue the basis that the secularism law itself is unconstitutional?
Yeah, so I'm not going to sort of lay out right here now sort of the nature of what our factum and what
I
our
don't
materials
want your
will look
legal
like.
arguments. I want the gist of what you're saying to the court and the country.
Yeah, and what I will say to you and to
Tandra.
the country through you is
really
that I'll say now what I've said all along, which is that when you get to the level of the Supreme Court of Canada and they're granting leave to appeal, what that means is that they think this is a matter of national importance. When it's a matter of national importance and there's a national conversation about interpreting charter rights that will have an impact right around the country, we are going to be there. And what we're going to do when we're there is we're going to defend the charter that we helped create over 40 years ago. And that includes giving a fulsome interpretation to rights that relate to equality, rights that relate to expression, rights that relate to religion. It's very important to be there because now we're having a case that's going to impact all Canadians.
Will you say
not just
that the
people in one
escape
province.
clause shouldn't override those particular rights?
What I'll say to you is that we've already said in Parliament on many occasions is that we have significant concerns. I, the Prime Minister, our Cabinet, our government has concerns about the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. The idea about a dialogue between Parliament and the courts has existed for a long time in terms of jurisprudence and in law. Professor Hogg talked about it at length before he passed. What we're doing by participating in that court process that will take place just down the street is participating in this dialogue. And I think it's important for a number of reasons because there are other people who presume to take the highest levels of power in this country who spend most of their time attacking that court and undermining that institution.
Part of that Constitution is the escape clause. Are you going to argue that the escape clause should not override those equality rights that you just spoke of?
We're going to talk about the important rights under the Charter, the rights of equality, the rights of religion, freedom of expression. We're going to talk about how they should be interpreted in the context of the usage of the norm.
Pourquoi l'argent des contribuables québécois devrait servir à financer la construction d'une loi qui a été largement adoptée par l'Assemblée nationale?
Comme vous le savez, c'est de la responsabilité du gouvernement canadien, lorsque la Cour suprême se prononce sur des enjeux aussi importants, de fournir son point de vue. Le gouvernement canadien est responsable de l'application de la Charte des droits et libertés. Et lorsqu'une discussion de cette importance arrive à la Cour suprême, avec des résultats qui vont être pertinents pour l'ensemble du pays, c'est la responsabilité du gouvernement canadien de préparer un mémoire et de le déposer pour aider la Cour suprême, qui est évidemment indépendante, à prendre les bonnes décisions.
Qui vous appuie dans la course à la direction du Parti libéral, monsieur?
Moi, je laisse le temps aux candidats et à tous les candidats de se présenter. Je leur laisse le temps aussi de présenter leur plateforme en travaillant avec eux d'ici là pour m'assurer que dans leur plateforme, la présence des Québécois et du Québec soit solide. On a besoin d'un Québec fort pour renforcer le Canada à tous les égards, y compris dans le contexte de ce qui se passe au sud de la frontière.
Donc, d'ici 2 semaines, peut-être, vous allez annoncer vos couleurs?
On va voir comment les choses vont. Pour l'instant, elles vont très bien. Les choses s'accélèrent, évidemment. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de temps. Et moi, je laisse la chance à tous les coureurs de se présenter à la ligne de départ. Et ensuite, maintenant, je vais travailler avec eux pour m'assurer qu'ils comprennent très bien l'importance de donner toute la place au Québec et aux Québécois.
Sur la loi 21, spécifiquement, ma compréhension, c'est que vous voulez que chacun des candidats s'engage à avoir la même position que le gouvernement avait, c'est-à-dire d'intervenir au niveau de la Cour suprême quand il y aura des audiences.
Un, les candidats sont libres de penser et de dire ce qu'ils veulent. Deux, les candidats étant libéraux, on imagine qu'ils vont s'inspirer des valeurs libérales, y compris des valeurs de justice et de liberté qui sont incarnées dans la Charte canadienne des droits et des libertés.
OK, merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Change so much, and it's on her. And I've seen that same force and that same will as she fought for Canadians during NAFTA and other issues. So for me, who she is, her character makes it an easy choice.
You worry she's going to fall behind in the race because Carney's getting all the endorsements?
No, I think there's, Liberal Party members I'm talking to want a competitive race. They want to hear the different voices and the different ideas about the future of our party. So they're looking for this to be competitive, and they want to hear what all the candidates have to say. So this race is wide open, as it should be. It's going to be an exciting debate about the ideas and the future of this country. And I'm feeling a lot of excitement and in really a party that's invigorated. Thanks so much.
Monsieur Arlen, est-ce qu'on peut vous avoir en français, juste sur Mme Freeland? Vous l'appuyez, mais en même temps, on sent qu'il y a comme un vent vers M. Carney en ce moment. Est-ce que ça vous inquiète?
Non, ça ne m'inquiète pas. Mais c'est logique qu'au début d'une course, les personnes fassent un choix. Mais pour moi, l'expérience et l'intégrité et l'habilité de Mme Freeland est évidente. Et pour moi, c'est un choix clair et facile. Parce que maintenant, on a besoin de l'unité, mais aussi l'expérience à l'extérieur de notre profession, mais à l'intérieur aussi.
Merci, as in the context of your role as health minister, do you have any concerns about, under the Trump administration, that there might be changes to the FDA, there might be changes to rules around vaccines, all of these things that Canada depends on? Do you worry about that, like our reliance to trust medical information science coming out of the U.S. government?
I think it's incredibly important, more so now than ever before, to rely on science, data, evaluation, and evidence. And so all of our conversations have to be deeply rooted in that. We have multilateral organizations, but also multilateral relationships, where I think we can come to the table and make the case for what we need to do to protect not only the health of Canadians, but the health of the world. I'm very concerned about issues like antimicrobial resistance and the essential nature of multilateral action, pandemic preparedness, or what we're dealing with H5N1. So for me, that working multilaterally is essential, and I think that we have to continue talking logic, science, and evidence, and I believe those things will prevail. Thank you.
The Great Recession here and as well as in Brack.
People in Gatineau and across Canada are telling me they want a coherent vision for economic growth, one that supports opportunities for all Canadians in every corner of this country. I believe Mark Carney offers us the best hope.
So can you explain why most cabinet ministers are jettisoning their cabinet colleague Ms. Freeland for Mr. Carney? Is it because people don't like her, or is it because she stuck the knife into Trudeau, or is it because she's running away from the record of the government?
Well, let me just say I have a profound respect for Chrystia Freeland and her contributions, and indeed her candidacy made mine a very tough decision. She is a strong woman. She has a very clear vision for the country as well, and I look forward to watching that unfold as well.
Monsieur McKinnon, le fait qu'il n'y a pas de candidature ténor, disons, qui vient du Québec, est-ce que ça vous inquiète? Et pourquoi, dans ce contexte-là, vous vous tournez vers Monsieur Carney?
Moi, je pense que je peux parler au nom des Gatinois. Je pense que les Gatinois voient en Mark Carney quelqu'un qui offre une vision renouvelée pour le Canada, dont une vision pour la croissance économique. Et permettez-moi aussi d'indiquer qu'à la lumière des commentaires de M. Poilievre hier, où il va limoger des dizaines de milliers de fonctionnaires dans ma circonscription, je pense que M. Carney représente aussi quelqu'un qui croit en la possibilité d'un gouvernement du Canada très, très fort, avec évidemment des fonctionnaires qui sont à l'appui.
Quelle offre spécifique il peut avoir pour le Québec? Quelle offre spécifique il peut avoir pour le Québec?
Oh, mais je vais laisser M. Carney élaborer son plan de campagne, évidemment, mais je suis très confiant que M. Carney offre au Canada et au Québec une vision d'avenir axée sur, oui, la croissance économique, mais aussi des chances égales pour tous.
Sur son style, est-ce que vous trouvez qu'il a assez de charisme pour devenir chef, M. Carney?
Je pense que M. Carney offre le package complet, c'est-à-dire un CV qui fait l'envie et qui est admiré par l'ensemble des Canadiens, mais aussi une expérience directe dans les grands dossiers, les grands enjeux mondiaux, nationaux. Donc, je ne peux imaginer quelqu'un qui soit plus prêt à assumer le poste de premier ministre que Mark Carney.
Pourquoi vous pensez qu'il ne s'est pas présenté avant, M. Carney? Il y a eu des offres multiples de se présenter pour mettre sa face sur le poteau. On ne l'a jamais vu, sa face sur le poteau. Là.
Ben, avant, je trouve ça difficile de spéculer sur ce genre de questions.
Would you run under Mrs. Freeland or Mr. Carney or Ms. Gould for that matter?
I am running in the next election in Gatineau.
Should Mr. Carney run for election whether he has losing or not?
I'll let Mr. Carney speak to all of those plans, and I'm sure he
We'd
will
love
have
to hear
answers for
from
all
him.
of
He's in hiding right now.
He will have answers for all of those
What do you
questions.
think his hopes are against Pierre Poilievre? Because that's ultimately where this is
Oh, I think Mr. Poilievre will be, who's a redoubtable debater, let's agree, and who's someone who's perfected the art of the quip and the one-liner. He's a tough opponent, but I think substance wins.
Merci, M. McKinnon.
Merci.
Hi, Ms. Freeland. Why is most of cabinet lining up behind your rival instead of you?
Thank you for the question, and I'm really glad to be here today to be meeting with my caucus colleagues. I am so grateful to the colleagues who have been supporting me. I want to highlight, I'm especially grateful to the people who bring the caucus together, do the hard work in our caucus, the workhorses of our caucus. I'm really glad to have the support of the current Ontario Caucus Chair, Michael Coteau, the former Ontario Caucus Chair, Jamie Maloney, the Quebec Caucus Chair, Stéphane Lauzon, the Chair of Women's Caucus, Leah Taylor-Roy. And for me, a huge emphasis is going to be reviving the party, reviving the grassroots of the party, reviving a real democratization process in the party. We can never again be in a position where the leader is the only person who decides who the leader is. And I think Liberal Party grassroots members and caucus need to have a greater say in what we do and how we do it. Je suis tellement fière d'être ici pour échanger, pour parler avec mes collègues de caucus. Et j'apprécie énormément l'appui que j'ai reçu de tous mes collègues, mais je veux souligner pour moi l'importance d'appui que j'ai reçu des gens qui sont sur le terrain, qui font le vrai travail pour notre caucus et notre parti. Je veux souligner et remercier Stéphane Lauzon, le président du caucus de Québec, Alexandre Mendez, le vice-président de la Chambre des communes, le président du caucus aujourd'hui de l'Ontario, Michael Coteau, l'ancien président du caucus de l'Ontario, Jamie Maloney, la présidente du caucus d'FM, Leah Taylor-Roy. Ce sont les gens qui font le vrai travail dans le caucus, qui sont très respectés par tout le monde. Et je veux souligner pour moi, pour nous tous, parce que nous travaillons en tant qu'équipe, l'importance d'un processus de renouvellement de notre parti. On a besoin de vraiment écouter, d'entendre les gens, les militants libéraux. Ils doivent avoir une voix. Les députés doivent avoir une voix. Pour moi et pour nous tous, c'est une grande priorité.
Pourquoi vous faites marche arrière? Pourquoi vous faites marche arrière sur le gain en capital? Sur le gain en capital, pourquoi vous faites marche arrière sur le gain en capital? Attendez, sur le gain en capital, pourquoi vous faites marche arrière?
C'est difficile d'entendre parce que tout le monde crie. OK, alors.
Sur le gain en capital, pourquoi vous faites marche arrière?
Je comprends. Et j'ai compris depuis l'élection du président Trump que c'est un changement majeur pour les États-Unis, pour le monde et pour le Canada. On doit être très clair. C'est un président qui a une majorité dans le Sénat, qui a une majorité dans le Congrès et qui a des plans vraiment radicaux. Il veut changer le monde. Il veut changer les États-Unis. Le Canada a toutes les possibilités de trouver une façon de réussir, de gagner, de devenir même plus prospère. Mais on ne peut pas ignorer ce qui fait le président Trump. Et je sais, parce que pendant les négociations d'Alena la première fois, c'était dit à moi clairement que nous voulons créer d'incertitudes. Nous ne voulons pas avoir des investissements dans les autres pays. Nous voulons attirer tout l'argent du monde, incluant l'argent des Canadiens, aux États-Unis. C'est ce qu'on voit, c'est ce que le président américain veut faire. Et pour cette raison, nous devons changer nos politiques. Nous devons faire beaucoup de changements pour être prêts à réussir à ce moment-là. Je suis la personne qui peut le faire. Je suis la personne qui va le faire. Je suis la personne qui est prête à défendre le Canada parce que je suis tellement fière de notre pays magnifique. On va défendre le Canada et ensemble, on va réussir.
Spécifique pour le Québec, votre proposition spécifique pour le Québec, ça sera quoi, Mme Freeland?
Okay, so what's going on there? That was. Did you hear? Sorry about the radical noise levels. Unbelievable, right? How they like screamed at her when she was when they wanted to ask her questions. Very, very, very. Pardon me. Just eat an apple. Left. Oh.
Est-ce que je peux vous entendre sur le fentanyl? Qu'est-ce que ça représente comme problème avec les Américains? Est-ce que c'est minime?
Non, le fentanyl n'est pas minime. Oui. C'est extrêmement grave, très sérieux, mais la quantité de fentanyl qui provient du Canada vers les États-Unis est minime. On travaille de plus près maintenant avec nos partenaires mexicains. Oh. Le plan de la frontière envisage en plus des investissements dans des laboratoires pour être capable de déterminer d'où proviennent les précurseurs.
OK, oui, les précurseurs, oui.
On sait que la plupart viennent de la Chine. On essaie de négocier en même temps avec la Chine. Donc, on est vraiment, vraiment saisi de la question.
OK. Donc, pour convaincre M. Trump que c'est pas un problème venant du Canada, c'est quand même un défi de taille, parce que lui, il continue à dire que c'est un gros problème, que ça vient du Canada autant que du Mexique, mais c'est pas le cas. Mais comment on va convaincre l'administration Trump que c'est pas le cas?
En restant calme, en se fiant sur les faits et en répétant non seulement au bureau de M. Trump, mais tous les cadres impliqués dans la nouvelle administration américaine qui débute. Hein?
Ouais.
Est-ce que vous avez vu quelqu'un dans la course à la direction?
Ah, ça, c'est à voir. Je suis tellement maintenant fixé sur mes responsabilités au ministère que c'est là où je mets tout mon temps.
Have you decided who you're going to support?
What I've decided to do is to absolutely bear down on the border plan and to meet every single test that we have here domestically and might be forthcoming from the United States, Bob. So that's what I'm really, really focused on.
Mr. Donald Trump at Davos is saying that for Canada to avoid the tariffs, they could just become the 51st state, not even mentioning the border in his comment in the World Economic Forum. Just where does that thing stand now for Canada with Trump kind of like seemingly throwing out the pretense of the border security?
We should take that seriously, but that's not serious.
Nice. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
But it's a moment in time where the candidates are all saying that Canadians have lost faith in the Liberal government. They don't trust them anymore. And Ms. Freeland is out repudiating vocally promises that she was staunchly in favor of just 2 months ago. So how do you square that circle when you support her? I mean, she's saying now that the things they all asked you guys to run on and take to your constituents were actually terrible ideas.
Well, I don't think she said that, but what I do think what you're hearing from Ms. Freeland is the vision that she has for the country. I think that when you're a minister of the Crown, you're expected to carry out the decisions of the Prime Minister of the day. I think Mme Freeland is putting forward a vision for how...
Sur le carbone. Ah oui, le gain en capital. Ah non, le gain en capital. Parce que ça fait un peu girouette, non?
Ben écoutez, je pense que les décisions, les annonces qu'elle a faites sont positives. C'est ce que j'entends de mes commettants. C'est qu'ils veulent qu'on fait la lutte contre le changement climatique et que ça ne coûte pas tellement aux gens individuellement. Elle a un plan pour faire ça. Je pense que c'est positif pour le pays.
Puis dernière question sur Mark Carney, le fait qu'il y a beaucoup de gens le comparent à Michael Ignatieff. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec cette comparaison?
Ben, je ne vais pas comparer les candidats à d'autres anciens chefs ou leaders. Écoute, que ce soit Mme Freeland, que ce soit Mark Carney, je pense que c'est, comme on dit, un win-win pour le parti et pour le pays. Je pense qu'ils sont des candidats capables. Mais pour moi, en ce moment, étant donné qu'on fait face à des menaces de Donald Trump et d'autres, à notre souveraineté, à notre économie, Mme Freeland a démontré, quand elle a négocié l'accord à libre-échange avec les États-Unis, qu'elle peut négocier avec Donald Trump et gagner pour le Canada. Et c'est exactement ça qu'on a besoin en ce moment.
Do you think Donald Trump can end the war in Ukraine?
I think that we need to support the Ukrainians until they win, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because if Russia succeeds, that could mean retaining territory, that could mean winning outright. That would be a major threat to Canada's security. Russia's our neighbor in the north. We have thousands of kilometers of border with Russia.
Okay. Sorry about the volume, but one thing that I want to bring up, I kind of forgot about Trump. Everyone's like, well, it's going to be Russia gate, and he's going to be good for maybe Putin's little lackey. Well, I'm sorry. Russia is a huge, beautiful, wonderful country. He said this. Huge, beautiful, wonderful country. I love the people of Russia. I respect them, and that's I think true. And this me. One thing you have to remember about Russia: it has about the size of economy, the size of New York State, which is big, but it's the size of New York State. They have maybe was it 6% of the world's oil, 7% of the world's oil reserves. It's not a powerhouse. It once was when they were under communism and unified. Now they're like us. They're divided more. Of course, they still have a very big war culture. It's just a huge war culture. So they can sustain levels of war longer than anyone else. It's part of their culture. It's part of in the small towns, the patriotism and stuff like that. And that's not about in their media. Of course, there's VPNs and stuff like that they need to use. A lot of people, but Trump is actually getting through their media. The Russian wall, right? Russian media wall. So it's something, Tucker Carlson, I think, was a big help with that too. He's another one. It's good to have back channels. And sometimes the back channel is the leader, which is very odd. In this case, our leader of the President of the United States, the Post of the United States, is the back channeler. So he said he's kind of went directly to the people. And then he said what they should have done, and it would have ended the war. He says the reason why the war goes on is the gas. And he goes, oil and natural gas. First of all, I just seen Viktor Orban said that they're still buying LNG from Russia, and they're going through other channels or whatever, but they're buying their stuff, because they're so closely tied with it. So Russia still can afford to pay for it. So we're basically, and then third parties, they're buying the oil apparently. Because Russia, we know that Russia has what they call the shadow oil fleet. It's just black market. So it's just creating this, the Russian dark element is getting a lot of money out of this, but Russia itself is absorbing a lot of that money because they need it for the war. So we'll see how that is actually played out. What happened to the Wagner Group? The Wagner Group was a thing. Now they're a thing in Africa. They're not such a big thing in Europe, in Moscow anymore. They kind of no, not after the helicopter crash. So to the point. What Trump said was if the oil prices were down, well, then that's it. And he mentioned to Saudi Arabia, says, I want you to drop. He goes, yeah, it's great. You have the $600 billion rounded up. But I want you OPEC countries to drop the price of oil. That'll end the war. And he's probably right. I think he's right. They buy a lot of grain from Saudi Arabia, and the Middle East buys a lot of the grain from Ukraine. They called it the breadbasket of the world. It's not necessarily back in the day, not necessarily the world, but it's the breadbasket of Europe. And so that's something that happens. So he says he wants the world oil prices to drop. Now, that's double whammy. That will help Trump in his agenda, right? His world agenda trying to build America. And oil prices depressed down, it'll hurt a handful of countries, us included. If we had production go up in LNG, we could sell to other markets. Remember, we're selling our stuff to America at a discount. If we were to sell to Philippines, our LNG or our oil to the Philippines, we won't have to sell it at such a discount. I'm not saying don't sell to America. America is our greatest ally and partner. Selling them a discounted Brent crude is good. But what needs to happen is as we expand having 10% of the oil reserves in the world, we should be, you think it would be expanding, and they should be expanding the oil that we take in and the oil that we're exporting. Give the same amount to the Americans. Americans are going to start pumping their own oil. We don't need to worry about them as much. A certain amount has to, because of security reasons and keeping us tight with our southern brothers. But I think expansion and it needs to go to sell to other markets so we can make more money off of it. Philippines doesn't have oil. They need it. They're at the forefront right now. They're having big trouble. Like, their politics are getting do you want to see what's happening with foreign interference? Look, like disastrous things. Look at what the Philippine government is going through right now, and they're fighting it. But they're having a tough time. Like, they dumped fentanyl into all these, it's all kinds of islands. Remember, it's very difficult to maintain. But there's Manila and stuff, big cities, and bases and stuff. But what they've done, they had to basically go around everywhere, and these ships and stuff were dumping mass drugs, and they were selling. And this is one guy said, one of the defense ministers, he says sometimes they're just like giving it away, basically giving it away, because the goal, these groups are coming from other countries. He named the PRC. He says they're coming and they're just dumping it on it, so they would just hurt our nation, weaken our nation. They're just trying to weaken their nation, and they're doing it. So it's probably happening here. We just don't know of it. Our gangs are so strong. They're probably getting handed. I don't know. So that's the fentanyl, right? The big thing is the fentanyl. And it's happened in the Philippines. He says, and then their media, and the defense minister was like, there was a big, huge attack. Turns out it was coming from the PRC. Internally, though, it was internal news agencies attacking him, paid for by the PRC, by the commies. Canada can help the Philippines remain with the West and fight back against this stuff by selling them our oil, by keeping them energy dependent, by keeping the government viable. Once you have a collapsed government, not that it's going to happen, not any time in the near future, but once you have a collapsed government, you have more problems, right? Like once you can't provide the energy in the field, then the energy that the businesses to grow and to thrive, well, they will have more problems and will get weaker. Thus, if the Philippines is 100 million people, they turn all of a sudden into a communist country, that would just be horrible. And it's happening. It's happening. They're fighting it right now. Marco, their president right now, he's fighting it, but he's fighting a giant, and he's a single person. And our country is like, and we're not helping enough. That's the thing. Canada has gotten out of the game of this energy and thought we don't care about selling them, because we have an environmental agenda that doesn't care about war. How much environmental disaster? You tell me this. You want to see environmental disaster? Just go look at the Ukraine right now. You want to see the destruction of our beautiful world? Just look at what war does. Depleted uranium bullets, anyone? AKA armor-piercing bullets. Armor-piercing bullets. They're depleted uranium. They're all over that country. You know? They got the chemicals they put into things that explode. They don't really care if it leaves a trace. It's not like, well, that's our first. No, they're blowing something up. They don't really care about that area. It's horrible. And what do we got? We got Yaya worrying about how much oil we produce. And while the Philippines may flip, Japan is freaking. You know, Japan is having, they are, whatever. Because no one's talking about it, because your conservative party, this is where I have an argument, and I know you're triggering me to do this. The conservatives have decided, and I think there's two reasons for it. I think that they looked at the polling and they found, hey, is there career politicians that we got leadership there? We decided, hey, we're not going to discuss this because it's not really helping us in the polls, political decision. But number two, and this I think is the real reason, really, I think something's happening behind the scenes. America and Canada, remember that the FBI did the last warning? They're the ones who did the last warnings about the police stations and stuff like that. And they gave it to us, and they gave our RCMP and CSIS a report, a little bit leaked out, not much. But I think what's happened is that because our Duchesne, our CMP head and CSIS has said we can't beat this, I think that they're working in tandem with the Americans' intelligence agencies right now. Behind the scene, I don't know. But I think what's happening is behind the scenes something's going on there. And Pierre is using this time to throw up our hands in the air because it's nothing. It's nothing stuff. We need an election now. We need an election. Knowing full well there's no way there's going to be an election until these investigations, until we know the full extent of the foreign interference, the money trails, the embassies and all that stuff quietly behind the scenes are taken care of, we're never going to have an election. And now Pierre may know this, but he doesn't have a security clearance, right? Of course he's aware of it. But he can do his hoopla, and like this is the kind of thing you hold the person and then you push them. That's what he's doing, right? He's holding back the election, but no one knows he's holding the guy, but he's pushing us. Election. But knowing there's no way there's going to be an election. First of all, the governor general is above him and pro government. You can protest in the streets all you want. It ain't changing a thing. Second of all, I think that they're going behind the scenes, just doing this major investigation to make sure our election is actually free and fair. Because Pierre may lose. Pierre may lose if there's enough foreign interference, and we'd like they haven't turned it on yet. They are full of it. Remember that FBI director said, Ray? He says there's a lot of things that are up there, and he says, and they're not using every available thing. So there's groups and sections in our Canada. They already said Canada is the easiest country to go play around with your foreign interference. It's known, right? No, everyone's just plays around with us because we had Trudeau who didn't care about it. He says we're not we haven't like this guy. We have no culture. We are a state. Post whatever state, and so everyone's like, "Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let us influence your election because you don't care about your own borders." Now, there's other big nefarious activity going to happen. Excuse me. And we don't know. There's no charges. The RCMP is doing the investigation. They said they're doing the investigation. I think what's happened again. It's behind the scenes. The report hasn't even come out yet. And people are like, what? I think the protest starts a couple days. I get a protest to go back to basically whatever the hell they're protesting. Well, there's the report on foreign interference isn't put forward. And this is just like a scratch the surface. There's like intelligence agencies that are like saying they're America. They're saying they're defeated. We can't even get a full grasp of what's going on. But I guarantee you they're doing hard work right now. And they know that they're working with the cartels. They're working with the Venezuelan group, that Venezuelan gang, and then the Ecuadorian gang. They're known because those two gangs, well, first the Venezuelan gang ties to Venezuela, who is not an ally of America. Trump said he's stopping all oil purchases from Venezuela. They're huge. They have huge oil reserves. And their neighbor has huge oil reserves, which may create a little battle over there in South America. There's a beautiful marsh area that's very low inhabited, and they found tons of oil, tons. So there's that. He just called for lower oil prices to stop the Ukraine war. That's not helping Russia. Not helping Russia at all. It's helping the rest of the world though. Helping us. Well, it's helping. That'll help. So, calling for an election, knowing full well there ain't going to be one, it's just abusing your followers. I think it's a minor abuse, but it's I don't know. It's not working on me. Not working on me, but it is getting people to lick their head on. We need an election now. Yeah, we do. We do need a free and fair election, and every bell is in the States is alarmed. And they're working on it, and they're not doing a good job. We have an election coming up no matter what in October. And there's only about 3 months or two months of Parliament to sit. Now sometimes they sit in the summertime, but very rarely. This Liberal led Parliament has sat the least amount of days in all time. Maybe it's not all time, but at least it goes back. I checked back to 54. So 54. When they were keeping close records, this is the least. They sat for the least amount of days. So they're a horrible government. I believe that Parliament There should always be people there. They should always have decorum, which means that there's enough people there to debate, and that has come close almost at least once a week. At least once a week when someone could call, hey, we don't have quorum. They don't have 20 people or 10 people and 10 butts in the seat. It doesn't matter who, what party. They've had that. I think if the Conservatives get in, they need to bring Parliament back. And I'm okay with the video if there's an excuse. But you got to go to the temple to speak to God. And we are, as the electorate, in my opinion, are the gods. And the Parliament House, the power it brings the people together in a unified place. Once you start doing the video, it's less quality. First of all, less quality video. It has less power, and it basically what it's doing, I think eventually it will erode the power of Parliament, and that's what the left has wanted. They were eroding. The Conservatives, of course, want to maintain it. And there's a new house. They're doing major repairs and stuff like that. But this is, to me, it should be the number one issue. And I want to see it on policy for the Conservatives. I'm going to be very critical against them because the Conservatives now they're in the starter block, right? Pole position. And they have to. The Liberals won't. The Liberals want to destroy Parliament. They have to do new laws and enact new laws that won't be easily done. That'll be a hard tangle to keep Parliament, or else we're going to have ministers stay at home 5 days a week. They're going to be in their ridings. And remember that one individual, what he was doing on camera? No, he's out of politics, but that's these are factors that need to go on, It looks like I have darker rainbow. It's the light, I guess, eh? My camera. I need a new camera. Something happened to the chip in it. Oh, baby. It's great Yorkshire.
In the Arctic, Russia has a presence in the Arctic. Vladimir Putin has tried to claim parts of the Arctic as Russian territory in the past. So if Russia wins, they won't stop at Ukraine, and Canadians, Americans, and Europeans will be next in defending themselves against Russian aggression. So we need Ukraine to win, not just because it's the right thing to do, but it's the right thing for Canada.
On Trump calling for NATO allies to spend up to 5% in defense spending, and also thinking that the U.S. deserves compensation for what it's done in Ukraine already, what's your reaction to that?
Look, I'm a firm believer that we do need to spend more on defense, but as far as the American contribution, the U.S. contribution to Ukraine, like I said a moment ago, I think that Ukraine's victory is in our security interests, Canada's security interests, and in the security interests of the United States. So I think that when the United States has been investing to support the Ukrainians in their fight against Putin, they're investing in their own security.
Right. What about 5% defense spending? Is that something you think that Canada would ever contemplate?
I won't commit to a particular number because that has to be analyzed. But I think at the end of the day, our defense spending should be much higher than it currently is, because it's in Canada's interest to ensure that we can protect our sovereignty.
Higher than 2%, which they say they're on track for?
I believe we should be higher than 2%.
What's your level? What's your number?
I won't get into a number now, but I do believe it needs to be higher given the threats that we currently face.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Merci. Thank you.
Good. How are you?
Okay, I'm gonna do some skipping and see what we got. See if there's any. We gotta get Trudeau. I don't know why. I went and made a tea, so. Oh, this guy. Oh, we got Gould. Gould's running for the leadership. She seems very happy. Happier than she should be.
hope so, but at the end of the day, it's up to caucus members to decide that. I would certainly encourage my colleagues to wait for the race to get underway a little bit to know what everybody stands for and what we're putting forward. But what I can say is I'm getting calls from people right across the country who are joining the party, sometimes for the first time or rejoining because they're excited about it, about me running. So at the end of the day, it's one member, one vote, and my job as one of the candidates, like all of us, is to convince Liberal members that we're the best person for the job.
You see, it looks like a movement of the party establishment to run for Mr. Carney, and you seem to be getting a lot of younger people.
Yeah.
That kind of leaves Ms. Freeland out in the cold, doesn't it?
Well, look, it's up to all of us to convince people that we're the right person for the job. And I have to say, like, I am so buoyed by the support that I'm getting from young people across the country. But, Bob, it's not just young people. I'm hearing from people of every generation, every background who really feel hopeful about the fact that I'm running and feel hopeful for the first time about the future of the country in a long time. And that's something that makes me excited, too.
If you're successful, one of your first big jobs will be dealing with President Trump. At Davos, he was talking about the need for NATO spending to go up to 5% of GDP, and also saying if Canada wants to avoid tariffs, just become a state and they go away. How would you handle the Trump administration, especially with that NATO ask coming in now?
Well, first of all, Canada will never become the 51st state of the United States. We are a proud, sovereign country, and that's who we are. And there is no doubt in my mind that for every single Canadian, that is first and foremost. And let me be very clear, our sovereignty is non-negotiable, and it will never be on the table. When it comes to NATO, okay, well, the U.S. is not at 5% either. So look, I think we are definitely in a world where we need to make sure that we have adequate defense spending. We are in a whole different geopolitical context than we were even 5 years ago. And so I think this is something that we're going to have to talk about as NATO members in terms of what that means. Canada still has a ways to go when it comes to getting to 2%. We've committed to doing that. But we also need to address some of the challenges in our armed forces. Look, our CAF personnel, they are not paid adequately and sufficiently, and that's one of the issues that we have when it comes to recruitment and when it comes to retention. We also need to address our procurement. One of the things that I would do immediately is appoint a procurement czar, because it takes too long for us to get the defense equipment that we need. And then, of course, we have to have a conversation with our allies about what our Western defense alliance looks like in the face of what are more aggressive actors around the world. So these are things that we absolutely have to be talking about, and I think it's really important for our military personnel to know that if I was the leader of the Liberal Party, if I was the Prime Minister, that I would have their backs because they've had our backs.
Est-ce que vous seriez prêt à vous engager pour le 5%? Monsieur Trump en aura parlé ce matin pour que 5%, l'équivalent de 5% du PIB en dépenses militaires.
Monsieur Trump doit voir comment les États-Unis vont arriver à 5% parce qu'ils ne sont pas là maintenant. Le Canada est engagé à réaliser le 2%, mais c'est vrai que nous sommes dans un monde différent dans les systèmes dans la manière géopolitique à ce moment. Et il y a beaucoup de choses qu'on devrait faire pour soutenir nos propres forces armées. Ce que je viens de dire en anglais, c'est que notre personnel militaire ne reçoit pas les salaires adéquats. Et ça, c'est un des plus gros problèmes qu'on a pour attirer et retenir notre personnel. Et on doit vraiment changer comment nous faisons le procurement, l'approvisionnement, merci, de notre équipement militaire. Alors, il y a beaucoup de choses qu'on devrait faire pour vraiment soutenir nos forces armées, mais aussi pour protéger le Canada et notre alliance des pays de l'Ouest, faisant face à les menaces que nous confrontons.
On party renewal, Ms. Freeland came out today and said that the next Liberal leader, Caucus, should have the ability to initiate a leadership review to replace the leader, so the situation that happened with Justin Trudeau doesn't happen again. What do you make of that idea?
Well, look, the Michael Chong bill is something that Caucus decides. When we were elected in 2015, that was something that Caucus chose. That's one of the requirements after an election. And, I'm not going to make a pronouncement one way or the other because at the end of the day, that is a caucus decision.
If elected, you talked about the GST continuing that break on it for certain items. Why not keep it for all items on the list that the government currently has?
Because I'm not sure that we need a permanent GST cut on Christmas trees and Hanukkah bushes, by the way. I don't actually know that many people that have Hanukkah bushes. But what I can say is that on...
We should spend 5% on
Don't mess with our Hanukkah bushes.
Over the past number of years, we brought Canada's defence spending up from below 1%, where it was under the previous Conservative government, to a path towards full 2% in the coming years. We have close to tripled projected defence spending since 2015, and we're going to continue to work with our NATO partners to make sure that we're doing everything necessary to keep Canada safe. The next NATO meeting is in Netherlands in The Hague, but Canada has a strong track to invest in protecting the North, protecting Canadians in a complicated world.
Is 5% unrealistic? Is it unrealistic?
Monsieur Trump a promis un boom économique, un âge d'or pour l'économie américaine dans les années à venir. Pour réussir à avoir un boom économique, ils vont avoir besoin de plus d'énergie, plus de minerais, incluant des minerais critiques. Ils vont avoir besoin de plus des choses que le Canada est actuellement en train de leur envoyer. Nous, on va être là pour en faire plus. Donald Trump suggère qu'il voudrait amener des tarifs sur le Canada, que ce soit le 20 janvier, que ce soit le 1er février, que ce soit le 15 février, que ce soit le 1er août. Quand il voudra, deux choses. On va être prêt pour répondre. Et deuxièmement, ça va augmenter le coût de la vie pour les citoyens américains. Donc, ce serait une erreur, mais s'il veut absolument aller de l'avant, on va avoir la réponse nécessaire. Mais nous, on travaille pour être là en tant que partenaire fiable, être là pour pouvoir continuer de travailler avec les Américains dans un monde incertain. Donald Trump has announced that he wants a golden age for the American economy. That means they're going to need more energy, more minerals, more steel and aluminum, more lumber, more concrete, more of the things that Canada is already sending them as a reliable and trustworthy partner. If he does move forward on tariffs on Canada, as he has said, whether it be back on January 20th or on February 1st or February 15th as a Valentine's Day present, or on April 1st, or whenever he says he's going to do it, as he keeps repeating, two things will happen. One, Canada will have a strong, robust response, because we don't want this, but we will respond if necessary. And two, prices for American consumers on just about everything will go up. And we don't think he wants that. So we're going to be there. He has talked about the border as being a great preoccupation for him. We have highlighted that less than 1% of illegal drugs coming into the United States, less than 1% of migrants going into the United States come from Canada. But we're still investing over $1 billion in strengthening our borders. And as an illustration of what we've been saying all along, Toronto Police and the Border Services Agency just seized about 835 kilograms of cocaine coming in from the United States into Canada via Mexican cartels. So we have challenges at our border on both sides of the border, and we are there to work constructively with them on those.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that. Okay, so what happened is, okay, folks, I'll give you a little bit of background of what I saw. Now, this is conspiracy talk, so you can't take this as fact. But remember that executive order that Trump did? He labeled the cartels a persona non grata, a terrorist organizations. So what it effectively did, it didn't put which I was hoping for. Honestly, I was really hoping for, because it actually would be the end. If you send the 101st in the army, boys, like these are the red meat, these are the most pure American soldiers there are in the fucking world. They're the most, okay? The meat. If someone says we're sending the 101st, that means you're done. Or America is. That is the last line of defense, is the 101st. Okay, this is like, say anything against the 101st, and I'm really going to get mad. Because you're stupid. He didn't. Okay, in the executive order, it wasn't the 101st, it wasn't the army, the uniformed guys. But he did send, and I remember I read this, right? At least I read the thing. So what did it do? It created the 18 intelligence agencies in lockstep, in unison, okay, folks? Lockstep. So you guys want to deal with the cartels, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Because the intelligence agencies, I wish they would have sent the army. It would have been, but the problem, I understand why he didn't. I think they're going to go on the border, help protect the border. But basically, what do? They've got the intelligence agencies against this whole group, and intelligence, the FBI, DEA, and then local police forces, and then RCMP and all that. They have intelligence, but they have like one guy, two guys, who can be easily bribed. And we know that the cartels are in 44 countries. They're richer than most states, right? Panama has been captured. Panama has definitely been captured. A lot of it's going through. That's why Trump is really mad about Panama. He's not talking about it, but it's known. And he sent an Italian. He's basically sent the mafia in to the ambassador to Panama. He's Italian. He's not mafia. This is like lightly connected. He ain't mafia, but he sent the Italians in to take over Panama. Okay, so. You know what I mean? I had nothing against them. They're going to deal with whatever the hell Panama's fentanyl needs to stop, and no one's listening. These cartels aren't listening because they don't care. If they've been able to flout the laws so long, and they've been so much more powerful in our country and then in their countries, they're stronger than states. Okay, they own huge amounts of our companies, huge amounts. I'm not going to go into it, but it's known. It's fact. And they're so bold that the human trafficking now is higher now than it ever has been. And these cartels, only people that would deal with the human trafficking are people. You have to have a very large, strong organization in this climate to deal with human trafficking, because you have to have a very big web around a person and an inescapable web, or else house of cards. So this human trafficking webs and slavery, it's never been higher. Cartels. So the DEA, what a lot of times is they have their intelligence guys, and hey, I'm not knocking their job or how well they just don't have the machine. The real machine of American might intelligence is directed outside of the country, and yes, the CIA, MSA, and all these groups, you know what I mean, are things, but they're not actually supposed to ever act in the country unless an executive order. They do probably, you know what I mean? They skirt the laws, but not really, right? Not overtly. This executive law basically sicked these 18 agencies. The agencies that you don't know their name are the ones that you really should fear, and they've just been sicked legally on the cartels. So all they have to do is they were watching, I guarantee you all of them were watching, but they couldn't act on it, and they couldn't pass that information above board to the DEA. They were knowing. They're just watching it because they were looking for other things, terrorist groups that are listed, right? They weren't listed terrorist groups, so they're like, we don't care, right? But they know what was going on. They know it. But because one hand couldn't do with another is you can't have the military, especially the intelligence military, going beyond their mandate. So they were picking up the data for years, and this is what Trump knew, but he talked about it. They're picking up all the data, but they were like, we can't do anything with it. It's not my job. It's like the dead animal in the road. You've seen it. We've all seen this picture. And the guy who's doing the paint, he's painting the lines in the middle of the road, and he paints over the roadkill. And then it says, "Not my job." That's what they've been doing for decades, as these cartels have been growing and growing. And I'm not saying we can end the cartels, but they've gone into such expansion levels that they're doing things that are against us as a humanity. More slavery now through these cartels than ever in human history. This is awful. And we got these blue-hairs screaming about generations before. No, right now, today. And they couldn't do anything about it because they were not. So what he did? He turned on the light. And they were already capturing all the data. They already knew. They knew it. Wasn't my job. Well, the largest cocaine bust in RCMP history meandered its way through the USA and came to Canada. Now they're going to say, "Oh, this is how they like." What the Canadian politicians say, look. I bet you, I put money. I would, and I don't bet. I don't want to bet, but I'll bear. And this isn't a bet. This is not a gamble. This is 110%. The intelligence agencies are the ones that flagged it. They're like, hey, executive order came out, and I guarantee you, those dark ministers that have been praying for war have been watching these. They've, you know what I mean? I'm like, just at the corner of their eye, not still doing their job, not flagging DEA and FBI for what they see that's being done illegal in the country because it wasn't their job, but they were watching it for their own probably special interest at work, right? Doing their own jobs. They knew this was coming. They knew the domino was coming down, and as soon as it happened, they were like, okay, bang. They're not. Does anyone think that Trump is moving slow this time? No, things are moving really, 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 really fast. So basically, this is my opinion, that this was totally flagged. This is the first example of what happens when the cartels get labeled as a terrorist entity, and the cartels are not listening. And they got something easy. This is a cocaine bust. It wasn't fentanyl, which is really what they want, but they got something easy. So this is and they nailed it. The largest bust in history. Guaranteed. It was American intelligence gave it to us, and the RCMP did their job. Drugs seized in the largest cocaine bust in Toronto police history have the hallmarks of a notorious Mexican cartel. Officials said Tuesday, expressing hope that their investigation dealt a blow to its operation. Their investigation. They're going to take credit because intelligence agents, people, they don't take credit. They don't care. That is like numero uno of an intelligent agent that's worth their like 25 pounds of salt. They don't care about credit. They don't care about glory. That's the evil people. And we need evil people on our side. Police announced a 835-kilogram seizure at the headquarters from a podium crowded by bags and boxes and all kinds of crap. The chief said it was the Jalisco New Generation cartel. That's what he said. He says it had hallmarks that it was from them. So basically, the hallmarks were like the intelligence said, "This is who it is. Just do it," and they were like, "Okay." And they found the largest in Toronto's history. They traveled all the way. This quote from the head. They traveled all the way from Mexico over the United States southern border, then made their way to Canada, where it stopped and where we stopped and seized the items. He said at a news conference. They learned of a plan to use shipping company to move drugs across the border. They said it dates back to August when they knew they were going to use the shipping company. Okay, so they say that basically what it most likely was, it was August information that the one of the 18 intelligence agencies had. And I guarantee you, they said, this is from August. We knew that they were using the shipping company the whole time. Here's the information. Here's the background. Here's everything you need to make yourself look good. Because, like I said, the real intelligence agencies are not about guts and glory. It's about guts. More than half of the seized stuff, 570, came from a single tractor trailer from Mexico. Okay, so it was more than one trailer. It was a company they got. Tractor trailer from Mexico stopped on the Canadian side of the border when the United States police said the rest seized in searches of alleged stash houses at the same time. Okay, so it was at stash houses, so they knew what was going on. And what do you think? I honestly don't believe the Toronto police who've been like saying they're overwhelmed. They can't even get someone who's like doing like petty theft. They can't deal with cybercrime. Did this big of it? Maybe they did. I could be wrong, but I'm not. Hopefully they really did some damage to them. Nah, probably not. They will continue, but this will hurt them. This will sting a bit, and that's most likely. It'll sting a bit. They said it's like, you remember how these police do it. Oh, they only said that the weight. They didn't say the price value. Oh, I hate it when they say how much it's worth, street value, because they like every drug dealer who's ever said, who gets that much money for that? And it just it makes your announcement seem less good when you start lying, and they didn't on this one. At least I don't think. The drug bust. Oh, look at this is the beautiful line. This is a CBC report. The drug bust announcement comes as U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to impose tariffs on Canadian goods, citing in part a flow of drugs across the border. Oh, they didn't mention that they didn't mention that there was just yesterday, or 2 days ago now, 3 days ago, I think. 3 days, 2.5 days ago, that he labeled the cartels as a terrorist entity. I think that's what it was. DemQ suggested the, quote, vast majority of weapons used in Toronto crimes were smuggled from the United States, of course. He said the police were laser focused on cracking down on the flow of illicit products across the border. Yeah. Okay, good. Oh my God, there was a brazen Queen West. Where's Queen West? Several bullets. Oh my God. Fucking goddamn it. Several bullets struck unmarked police vehicle with officers during a November 2024 incident. Oh, November 24. In addition, 14 people have been arrested and 105 charges laid in connection with a downtown shootout between two groups. Oh, I remember this video. Last year where plainclothes cops were caught in the crossfire. Just plainclothes cops were caught in a crossfire of like two groups fighting. So the incident which happened near Queen Street West and Sudbury Street, night of November 11th. You guys, you're hearing me. Was a shocking gunfight. The incident was audacious, reckless, dangerous exchange of gunfire that occurred in downtown Toronto. It is nothing short of a miracle that no one was injured or killed, because these guys don't know how to shoot. They shoot like this because they're about glory, right? At 11:20, it's not even that like late. That's like, a late teenager coming home from church kind of thing, or whatever, the church meeting could be also like packed in this. People from inside the building, police say, were celebrating a birthday party. And see, I'm glad they get them. And now we need the judges to do this. 101 screaming eagles. Yeah. Don't mess with them. And then there's the other one. It's the 100% beef. I'm not gonna mention them. But there's the 100% prime beef. That was I heard about them. I heard about that unit. They're really big. They build things that you wouldn't believe. In time, you wouldn't believe. The power that they have is just old.
Scott's position now on against all export tariffs and against dollar for dollar response. Who speaks for Canada vis-a-vis?
The federal government has continued to say clearly, as I will, that everything is on the table. But our efforts are first and foremost to make sure that tariffs don't come on Canada. It would be bad for Canada, yes, but it would also be bad for American consumers. And that's why we are continuing to make the case that rather than restrict the goods coming from Canada, the U.S. should be working even more with Canada on our energy, on our critical minerals, on the goods that they need to be able to have the economic growth that Donald Trump has promised. That is our first choice. Next, if they do move forward on tariffs, we are ready to respond in a strong way, but in a way that will be stepping up gradually with one goal, not to figure out how to manage these tariffs and live with them over the long term, but to figure out how to get them removed as quickly as possible, and on that, everything is on the table. Comme j'ai dit, je ne ferai pas de commentaires basés sur la leadership.
Is Donald getting more serious about Canada? Pensez-vous pouvoir rallier Madame Smith à la lumière des discussions que vous avez eues avec les premiers ministres territoriaux provinciaux hier? Est-ce qu'il y a un mouvement, une évolution, et avez-vous confiance de pouvoir la rallier?
Écoute, depuis les débuts, j'ai reconnu que Mme Smith a un rôle important qu'elle remplit de défendre les intérêts des Albertains, comme tous les premiers ministres doivent défendre l'intérêt de leur propre région. Mais en même temps, il y a un intérêt canadien que tout le monde est en train de ressentir. J'entends et je comprends Mme Smith, et ce que j'ai demandé hier, c'est est-ce qu'on peut travailler ensemble pour trouver des façons d'utiliser le levier important qu'est le pétrole et le gaz canadien pour enlever ou pour repousser si jamais il y a des tarifs. On a entendu ce que Mme Smith ne veut pas faire, je comprends, mais est-ce qu'il y a des choses qu'elle peut offrir, qu'on peut trouver, qui seraient mauvais pour les États-Unis, qui encouragerait, les encouragerait de revenir sur les tarifs sans faire plus mal aux Albertains que nécessaire. Parce que dès le début, je disais, quelle que soit notre réponse, il faut que ça soit équitable pour tous les Canadiens. On ne peut pas avoir une région de notre pays porter un fardeau plus lourd à cause des actions de Donald Trump et à cause du besoin de défendre le Canada que d'autres.
Est-ce qu'elle est naïve, madame?
Non, elle fait sa job de défendre l'Alberta, mais on veut tous défendre tous les Canadiens.
How worried are you that there's cracks in the...
What's happening in Geopolitical on Sunday? Can you tell us? Are you going to
You come, well, you never know. There's still time. But, you'll come. My mother always say you take one big decision at a time. So I took one last week not to run for the leadership. And despite the fact Canadians have reached out and from across the nation, and I was very touched, organizers, volunteers, and colleagues. But you know what? I decided to stay, to fight for Canadians. And yesterday was a good example when you've seen with Amazon. If there's a time where we need to fight to be strong, to send a strong message, my mission is an ambitious Canada, strong Canada. We're going to get into a negotiation with our American friends, and we need to show strength. We need to stand up for Canadians, as we've done, like I've done yesterday with the CEO of Amazon Canada, telling her how we were frustrated that we learned that in the news, that they did not call the federal government nor the Premier of Quebec. We're talking about 1,700 jobs in Canada, 7 sites, and I said, this is unacceptable. This is not the way to do business in Canada. And you know what? We need to have that kind of tone. This is a new world. When, as the Prime Minister said, when we're talking, the President Trump, when I was at the Capitol, talking about the golden age in America, if it's good for the United States, it should be good for Canada because we have integrated supply chain. And as he said, there cannot be tariffs without consequences. There cannot be tariff without impact. There cannot be tariff without cost for the American consumer. So this is a wake-up call for Canada. Let's stand up. Let's have unity in the country, a strong voice. Let's go confident in a negotiation. The best way is to show force, to be strong, and to give confidence to Canadians that we have what it takes to win in the 21st century.
Why are you endorsing Mr. Carney in this case?
Well, listen, I have said last week I made a big decision. This week is you make one big decision a day. I've learned that from my mother. So the week is still early. But one thing that I will do is to fight for Canada, but at the same time, make sure that we put the interest of Quebec on front and center. The French languages that would have a debate, make sure that the interest of the province would be well represented. And at the same time, you've seen every day we need to fight for Canada. And so that's what I'm going to be contributing.
Are you finding him a French language coach?
Listen, I speak pretty well French, I think. I come from Shawinigan. You may remember. I mean, French is certainly one of my forte, so that's okay in terms of French. We'll be able to make sure that whoever
conservative-minded people get ready to blast type. As far as ministering goes, he's been a minister of industry, and this is, I'm not saying I think he should be leader or anything like that, but one of the better Liberal MPs who's actually done things that have been a benefit to this country, and he's pushed back verbally and on a lot of interviews. Champagne, he has the Chihuahua and stuff like that. It's fun to make fun of him and stuff. But on a real serious note on policy, which is the real meat of it, not culture war crap, I'll make fun of him just as much as he can make fun of me. I almost welcome it. It's fun. But he's actually put forward policies that are decent. He's one of the few that hasn't been swayed by these cultural politics in the Liberal Party. He's been more of a pragmatist of a leader. I don't think he's electable because he's been closely tied with the Liberal. He's been up there in the government, but at the same time, a lot of his interviews, he pushed back. He's like, well, I personally wouldn't be with this or that. And a lot of his things, in the industrial committee, you can even see when the Conservatives, he goes into the Indu committee, which is Industry Canada, because he's in charge of infrastructure and all that stuff. You could even see the Conservatives asked him legit questions, and it wasn't about getting the clip. There was the $8 million barn, and that maybe was more than just an $8 million barn, and I shouldn't have commented so much on it. It could have been like something else, security reasons, which I kind of feel like silly that I got, maybe not. Maybe it was just an $8 million barn. But in the large picture items for Industry Canada and Infrastructure Canada, he's been the clearest head of the Liberals. And because of that, like, he's got some bad things we can go against him too also. He's taken some loans that I didn't agree with and all that stuff. So, not like everybody, right? We're not all. But since he's been in power and in Parliament and working for the Liberals, I haven't found any of his policies he's acted or advertised even. And even in his scrums, he's like, well, I won't comment on that. He's been one of the better ones. And like I said, I'm not here to like, I'm not stumping for him. I don't think he should go leader or anything. It's just one MP. I like to highlight the ones that do a good job for our country, because to me, I'm here for the country. I'm not here I don't know. Okay, I got anything to say here? Oh, River. Pat Dolan. Okay, River. You can have to get a new name. You got next one. I don't want you on here. Bye bye. You're I don't particularly appreciate you on my commenting. I knew you in high school. I didn't like you then. I don't like you now. And you're on my fucking station. Fuck off.
Hopefully, is running in the campaign. There's only one candidate who suggested that French was not a key defining, which is very, very concerning, I would say. The French heritage, the French language need to be front and center, and aspiring to lead this country needs to be able to communicate in both languages.
Aujourd'hui, la vidéo de Marc Carney aujourd'hui, son français est un peu laborieux quand même. On va se le dire. Comment
écoutez, vous lui parlerez à lui. Moi, ce que je vous dis, ce qui est important, c'est que dans cette campagne-là, moi, je l'ai dit depuis le départ, avec mes collègues du Québec, on a été très clair que le français aurait sa place dans cette campagne-là, que le Québec aurait sa place dans cette campagne-là, et qu'on serait là pour défendre les intérêts du Québec. Alors, peu importe le choix que je vais faire, comme je vous dis, la semaine est jeune. Il reste encore des jours. Ça sera pour défendre certainement les intérêts du Canada, mais aussi que le Québec et les intérêts du Québec aient leur place durant cette campagne.
Are you going to run in your riding again? Lumber. Trump says he doesn't need Canadian lumber and oil. What do you make of that?
Well, what I take from when I was there, and I was with governors, I was sitting with governors and a number of military leaders. One thing is clear is that to achieve the ambition of the president, Canada is the indispensable partner when it comes to energy, when it comes to natural resources, when it comes to integrated supply chain. You cannot change these supply chains over time. The president has a very clear agenda. He wants to get things quickly. He wants results. The best way to achieve results is to have partner with Canada. We're not rivals. We're partner. And we're just not the nice neighbor of the North. We want to be the strategic partner of choice, and that's why we will go in this negotiation with strength. We'll go there with confidence, and we have a lot to offer, so this is the way we should be. I just hope that Canada would be ambitious. That's what we need. We need more ambition. We have what it needs to succeed. Let's gather. I'm always reminded by CDR, which was the Minister of Industry after the Second World War. This was a wake-up call for the nation at the time. This is that kind of wake-up call. Let's gather together. Let's build a country. Let's be more nimble, faster, strategic. Let's get things done, and then we'll come in a position.
Are you going to run in your riding again?
We'll see you. There's many colleagues behind.
Who are you endorsing?
Well, the week is short. You'll see that. More to come in the weekend.
Have you received any clarity from the U.S. administration about a potential deadline for tariffs?
As you know, we're working with the February 1st deadline, and we are also understanding that report on continental trade will come out around April 1st. So we are ready at all times with our tranches of counter tariffs should it be necessary. But as I've said, we need to think of this as a marathon, not a sprint, and we need to maintain an even and steady keel. And that's exactly what we will be doing.
What kind of non-tariff responses might Canada do?
Think about defense spending and defense procurements. We know that it is extremely important to ensure that we are meeting the NATO targets, and that's exactly what we set out to do in the Defence Policy Update this year. We know that it's important to continue to fortify NORAD. That's why I announced when I was Defence Minister $40 billion in defence spending to fortify NORAD. So that's just one example. There are others, reinforcing the border, where we've put down $1.2 billion, helicopters, drones, and the like. So I'm really looking at...
What about in terms of reciprocal retaliation, but not through tariffs?
Again, it's a hypothetical right now. So
hardly. Your whole government's preoccupied by it.
We are preoccupied, but we are waiting for the indication as to what the U.S. approach would be. And I'll say there are numerous conversations that are occurring, including I'll be going down to the U.S. Soon to meet with my counterpart, and multiple ministers have done so. So the dialogue has started, what I'm saying.
The 5% target that Trump today said NATO allies should reach. What do you make of that? Is that a realistic thing?
Canada will be definitely considering those words, and we will continue to look at how we can accelerate defense spending and look at how we can accelerate the speed of defense procurements.
Pouvez-vous réagir à ce que M. Trump a dit aujourd'hui sur justement les 5% en défense, puis aussi le fait qu'en gros, il a dit on parle du pétrole, des trucs du Canada. Qu'est-ce que vous dites là-dessus?
Ça, c'est un enjeu, bien sûr, mais en même temps, on doit considérer comment est-ce que nous pouvons accélérer nos dépenses sur la défense et aussi nos approvisionnements sur la défense. Et j'ai eu des conversations avec mes homologues comme des autres ministres dans ce gouvernement, et nous voyons qu'il y a beaucoup de possibilités pour nous. Comme le gouvernement canadien, nous continuons d'accélérer nos approvisionnements, nous continuons d'accélérer nos appuis aux frontières. Ce sont des choses que nous pouvons faire maintenant. Et comme j'ai dit hier, j'ai rencontré avec les premiers ministres de provinces et territoires, et nous avons décidé de continuer d'avoir un processus pour réduire les barrières entre les provinces et territoires commerciaux.
Who are you endorsing in the leadership campaign? Everybody wants that.
I appreciate the question. I'm very happy and excited to be here with all of our caucus colleagues, and we'll very much be focusing on we need to come out of this Liberal leadership with a strong caucus in place to fight the next election. That's the most important thing, because we know that what we're fighting for are programs that help families, that help children, that help the elderly,
so who's your
and the
candidate?
Most vulnerable in our society. That's why I ran for public office,
so
and that's what I'll continue to do.
But do you need more for, or is the Trump response more for?
Who's your unity candidate?
Actually, I'll just say that here we have one of the reasons I chose not to run.
Ms. Shawley, you spoke to Marco.
Need to focus on the response to the United States right now. And you can see that the issue relating to internal trade, reducing barriers inside our own country to trade and commerce, is fundamentally important, especially at this time. And the Prime Minister has charged me with that responsibility as Minister of Internal Trade. And so that's what I'm focusing on. That's a response to the global crisis that we are in. The fact that all premiers and the federal government are at the table to have that conversation is fundamentally important. We're having an urgent meeting next week to hammer out some of the details relating to reducing interprovincial barriers to trade and commerce, and we will take it from there. The timeline is short, but the work is so important. So stay tuned on that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to say advice to liberals, because whether I like it or not, and I kind of may not, the liberals are the ones that are leading, and hey, we're pro-rogue. But advice to liberals, like me, like I had to get rid of someone who did a lot of good comments, who was another person who changed their name, who must have a different device, probably doing something, right? Was trolling the channel. Gone. You're gone. You can go away. You're saying all these stuff that aren't true. I don't believe you now. Saying I'm this. I'm like, it did too many things. I was already aware of this flake. And now I'm pretty sure, 90% sure, that the individual who I just removed was trolling on my channel, was no good. Was really doing serendipitous things. Surprise! Now, no surprise that someone who I would call a drug dealer, most likely, is doing serendipitous things against my channel. Who I've always had problems with these people. Cannabis, alcohol, cigarettes, caffeine. You got to do more? Fuck off. The Liberal Party of Canada will never be electable with any of the people, and they're all going to get flack if they don't remove that which is not good to their party. Randy Boissonnault has ties to a cocaine dealer. So that means this lady, MP Anand, who I don't think personally has anything to do with that element in society, Trudeau, maybe not, all of these people, every single Liberal MP, Dominic LeBlanc, are all painted now in all of our minds as a radical LGBTQ people who have ties to cocaine dealers, who have ties to people who've used the indigenous checkbox thing that no one really liked. That, oh, you're this, so you get money. Oh, you're not this, you don't get money. No one liked that. I understand that some programs are for, indigenous peoples or they're for, but the way it's been put forward is basically has made liars okay with it. Now, this guy was a piece of shit. Boissonnault, my French, was a piece of shit liar, has ties to cocaine dealers, major cocaine busts, mind you, major cocaine busts, ties to them. He's strong-armed. This other Randy, whoever the frick this is, strong-armed like a mafioso, a government agent, a government employee, not an agent. An agent would be like a cop. No, we're talking about like a secretary, a secretariat job, $40,000 a year. Strong-armed. They called him. He says, "This, you know who this is? This is Randy." And we got emails and phone calls. We don't know what was said on the phone calls, but we know that they strong-armed like a fucking goddamn cartel who has ties to cocaine dealers. And we're not talking like far ties. The business he was running his office out of, using government money to pay for this business, was the same one what this cocaine dealer had. And we're not talking about little bus, we're talking about huge bus. And I don't care if they ratted out and then they flipped. He had ties to that person and then maintained a P.O. box, same P.O. box. So when you send something, listen, imagine this, you send something to your local MP. Say you're like, hey, I know something. You send stuff to your MP, right? People send stuff to their local MP. When people have hit the wall with the police force, with everything that's going on, what do? When you have last line of defense, and I've seen it before, with taxes, this person with taxes, they were like, I'm getting destroyed, this company. They went to their MP, and it was like a legal issue because it's civil law. But they sent like their legal documentations to their MP to give them like, look, help me, right? Last line of defense is your politician. He's got a fucking cocaine dealer who's got access to this box. So you send stuff to your MP. Imagine you send stuff to your MP. Maybe it says you trust your MP. You should be able to trust your MP. And he's got ties to him. And then he's out there like as a spokesperson. He's out on Twitter bashing Pierre. He's bashing Poilievre. Like, this is the sickest, most disgusting Liberal Party ever. If they can't even say, hey, like, clean up your own fucking... Hey, I smoked cigarettes. I had, you know what I mean? I'm like going to the doctor all the time, but I'm smoking cigarettes. I smoke too much cannabis, and I slowed down on drinking when I went to the doctor by the time, but I still was drinking once a month. Probably too much in that once a month. because your tolerance gets all whacked. You know what I mean? 6 beers is like, I can't drink 6 beers and I'll be floored. Like, I cleaned up my own room. I cleaned up my own act. You clean up your own house and don't come to me as a voter. Oh yeah, we've changed. There's no way you can. There's nothing I can say positive about that individual as a politician. The guy needs to run from politics. They need to get him out of their own party. At least I would have thought that they had some kind of comments, unless you're using the cartels or whatever group that's obvious. Cocaine people are not good groups, unless they're using these groups to help their party. And how much help are they going to do now that they've just been declared terrorist organization? They're terrorists now. They're not just your local drug dealer on the corner or your local drug dealer who owns the store on the corner. No, now they're a fucking terrorist. And terrorist charges are not kidding. Like, you go away for terrorism, you even can get just smeared with terrorism. You can go away for a couple of years just by dealing with a terror. This is very, very bad. It's not a little. Now that's in the States. It's not here in Canada. The Liberal Party, advice number 1 or numero uno, get that man away from your politics, gently, politely, whatever. Get him away from your politics. Number 2, you have to have one after another vilify and say, hey, we are not a group. We are law and order. We believe in law and order. And we don't believe that the Liberal Party is full of law and order, but at least it'll be half believable if you put the guy out. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. But the guy politically is actually a hindrance now. The world has turned, and it's obviously left the Liberal Party here because they're like, we're okay with a cocaine dealer. We're okay with a guy who says he's an Indian to get government money. He lied. And he didn't just lie a little bit. He lied to the public. Okay, he's a politician. He lied to the public. But then he lied on a form, and that form got him money. That form got him money, and someone, Randy, who was working with him, strong-armed a government employee. Like, strong-armed him. Like, hey, this is the other Randy. Threatened the person. They threatened the person with heavy. And this individual had ties to cocaine dealing. Cocaine dealing illegal. Like, these are the type of bruisers. Like this guy just said, I'm sharpening up my axe. That's what he said. I'm sharpening up my tomahawk. That's what he says. I know these people. I know who he is. I'm 90% sure I know who he is, and he's the type of person who will only do this stuff when he's got a plan, he's got a group behind you, and that's it. These people I have no use for, never had a use for. This is a huge part of my problem in my channel. I'm never going to win against them because they got the numbers, and they actually own the town. Part of this town, Niagara Falls. I'm in Niagara Falls, right? Part of this town, what do you think owns it? Come on. And I don't have a problem with every one of them at all. But I do have the ones that deal with kids that have dealt in high schools who are just doing shit to the little people. If the tourist comes around here and wants to buy a little dabble and you got some street punk urchin dealing, that to me, I don't, who gives a fuck? But there's other people that are going to high schools that are actually implementing the government this is the thing is in our government, our police forces have all said we can't keep up with it. We can't keep up with cybercrime. So we know it's happening strong. And the Liberal Party needs number fucking goddamn 1. You need to get rid of that. It's over. It's over. You can't have drug dealing, fraud. He caught with fraud. And he got that money because he said he was indigenous. Well, he wasn't. Number 1, you need to get rid of that. Number 2, you have to run and say a mea culpa. You can't just say, look at these people have a liberal media party. Now I'm going to calm down. The liberal media is like, the liberal politicians are saying, well, we see that this and that, and they're which I can't use the word. They're tap footing into their way. No, they have to get on your knees like a good mafioso and do a mea culpa. I'm sorry. The policy of environmental policy is a no-go zone right now. You have to say that the carbon tax, shutting down people, and then charging taxes on people, on all these people, was a horrible, bad decision. Please forgive me for the error in my ways. I didn't realize the level of angst and animosity that this law created, because No one believes you have any virtues. There's no virtues you people have anymore. You got a cocaine dealer, and he's still being promoted in your party, and you haven't kicked him out. There's no virtue in you. There's no virtue left. So you have to say, I have no, like me, you have to say, I got no virtue. I'm sorry. I'm going to change my ways. They're like, well, I kind of thought was bad. No, you can't just kind of. You have to separate and say exactly, firm line. But they're not doing that right now. None of them are. They're like, well, we're just changing it because policy says, and, no. You have to say we were wrong. I was also, and listen, people are so forgiving, especially politicians, because they have, the general public thinks a politician is a piece of crap already. They're polite to their face and stuff like that, but they think they're a piece of crap, right? I'm sorry, that's what people think of politicians. So they give the politicians a lot more leeway, because most Canadians think that a politician is lying to you anyway. It's part of their job. So once you say, I'm sorry and I'm going to go in this direction, they give you a lot more. A politician gets more forgiveness than any other person in society. If a doctor is caught lying to you, they'll never get the forgiveness again. They're done for life with that person. A politician can lie to you and then say, I'm sorry, and go in the other direction, and they'll be forgiven. Totally different. Same thing, person of power, but one and the other gets forgiveness. A doctor will not get ever forgiveness. You're done with that doctor. You lied. Done. Have a good day. Never. So that's number 2. They have to get on their knees and, rhetorically speaking, and say, I'm sorry that was wrong, and I've seen the error in my ways. I will not bring it back. Done. Have a good day. That's 2. Number 3, they have to bring out their policies. Why are you out there speaking? If you're running, no, not her, not this, but all those that are running, why are you running? What the hell is your purpose? What, to be leader? Okay, great. I don't give a crap that you're leader of the Liberal Party. That doesn't mean anything to me. People don't really care about you right now. Especially the Liberals aren't really in the doghouse. Now, in 4 years, they may not be. But why are you running? Like, what is your purpose of being, right? Why am I doing this? I'm trying to create, like, for my channel. It's why am I running this channel? I want to get more blue-collar people, less criminals, more blue-collar people policies, which they want to call populist, into politics. That's what I want. I found every time I talk politics, especially when I was going to, every time I did that, people didn't want to talk. People were like, nah, I don't want to discuss it. And since the 60s, our country has been going downhill. It's going downhill to the point where it's like communist countries are looking better than ours. And to me, that it hurts, because I love Canada a little bit too much. I love my nation. I'd serve my nation. I'd put my life down for the nation. And I'm watching it just go down to shit, because we have shitty politician who no one pays attention to after shitty politician that no one pays attention to, looking out for numero uno, like Randy Boissonnault, who basically got into politics to make money and get richer. I think he's the type, and have a group following him so he's popular. I have zero use for the individual. I think he just, as soon as he gets out of politics, all bets are off. Everything is forgiven. He's walked through the fire and he's served our country. But right now he's still serving in these people. So, number 3, why are you running? What is your purpose for being a politician in this country? And it ain't being the Liberal Party leader of Canada, because no one gives a shit. No one cares that you're the Liberal Party of Canada. The party is most likely to get the least amount of seats since Ignatieff. And Ignatieff lost his own seat as leader. Trudeau, Trudeau has a higher approval rating than Ignatieff did. All right, and we're getting close to the same numbers as that. They may be a party of like under 10 seats. It's a possibility the Liberals get only 10 seats in Parliament next time. Super duper duper majority for the Liberals. Like, unbelievable. Because of vote splitting, the Conservatives right now don't have a vote splitting. The PPC party's gone. They're nothing. They're trying. Yeah, I saw him tried to do the 150 people watched his interview, Bernier's interview. 150. There is no vote splitting on the right. The people right now that are railing against the government is like 70-80% of the people, and they're conservative. The NDP have 20%. I don't know why, but they always have 20% strength. It's a very strong base. But the Liberals don't have that base anymore. So the vote splitting, but they have a very big amount of money. So the Liberals and NDP people will have people fighting. They're fighting for the same voter right now. People that are okay with the fraud and all this stuff, and they want the environmental policies, which I think is actually really low. It's been bloated. I think they're lying to us, that amount of people that really vote for environment. It's like kids, and kids don't vote. Children don't vote. People under 30 don't really vote anyway. So but what other policies are they doing? Drug policies, giving free drugs to people? What do the Liberals are going to stand for? Who's going to go to vote for them? But I pull back. There is a bit of a base of the Liberals, staunch. I remember I worked a campaign, and I got people that were like, they said, well, my father of the family, the patriarch of our family voted Liberal forever, and I'm going to vote Liberal. He did very well. That's what a lot of people, they don't watch politics, or didn't, and they would just vote the way their family voted forever, right? There is a amount of people that just vote Liberal, and so they have a base, and they don't care about what the Liberals have to say. But that's split between the NDP right now. So there may be seats that the Liberals could have won, but because of vote splitting, they're not. So we're looking at possibly 10 seats for the Liberals. Not very good. They have to run from it. They have to have a reason for being, or else they're only going to get those people that have voted Liberal since time immemorial, since the grandfather, since great-grandpa. Great-grandpa started telling us, and we got wealthy, So that's basically the three things. And number 4, actually, they need to bring in new people. They need to have new bailiffs. That's what I keep saying, Frank bailiffs. They need to bring in, and they need to put them on a pedestal. Like Trudeau is put on a every time Trudeau comes out, it hurts their. He just needs to be less. And I understand he's still the prime minister. I of course he has a voice, but I think as the Liberal Party should be doing is putting him not as spokesman out there, putting someone who's new or unknown in place of him. Because you know how Trump has a speaker, you know what I mean? That does the press releases, who doesn't even work with the government. We could do something like that. A person outside of the Liberal Party in power who's doing the spokesman. Well, I got this letter, and this is what the government is doing, and it's not all my opinions. I'm just reading what Trudeau's prime minister's office has given me, right? So they can't. The media can't freak out on that person as much. They need to have someone from the outside in, or else the party's already gone. And I don't think that. Listen, and I can only say this because I already know that the Conservatives. I'm not hurting any party. The Conservatives are they're going to win. They're going to win the next election. It's theirs to lose. But the Liberal Party of Canada is right now, the way they're going, they're actually hurting our nation. And it's not something I want to see. And it is small, minor things. You got to get the fraud. If the guy he did fraud. He has cocaine dealers tied to him. We just recognize as the cartel. So he's probably tied to a cartel, this guy. He probably, because the way he was acting, you don't call up people and give them the bull talk. You know who this is? I've got those calls before. And it's the only thing it did was like, oh, yeah, right on, let's meet up. And they don't come. Because they're only used to doing it that way. They'll come and serendipitously rip my food or something, or my Amazon order will be ripped open, which has happened. This stuff has happened. And our government of Canada is doing nothing about it. They allowed Chinese police stations to come in this country, and they knew they were happening. CSIS, of course, gave them the reports. Of course they did. What do you think? Media has a better intelligence agency than CSIS? What, these reporters are their 20-somethings? Okay, Fife the Knife from Globe and Mail is like, and what's his name? Cash. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name. It's been a while. Anyway, those two guys, outstanding investigative reporters. And if that was you there, I apologize. I don't know who you are. I don't know who that guy is. I limited, but I'm pretty sure saying you're sharpening an axe, you're sharpening a tomahawk, you're gone. But those two are investigative journalists. We have also Blacklocks. They're really good, except I can't afford the paper right now, so I can't tell you. But he does. His like slogan, or their slogan, is minding Ottawa's business. And I like when you hear him in the scrums, because he's got it's kind of scary voice, super deep. He's like, he's kind of scary. And he always comes out with the black. It's not just him. It's Blacklocks. They come up with the goods. They come up with the goods on government a lot of times. But you have to pay, and they're very good on copyright, because because they probably have to pay to get this information. You know what I mean? To get the scoops, and it's really unfortunate that they don't have as much of a many people don't know. But anyway, Globe and Mail. Do you think for a second that these two, maybe there's others I'm missing, but these two individual groups, Hill Times, I guess too, I can't afford them either right now. Right now, love the papers though. That they have a better intelligence agency gathering than CSIS and the RCMP? Of course not. Of course not. They knew what was going on. And this Randy Boissonnault awful. Of course they didn't. So these police stations, was it known to them? Of course it was known to them. There's police stations, and they did nothing to stop it. It took a leak, because probably CSIS is like, oh my God, I've sent 100 reports saying the same thing, and they don't care. I'll leak it. That's what happened. I guarantee. And I have no proof. I think it was David Vigneault. I think the head of CSIS, the last head of CSIS was the leaker, because he's now working for Strider Group in the States. And the States ain't messing around with these type of people. They ain't fooling around with this. He had to. The head of CSIS went. He could have worked in Canada. There's a lot better work, but he's with the Strider Group, and this is they're not a fool around like they do. They're serious. It's a serious group with serious money behind them. Pro-America. They like wrap themselves in pro-America things. And there's like I know other people that have worked there. I've never met them, but I've read the list, and everyone who's yeah. So I believe, totally have no way, and the reason I think that the most is because after he left, David Vigneault left, the leaks stopped. First of all, there has been no more leaks. Second, numero uno, the Justin Trudeau Prime Minister's office put head of. I shouldn't say this because it's not going to be good for me. He may be a good, honorable person. I'm not going to name the person's name, but the person that they put to take over David Vigneault, who I think was the leaker, head of CSIS, I think David Vigneault was left out of frustration, and they were probably, he was paid to find himself, and they were probably catching wind, right? It's just totally conspiracy bullshit talk. Who knows? But they put a staffer, a prime minister, Justin Trudeau, who called people racist for saying there's police stations, and then they found police stations, who called people racist for saying that there was Chinese interference, and who then there was Chinese interference and kicked only one MP out of their party for taking money and saying things to Chinese, and then who's called everyone racist, and then they found 11 MPs that have been working with foreign entities, and it was proven, and all of this came from leakers. They put someone from the Prime Minister's office, a staffer from the Prime Minister's office as head of CSIS. And apparently the person doesn't really have this person doesn't have the skills to be head of CSIS. He just isn't. Oh, and the person they put in before it had ties to some other MP, Liberal MP. Now that woman probably would have done her best job, but her having family ties to a Liberal MP was very, very suspect. And once that got spread out, probably by David Vigneault or whoever, maybe just regular journalism could have hit that one. Global News as well did a lot of these pieces. And remember, Global News got sued for saying against one MP. They were being sued. There's no way that's going to fly anymore. But in court case, but still being sued, it's probably not good for that people. Some people it helps, and Global News, I don't know if it's helping, but an MP suing it. And after this whole time, what did Trudeau say? Every step of the way, you were racist, and it was a lie. You were racist, and the truth had to come out from whistleblowers, people that are risking. Listen, that person who they risked a lot. They risked a lot, okay, to give us the information while our prime minister is sitting there saying there's no problem here. Why do you think he did? Why do you think he resigned? He went down to Mar-a-Lago. He did what he was told. He did as he was advised. Trudeau went down to Mar-a-Lago. He didn't know what was coming for him. He did not expect. I guarantee you, he walked into the Bears trap. Didn't expect that. He was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go down there. It's all about that. No, and he's like, your foreign interference. China's a big deal now. With China hit America pretty hard while Trump was in, pretty freaking hard. I think that there may be a soft spot there. So you deal with your friends who are working with the enemy first. That's my advice. And then Trudeau, I think he is a person of ceremony. I believe that he's a ceremonial leader. He really is. It's behind the scenes, behind him more, and he's more lighted. But I think that there's a potential there that if he doesn't mea culpa and go 100% the other direction, he's going to go down. He's not going to have ever chance of. He's going to go down as a very, but he's prime minister, right? Who's going to investigate your prime minister, right? Until he's gone, right? And all of a sudden things happen. I personally do believe that he's just if anything, an unwitting assistance of it, because he just doesn't care. He's more about dancing and then being a spokesperson, ceremonial leader, and it's people he hired who has been advised him. I believe that, and I can't point who, and this is unknown. And maybe it's not even the case. Maybe it's just most likely, even the most likely, it isn't even Trudeau. It isn't even his advisors. Maybe a little bit of them are getting like Jamie. They're like, oh look at Biden. Biden got loans he didn't have to pay back. This is on public record. Loans. It was like $8 million in loans that didn't have to be paid back. This is now on public record. How many politicians got these loans and they didn't pay them back? Or started something and all of a sudden money came in. So there's no influence or illegal thing like that. They may have done nothing wrong, but that's going to influence you. If I just got a loan and all of a sudden they're like, you don't need to pay that back, and it's not directly from that person, but everyone can add together. But our CSIS and our RCMP they have said they're not capable of it. But that's what we got. Now, saying that, we can't paint them all. It's not all once Trudeau, I think, the leadership, I believe, and his office, I believe, is either through blind, you know what I mean? I didn't see nothing, right? It's that stuff is a problem. And all I did is it's Canada. We have a long way for them to go. It'll all be okay if they stop. But every which way along, and this is the beautiful thing. For 1 year, 365 days, the Conservatives stopped talking about this. Now, did the Conservatives stop talking about it because there's a real investigation happening? Or did they just stop talking about it because they would be painted with this brush? That is, to me, a question. I hope it's the first. I hope that they're just like, we can't touch this because the investigation, and we don't want to ruin it. Let's not. Or is it they have some of their high members that are involved in this? Probably never know. Probably will never know. Politicians don't go away, and don't expect that. I don't even want to see our politicians go to jail. I think politicians not getting elected is enough. That's what I believe. Unless they did treason, right? Unless they did real treason. Like there's that one individual they said that was handing out personal information of a Canadian citizen to a foreign entity. That's treason. I don't care why they did it. But them to hand out personal information of an individual, that individual can now be attacked by a foreign entity with billions of dollars behind them. That's treason. You run this country. You don't run, okay, like they said, the Liberals, there's another one they have to do. They have to say they are running for this country and not any other country. I'm not running to be the world leader. I'm running to be a Canadian leader. And a Canadian citizen is only my concern. I don't care about a fictitious country's people, right? I don't care one iota about them. That would be a great thing to say, and it's harsh and it's this and that, but that's what people want to hear right now because people don't believe that you're working for them. You've proven year after year that you're more worried about other people's countries, people who have their own politicians who don't care about them. Yeah, you're right. We should worry about them, but you deal with their government to government. You don't go to another country and say, "Oh, we need that. We'll help you all. We'll help you all," at the expense of our own people. You weren't elected. Like the one guy's like, "We're here to save the planet." I didn't elect you to save the fucking planet. If so, go to the UN, United Nations. There's a place for you, and you can go talk all you want. No one's going to listen. But that's what they've done. They've basically, the Liberal Party has gone for years now, said that they are going to be the leaders of the world. I'm the leader of the world. You want to like keep in power. Say you're the leader of Canada, and no more, no less. It's very simple. Not all the MPs of the Liberal MPs, I believe, are bad. This one is a decent one. I think she's more of a, but if they don't do any of these things, the Liberal Party will never get elected. There's my whole long rant. Oh my God, I'm like 5 hours.
Ça me fait plaisir de vous voir. So first and foremost, our engagement with the U.S. continues. I had a 30-minute conversation with the newly confirmed Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, yesterday night. We spoke about our bilateral relationship. Of course, I raised the threat of tariffs against Canada, and I made the case not only to defend Canadian jobs, but to clearly say that this would have an impact that would be hurting Americans themselves. We will participate in the process that is highlighted in the executive order that was signed by President Trump on Monday. And we both agreed on meeting next week, so I'll be heading to Washington next week to meet with Marco Rubio and to further the conversations. Of course, in the context of that meeting next week and that trip next week, I will be meeting other key Republican senators. This will be my 5th visit to the U.S. and meeting the Trump administration since the election. So the work continues. Juste en français, notre dialogue avec les Américains se poursuit. J'ai eu hier un premier appel avec le nouveau secrétaire d'État américain Marco Rubio. J'avais déjà eu l'occasion d'avoir une rencontre avec lui au mois de décembre, que je ne vous avais pas parlé, mais qui était importante pour justement faire une introduction auprès de lui. J'ai bien entendu soulevé notre relation bilatérale, mais aussi la menace de tarifs contre le Canada. Et j'ai fait, bien entendu, j'ai défendu notre cause. J'ai fait état à quel point ça aurait des impacts certainement sur les emplois aux États-Unis, mais ça ferait du mal aux Américains aussi. Je lui ai également dit que nous allions participer au processus qui est prévu en vertu du décret qui a été signé par le président Trump lundi dernier. Et puis, on s'est entendu pour se voir la semaine prochaine. Donc, j'irai à Washington la semaine prochaine. J'aurai l'occasion de rencontrer aussi d'autres sénateurs républicains influents. Ça sera ma 5e fois que je vais aux États-Unis pour rencontrer l'administration Trump depuis leur élection. Ça me fait plaisir de répondre à vos questions.
Ms. Joly, I'm wondering what you make of the split among premiers who disagree with the federal government's strategy, Smith and Moe. Who speaks for Canada in all of this? Are you concerned that now you have 2 provinces pretty much offside?
Well, I think it is a moment of unity. I think Canadians have no time for partisanship right now. They just want us to be united. They just want us to make sure that we are there to defend Canadian jobs. There's a lot of anxiety out there. There's a lot of fear. And so it is time for political leaders, may you be NDP, may you be Conservative, may you be Liberal or Bloc, to work as one. And I think that when it comes also to some premiers, what I've seen based on my conversations with them has been we want to be constructive. We understand that Alberta jobs are important, as Ontario jobs, as Quebec jobs. It's not a competition. We can all work together to make sure that ultimately we face together this existential threat against our economy and against workers.
Okay, so damn it. Who's been advising this one? So, the Liberals are obviously paying money to advisors. She just said, like, obviously she didn't hear me. This was done pre-recorded. And it is about unity. I think what happened, what Trump is doing, Trump is finding who are the outliers and who are the unified. And maybe it's not him per se, it's his administration. They're finding out who is going to work with us and who is going to continue, because this is how you find out. You shake the tree and you see where the people are. So he's shaking us, the maple tree, and those that still rally against Trump are going to they're going to be like, well, maybe they're being paid. Maybe they're being paid by someone who's anti-America. Maybe it's not just anti-Trump, because I don't think everyone's doing. Anyone who respects democracy should respect Trump. He won all 7 states. He won all 7 swing states, and it's very important. So if there's someone who's continuing to scream out, then they're basically saying, I don't care about the American voter, though they're a Canadian. I don't care about the leader of the largest nation in the world, our largest trading partner. I care about my personal constituents who is who. So that what I think is going to happen is these people, like that Boissonnault was just bashing Trump. If you're going to continue to, they're outing the people who've been buttering the bread on both sides. And unity, I believe part of his plan. Now, of course, we can't. No, you can't read. There's no crystal ball. It's like reading this. You can't read the snowflake. You can't read the snowflake. There's no divination art class you can find on what to get into that guy's head or his administration's head yet. I think as time will go on, we'll have goes big ideas. But I believe, saying all of that Trump has a unifying thing because Canada and this are really good close ties, and once he unifies Mexico, Canada, and the United States, will be unified in a way, like the political unification, right? And anyone who's outside of that unification circle is going to be just left out in the cold by the Trump administration. They can still do their powers, you know what I mean? I don't think they're going to do anything to anyone outside of the exterior borders of America. But they're going to be that thing. And what they're doing is creating a unity with our three nations first, and then look out, world. Look, they'll flock out. Because, hey, anyone who's ever been a fighter, especially in high school, I got a few fights. I did, you know what I mean? They're just don't, you know. I didn't like drug dealers. And I had a big mouth and, you know, and a small little runt, right? So I got punched in the face a few times. And the ones that weren't pieces of crap, I ended up being buddies with. Like, so you fight with the people you're most like. Not always. Sometimes they're exact complete opposite, which is sometimes hot as cold. But a lot of times when you fight with someone, you become camaraderie. Like in the end, in the long-term things, those are the people you're most like that you fight with. So that this is what I think he's doing. He's creating the fight for unity. Now, counterintuitive, possibly. Does it have factual background and historical facts behind it? Yes, absolutely. Many, many times. Nations that fought are stronger together. All of a sudden, you look at Japan-Chinese relations right now. It's like unbelievably strong. The Japanese basically said $50 billion they're going to put, and they're buying tons of American military equipment. They are our closest ally in Asia. And what did America do to them? Like horrible, like both sides. The Japanese did some pretty bad things to the Americans, really bad things. And it wasn't that long ago, you know what I mean? A generation or two ago. But right now, $50 billion, and they said half that money is going to be American equipment. And if anything were to happen, the Japan and America. So this is what I mean. This is what he's creating. The strongest bonds are those that fight together, that fight for, and then you find those that are weaker that are not fighting for their country. That's what they're looking for right now, guaranteed. And so, and I can't out Alberta Premier too far because her the last premier of her party got kicked out because he attacked the oil industry. Okay, oil industry is only 25% of Alberta, but her party, it's like 90% in their minds, right? They believe it's 90%. Everything is oil. So if she doesn't defend oil, she's not the leader of her party. It just is not the case. So her going there, you have to give her a little bit of leeway that she's fighting for the oil. I hope behind the scenes that she's in unity and lockstep, but she has to do some political dance for the people, right? That's the one part. The party can get elected. Now in Alberta, they watch politics so much so that you have to do the dance. You're in election season all the time. That's why she's probably Danielle Smith is probably one of the best politicians because Albertans are the most politically on it people of all. So she's like in campaign mode every day, or else they'll kick her out. She'll literally be booted out of her own party. It's amazing. Like, it's something I gotta respect, and it has to do with because it's been a uni-party, only one party. Not normally you say it's all the parties are the same. No, Alberta's been one party that's been in power for the last 50 years. I think one time they didn't get in. That was the NDP Notley. And she only got one round. And that was just because everything was in turmoil, right? Everything was going crazy, Carver, all these crazy things. And it was like, we'll try. One time, basically. Now, I could be wrong on this, but it's basically been one party that's ruled the Klein Bucks and all that stuff, ruled Alberta for a long time. So they have more internal dynamics than any other place because it's only been one party. Hey, it's like communism. Well, not communism. Like a one-party state has more internal dynamics, and she has to be aware of that. So her fighting for oil and this and that. Now she's only fighting for oil. I don't think she's saying abuse to Canada, but that's definitely a thing. Okay, that's my opinion. And let's listen to someone who actually means something. I'm just a yah-yah. Yah-yah.
Americans confused by the mixed messages that they're getting from Canada?
What I'm seeing in Washington is that not a lot of people are aware of tariffs, and Canadian tariffs in particular. I think that, we think a lot about the U.S. The U.S. doesn't think necessarily about Canada that much. And a lot of things are happening.
Don is back. Don came here and trolled yesterday. Thanks, Don. Don 27 something. Oh, he lost his number, so it's a Don B now. He changed the number. Don B, but it was 27 something number. I think the Liberal ministers are a little missed too. No more cheap supply. Oh, you think they're pissed? Or me? He's probably serendipitously saying that I'm a little bit pissed. No, I don't drink. I guarantee you've drank about 10 times more than me, Don. I just guarantee it. I don't drink. I don't smoke cannabis anymore. That's why I'm doing 5 hours of politics, and really, I just and all day long. I got nothing else. This prayer, I gave up all the things that was slowing me down. So yeah, I don't drink. Do a drink test anytime. Though, when you talk to a camera, I'm not talking in a weird way. Of course, it's especially why I'm doing long hours of this is because I'm taking a cue off of Pierre. I dropped my damn thing and there's a battery rolling around here. But Pierre became a really good speaker when he started to do these long parliament speeches. He did like I think he has the record. He has the record of the longest filibuster in Canadian parliament history. He just talked and talked and talked and talked. Hey, he's a politician. So it's your freaking job. So I got 1,000 hats off for you. You know what I mean? A couple folded cranes of peace. He is a definitely great, outstanding politician because he did the work. Why is he so good? When he first was speaking, he like you look at it's hard. The old footage of the parliament is really not fun to watch. It's grainy. Cameras have come a long way. So good luck if you're going back in the history of time. But he wasn't a great speaker. He was okay. He was always decent as a politician, but he wasn't the best rhetorical speaker and back at the jabs as he is now. It took him. He did the work and he got there. That's why I said I supported him when O'Toole was. I don't care really about his, you know what I mean, this and that, and he didn't have any policies, but he's rhetorically done the work. He's done it. He's gone to the House and spoke down hours, and all the time, and every time he basically towed the conservative line. He didn't wishy-washy. It's like someone told him, you're going to be leader, start today and don't talk about issues that are not conservative issues. And he didn't. He stayed fairly close within the guidelines, and that's another thing I like about him. I know myself, I don't have the guidance that but he speaks about. He doesn't go outside. He speaks for a long time. He speaks about this and that, but he usually doesn't leave the conservative lines. And that's one thing that I think is possibly can hurt him. That's why he needs his policy book like out there, so that can do a little bit of speaking for him as he does what he's good at. He doesn't stray from those lines. His personal attacks are he has couth. When he attacks these people, most of the time, I think. Sometimes, you know what I mean? I think maybe some serendipitous thing I think is going on that I don't agree with. But the direct attacks against politicians are good. If there is something against a citizen, well, like all bets are off. You're a politician for the country, not for some of the country. And especially don't get it captured by a drug dealer. You know, the law and order party. Okay. Oh, I paused her at a bad time. I think Jolie going forward is going to be in politics for a long time. I'm surprised, to be honest. I figured that she was, they picked her. I'm really worried about that battery. I think they picked her, and state it. But like I said, talking to a camera. At first, I thought it was it's keeping your train of thought when you don't have another person you're interacting with. Keeping your train of thought, it's much more difficult because you can just you don't have someone nodding along and this and that. I'm not using a notepad with points. I should be, so I obviously ramble more, and I don't have a plan. I'm just, So obviously it looks a little bit blasé because it is blasé. This is free form, and I could not. I watched myself a little bit, and I'm embarrassed. So I'm with you. If you're making fun of me, I'm with you. I know I'm not doing it right because I think I'm still learning, and I'm not putting in the effort behind the scene to make it structured, and that's going to change eventually. But first, I need to get comfortable with reading, writing, all these other things. What's this guy say? Space, leaf. He's calling me a leaf. Root, stem, and branch. I'm the forest, brother. I thought birch bark canoes would have did better. So did I. I specifically put birch bark canoes because a European watching would be like, what's a birch bark canoe? Guaranteed they had to Google it. A European. And probably some Canadians. Blue Rodeo. Oh, Alberta Oil because Albertans like it. But the maple leaf, yeah, won. I'm not surprised at that. But a birch bark canoe. And it's saying something else. There's Big D. Just I won't say it.
Right now in Washington, President Trump is signing many, many different executive orders. Lots of things are still in transition. The Secretary of Commerce is not even confirmed yet. The only member of the administration that is working on this file that has been confirmed is Marco Rubio. And so we will be continuing to work with him.
What did Mr. Rubio say to you when you mentioned, like, if you hit us with tariffs, we're going to respond and it's going to affect...
Okay. Marco Rubio. Okay, Marco Rubio, I said something that really, I think, may have been a part of destroying my channel. I think so. I hope he didn't. I fucking hope he didn't. Because I support the guy. I think he is actually, he won 99 to 0 on the Senate. His talking points and what he was saying, and I'm so glad that the Don put him in power as Secretary of State, because I agree with him. He's maybe in his damn lucky son of a gun. Beautiful wife, beautiful family. Very lucky individual. Probably not luck. I don't think it had anything to do with luck. I think he's a hard worker. And he's put the time and effort in to have the knowledge. He doesn't have to refer to his papers. He doesn't have to refer to anything. He knows the things he knows about in his head, and it's I believe it's his personal opinions. That's what makes him so good. He personally believes in the things he's going to forward. Now, sometimes a politician will have to go against their personal beliefs because the people of the country have a different opinion. But I think in this case, for Secretary of State, for what his lane is, he actually believes in and he's very much a hawk on people that are taking advantage of China. Foreign interference. That's part of the reason why I like that. Foreign interference has been one of his biggest things. So he hasn't been quiet. Now, does anyone know if Pete Hegseth got in today? Pete Hegseth, I think we're going to find out if he got voted in for the defense man. Anyone know? I'm going to look it up, but I got to find that. So yeah, that's my last thing about Marco Rubio. Is one of he's like the smartest man in the room, in many, many rooms, not in the world, but in many, many rooms. He ran for president, and I think he didn't get in because of political dynamic. He isn't he isn't good at personal destroying someone up front. Probably behind the scenes, he's really good at. That's one thing I'm concerned about. But up front, he doesn't have that quality. I know I'm really good at it. I know that I was really good at it when I was a teenager. When I made joke, everyone would make fun of this person, make fun of, we're all joking about each other. And then when I went to play along, everyone would be like, ooh, and I would go too far, and I didn't mean to. I meant to be funny, right? I thought it was funny, but I would go too far. So I've found in my life it's better for me to never be jovial about my type of humor on it, because what I find would be considered funny and open game, it's not. I just go too far. So I always have to make sure I'm PG, like Mr. Speaker. So it's something I know as a personal level. I'm just not. I'm not. We can't play. Everyone can't play every game. I play too hard. We all got qualities.
US
mine's just too sharp.
Well, he understands that not only this will have an impact on Americans, but this will have an impact on how the U.S. engaged in the world.
With their friends.
And that will have an impact geopolitically. He's the Secretary of State. He's in charge of having lots of relations with many countries around the world. I also talked about the importance of standing up against China together. And Rubio himself has been very hawkish against China. So I think that we have a good interlocutor to be able at least to talk to and to be constructive with. That's my job as the top diplomat in the country, to make sure that I create these relationships. And we now have a process, and the process is clearly highlighted by the executive order. There will be lots of rhetoric. We will hear a lot of different versions coming from south of the border. We need to put our head down, we need to be united, and we need to defend Canadian jobs.
Justement, quand vous avez parlé avec M. Rubio, puis que vous lui avez parlé de se tenir debout face à la Chine, est-ce qu'il y a une réceptivité, vous avez senti une réceptivité à, comme quoi ils auraient besoin du Canada pour faire affront à la Chine, et elle prend quelle forme cette réceptivité-là?
Je pense que Marco Rubio est un politicien d'expérience qui a été capable de faire l'unanimité dans sa confirmation au Congrès. Il a eu 99 sénateurs qui ont soutenu sa confirmation versus 0. Donc, c'est une personne avec qui je peux avoir des conversations, qui peut certainement être ouvert aux nouvelles idées, être ouvert aussi à trouver un partenariat gagnant-gagnant maintenant. Il n'est pas la seule personne dans l'équation, on le sait. Et donc, mon travail va être de travailler avec lui, de travailler avec le secrétaire au commerce qui n'est pas encore confirmé, Lutnick, de concert avec mon collègue Leblanc, et de travailler avec la Maison-Blanche.
What should McCartney say or do about Bill 21?
When it comes to Bill 21, I'll talk to you about my own position.
But you're advising him, right, or supporting him?
Well, my job right now is to take care of the Canada-U.S. relationship. And when it comes to Mr. Carney, I have a lot of respect, and I've endorsed him, and I've sent a clear message to my base and to my organizers and to my volunteers to send a signal. But folks, I've told you, I'm not running in the leadership campaign because I need to take care of the Canada-U.S. relationship, and trust me, this is taking full time of my agenda. Now, when it comes to Bill 21, to your question, no surprise, I'm against it. I've said that years ago when the legislation came up. And I've been also clear on it when it comes to the Supreme Court of Canada. If the Supreme Court was going to hear the case, we would be intervening. And again, they just said that they would be hearing the case, so no surprise, we will be intervening. En français? Mais il n'y a pas de surprise. Moi, je suis contre la loi 21. Je l'ai dit à plusieurs reprises. Donc, les gens...
She goes French. Honestly, when she first got into this position, she was pausing and halting. She wasn't, I want to say, on it. But she's actually, some people get better, and she's gotten better.
Former Deputy Prime Minister.
Mark Carney, I think it's better
it was
than
a
Freeland
difficult
too.
choice. I have a lot of respect for all three candidates. I thought that it was important because of the threat that we're facing when it comes to the U.S. tariffs, that we have somebody that has been able to weather big crises such as the 2008 crisis and also the Brexit crisis. It is not only dealing with Trump, it is also to have a vision for the economy, to support Canadian workers across the country, and to protect livelihoods, and that's why he has my last question.
Freeland guided Canada through the first NAFTA renegotiations and also was the finance minister for several years. Are you saying she doesn't have what it takes to guide Canada through the next Trump administration and have a vision for the...
Like, I know the Conservatives are going to freak out because of ties with this, but the experience of Carney, and I know that no one likes it. I don't really care. I'm tired of oh, I'm a fucking team this and team that. WEF this. Did you guys just see what Trump did today? If anyone watched Trump, he didn't freak out. He didn't like blast WEF as this WEF is the most evil empire of the world. He actually spoke to them like they are what they are. They're the leaders of the country that were misguided. And how did he guide them? He did it. I actually didn't expect it. I was expecting a brawl, but he dealt politely and with respect, said what he was going. And basically what he did, he gave them all the signals and said, I think what he did, he said, listen, I know you're getting a lot of flack. By me giving you respect is going to tone down against you. But these are my policies forward. If you put these policies that I've just told you I want to be pushed forward, you're going to have a happier day. If you don't, you're going to get the Dom stick. And that's what I think he did. I think he did that today. But he went with the open, nice hand of Jesus instead of he didn't come with the hammer. So I think he sent the signal. To me, I caught the signal loud and clear. He's like, very, very trying to build that bridge and get WEF saying, because WEF doesn't, I'm just a schmuck. We're all schmucks. We if you're writing things in the comments, you're not, but the business leader people are listening to them, not listening to us in the comments, right? So like him doing that is, I think, going to change them more than if he were to go, and this is where I agree, if he were to go on a pure attack, he's got a fight with them. But this way, he got them all to turn side with him nicely. He's like, listen, right? And everyone knows. I guarantee you those WEF people didn't get a good sleep last night. Didn't sleep as good as I did. I was sleeping so great. It's amazing. It's like, wow. And no drinking, no nothing. No sleeping pills or what's that stuff that they give in the thing? It's like it's a non-drug the people take. But none of that stuff. There was none of it. It was all niceties. He gave them nice things. They weren't sleeping well, and they were probably in trepidation. So he was nice. And I guarantee you, if they start spouting out against anything on Trump administration, saying, oh, we don't want to hear, if they get a spokesperson out there that starts, out of that WEF meeting next couple days, that starts saying against what Trump just asked, he's asked for oil to go down in price to end the Ukraine war. So, and if there's people working against that, they are going to get the beatings of their verbal lashings of their careers. And they will be so, because he was nice and gave him the hug. Majority of people will accept the hug, but certain individuals, like I say, that have a total negative agenda against America and the West will still have their opinion. That'll be negative, and they'll be outside of the hug, and majority will accept it. I think that Claus guy, he sounds like an evil empire. Oh my God. His accent, it's like it doesn't even get anything. It's like he does it on purpose. But at the end, it was all thanking, and everyone was like standing up and like almost in tears that Trump was nice to them. But he was nice to them, but he also laid out what he wanted. So in the next couple days, if they don't, you're gonna see WEF on X like you wouldn't believe. You know what I mean? He's gonna get his machine, against them in the X machine. But I don't expect that. I think that he's got now WEF on his side, and I don't think we're going to see, I'm not saying that WEF is all of a sudden good, but they're not going to go against the Trump agenda. Whatever the hell the Trump agenda is, which is so many things, but we all have an idea what it is. They're not going to start spouting against his agenda. I believe that's to be the case, and that's a true leader. A true leader, Trump was today, when he didn't feed the beast, the meat. He didn't throw us meat, which I wanted. And he turned me. I'm like, I know I love to make fun of. I love it. I did some really good pictures. I had it ready to go. I had some pictures and stuff. And he was nice. And I'm like, so that's why you look at my there's like 2 lines. It's because I didn't know what to write. He was like, he built a bridge. He built a bridge, and now we're going to see if WEF is going to accept the hand, or they're going to get the backhand. I think they accepted it, and we'll see. Melanie Joly has been an MP that I don't want to say weak, but when she first got in, I was like, I kind of cringed because I like foreign affairs. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the word affair. But the foreign department, it's always been a department I'm always, I like that. I'm very highly interested in it. But when she first was, I think, and rightfully so, she wasn't totally. But now, especially, she said she had 5 meetings with the Trump administration. I think she's getting notes and she's reading. She's like studied up on things, and she's saying things. I've always wanted a Canadian foreign affairs minister to say. It's just, I know, hey, yes, election time is election time, but we're on the second part. The election time is this. We're all about picking your team. But right now, I only have one team, and it's Canada, right? That's my opinion, and you guys can have yours. And I don't appreciate the guy that was saying they were sharpening their tomahawk, and that's why you're gone, buddy. If you can't, you know what I mean? And guaranteed, those type of people, you're not gone. You're not gone forever. You can come back tomorrow.